No, I'm getting gas in the car.
Oh, you're getting gas, eh? Hey, you're live, dude. You're sitting here talking about getting gas in a car, and you're live. Isn't that humiliating? Isn't that like really embarrassing? Hey, now you're muted.
Oops, my bad. I think it's pretty cool. It means it just shows how global our world is.
Well, you were talking and you interrupted my TikTok. Time to rock. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning to everyone who's watching from all over the world. Sorry about that delay. Had to organize something over the phone with we're ordering tickets. We had to get that confirmed by today. Anyway, so we got that taken care of. Also had a weird power outage. Power's working in here, but not in apparently half the house. So Allah half cursed me, but didn't stick. Hey, so check it out, everyone. We will be live for about the next 6 hours. We'll be live from now until the ball drops in New York and it's the new year, and we'll make our predictions about 19. We're in the 21st century. 2025. So anyway, we'll have people coming in and out. GodLogic will be here in a bit. IP said he'd be here, but I confirmed with him last week, so I don't know if he remembered. But we'll have plenty of people joining us. Right now we have Jai and DOC who are going to kick things off. We're going to kick things off with the top 5 Dawa fails of 2024. So that should be interesting. Let's see. We've got Jai and DOC. I forgot to do this. I forgot to bring them in here.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hey,
Hello.
how's it going? So you guys wanted to cover the top 5 Dawa fails of 2024. Yo. Careful, because you got Issa here. Issa's a Muslim. His feelings are going to get hurt if you start making fun of Dawa.
Well, he's on our streams a lot. He's seen half of it anyway. Yeah. And we had to bring it down to 5. We had so many. So, yeah, Issa, let us know which one's your favorite.
Dawa Wars, Dawa scandals. We try to get them all in there.
Yeah.
And these are like the highlights. So definitely do check out the full streams that we've done on these topics if you guys want to get the full scandal, full Dawa war.
Yeah, there's a lot to cover as far as the Dawa Wars and the Dawa fails are concerned. So, guys, we'll be starting off with this, and then we'll see where it goes from there. So, you guys want me to pull up the video?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got. Top 5 Dawa fails. Huh. That's pretty rude. We'll see what happens. I know that song well.
Assalamu alaikum. Now in this video I want to give you a breakdown of our 7-figure business model that's created so many success stories in the ummah, so you can earn a halal income, so you can become your own boss, so you can start and grow a successful business.
And brother over here, his name is Ali Dawa. The big shout out to our brother Akib Ahmed, also known as iPoet. MashaAllah, this brother has been very, very active in the Dawa scene. He's been helping a lot of big Muslim public figures.
Is we can work out a plan to make sure you get your full money back.
Okay.
Or number 2 is you could report me, you could sue me, you could take me to jail, but then you're gonna lose out on your money then.
The big shout out to our brother Akib Ahmed.
So you just started taking on investment bit by bit.
Yeah.
Just referrals.
So wait, what is this? What's going on? Is this like the Dawa Bernie Madoff type situation?
Yeah, it's a pyramid scheme, and he had a lot of support, not just from Ali Dawa, also from he had some pictures on his website with him and Zakir Naik as well. So he had a lot of Dawa people. Yeah, and
because of his links to Dawa, he did a pyramid scheme, and people's money got lost.
Millions and millions of pounds. It's crazy.
Oh, really? I thought you were going to be like, someone he got people for like 100 pounds or something like that.
No.
Whoa, okay.
Tens of millions in the UK, according
what?
to Muslim.
Yeah. Oh, so this is like a big deal.
It's a big deal.
Oh, it's a big deal.
And this is number 5.
Yeah, this is number 5.
That's the least.
Wait for number 1.
Okay. We got it. All right, I'm gonna start playing. I just wanted to make sure I understood what's going on. So this is a pyramid type scheme, but it's a Dawah guy using the Dawah guys to help him with his schemes. That correct?
Exactly.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure I understood. All right. Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, and everything that we ever showed us was essentially lies, because it was a Ponzi scheme from the beginning.
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell any of this to us, Akib?
I should have. I was just scared of just people leaving, and I was just very. I should have mentioned it from the get-go. Here's the problem. How do we fix it?
So you know that screenshot where you took a screenshot and we said it looks edited. Was that indeed edited?
1 second. We got GodLogic joining.
It's GodLogic.
1 second. Let me go back here.
There
Yo.
he is.
Hey.
What's up, everybody?
Hey, how you
What's
doing, man?
up?
Man, I'm pretty good. Good to see everybody here. How did Issa make it on here?
What? Yeah, and how's he in the middle? Let me see if I can fix this. Hold on. Let me get,
How did Issa
there we go.
Kabeer make
Now GodLogic's in the middle.
There you go.
Hey, we look like a reverse Oreo.
There you go. Much more like it. There it is.
Has anyone ever come out with those Oreos like vanilla on the outside and then
Yes,
chocolate?
I think,
I
yeah.
would assume
Oh, yeah.
they've had multiple variations. Anyway, I know your time is a bit short, GodLogic. We just started watching the top 5 Dawa fails list put together by Jai and DOC. We're gonna go back and we'll finish number 5, which is a Dawa Ponzi scheme that people lost apparently tens of millions of pounds on in the UK. But we'll finish going through that. Jai and DOC can summarize, and then we'll get your thoughts on 2024, and then you can cut out whenever you need to, and then we'll jump back into our video. All right?
For sure.
All right, here we go.
That was, yeah.
So the screenshots that I've shared are not edited in any way, shape or form. I wouldn't lie. I wouldn't put my reputation on the line. So wallahi, I wouldn't lie. And I'm saying this because I really care. And I hope you can also, inshallah, trust me as well. That's more than sufficient. There's no editing there. I would never do that. Would never lie. Wallahi, being a practicing Muslim, we fear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
So that Google sheet that you showed us, where I think it was one of the months, all of those clients that had joined Legacy, you'd written there that it was about 2,000 sales. It was there. Their email was there. Their name was there. How many times they'd accessed the course was there. Was that all made up?
That was edited, yeah.
So what now then? Akib, what are you thinking? What are you thinking is next? Bro, right now, like, I feel like I'm doing something illegal. I am not staying here, bro. I can't.
I want to come clean with you guys, and I want to, with the Legacy DFY.
No, bro. You didn't want to come clean. You were made to come. Well, you got exposed. I don't even know if you got exposed. You've come clean. Okay, you've come clean now. You've come clean now. But now what? Now what? What are we doing? Like, what are we? Where's the? Okay, wait there, bro. You made tens of millions. You made tens of millions.
Must be nice.
Where have you put this money?
I went back into paying the clients, the team.
It can't, bro. It can't all go back into paying the team. It can't. Well, I ain't seen anything. Okay, so what's your plan now, bro? What's your family saying about this? Has your family even know? Does your wife know?
My wife's gonna know. She's gonna divorce me, I think. Just want to come clean. I've been dishonest and I've made mistakes. I should have opened up earlier.
Not working, man. You can't scam people out of millions and then, but now my wife's leaving me. Don't you feel bad for me? No, everyone wants to leave you now because you're a scam artist. Anyway, sorry.
Apologize to you guys. I just want to come clean. I know in the worst case scenario, I'll admit that it's my fault. None of you guys are to blame for anything. You're just following my lead and direction. But I just want to come clean, and I know that we can turn this around.
A big shout out to our brother Akib Ahmed.
Okay, yeah.
Wow. Wow, it's such a perfect. It's like it's a totally different thing. I mean, it's a Ponzi scheme, but the idea that Dawah is a scam, and he's among scam artists running a scam, it just fits really well. You know what I mean? Like, you would probably expect that all the time, because Dawah, you basically got like gang member type Dawah guys, and you've got the scam artists, con artists, Dawah guys. And so you would expect for the con artist Dawah guys that they'd also be running just financial schemes like this. So it actually fits really well.
Yeah.
I have to say. Mm-hmm.
And you have the Dawa guys joining side by side with these scamming Muslims as well. So Ali Dawa, he promoted him. Muhammad Hijab at the Serpent Institute, Serpent Institute.
Serpent Institute.
Yeah, we call it Serpent Institute.
With Hamza Torsis and those guys, they had to put out a statement saying, "Yeah, we have partnered with them in the past, but
with nothing to do with him now."
Nothing to do with him now.
Oh yeah.
And so then he had pictures of him with Zakir Naik and things, and he was trying to, promote Zakir Naik on Facebook and say, I can grow you and help you get subscribers. And so, yeah, it was a really wild thing. And we came across it and thought, yeah, that's definitely.
And Zakir Naik also came out with a answer saying, hey, I don't remember this guy, but from what I remember, I think he's a scammer. He tried to scam me too.
Yeah.
That's what Zakir Naik said.
But he told everyone he's a scammer afterwards, after he got exposed, not beforehand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, it's just kind of
the whole time.
It's just kind of weird because, like, okay, this guy's scamming people out of their money, but Dawa guys are scamming people out of their souls. So which is actually worse? Right. Which is actually worse? Anyway, so that's number 5, guys. So we've got 4 to go through. But wanted to, I know Avery's busy, so want to get his input on 2024. Avery, I've noticed something that you do. You'll come up with an argument, and then you'll give that argument to a Muslim, and then the next Muslim will come along and you'll give him the same argument. And then the next Muslim will come along and you'll give him the same argument till you use that argument with like 50 or 60 different Muslims. And so it's interesting because it's like you're not trying to catch anyone off guard. People know exactly what if you were just listening to you 5 minutes ago when you were talking to the previous Muslim, you know what you're going to bring up right now. And I realize why that's such a good approach, in that when you give a Muslim an argument and he doesn't know how to answer it, he's still thinking, but a different Muslim could answer this, or my Dawa hero could answer this. He's thinking, well, someone else could be answering this, but I can't, but someone else could. And so when you run the exact same argument with like 50 different people, it over time it becomes clear, wow, you guys you have no answer for this.
Yep, 100%. That happens with the Jesus is a Muslim argument. And this has been happening with the Allah not being all powerful because he needs a mate to have a son argument. That one has been fun to run recently. Issa's been seeing it. It has been fun to run this. Now, the best time is when I have my live streams are practice, guys. My live streams are practice for hundreds of Muslims to come up. I get to hear every angle and excuse they can come up with an argument. Know it and understand how it doesn't work, and then I get to go to the Dawa guys and try it on them and execute it. And this is what I do like to highlight as well, David, is that they're no different. The Dawa guys are no different than the laymen who come up on the panels and try to argue or make a defense. They give almost verbatim the same response, same tone. You know exactly where it's going. They're no different. So that was fun. So a good example of that, we just did it. Happened like a week and a half ago. I went on Hamza's Den and ran the can Allah have a son if he wanted argument, and that right there was fun.
Now, so earlier this year, I saw you kept asking Muslims what the Injil is. What's the Injil? Mm-hmm. Can you define it? You were running Islamic dilemma stuff, and then. I've seen you using Surah 10 verse 94 a lot, that for Muhammad to confirm his revelations, he should go to the people of the book. Why don't you give people an example of the most recent one you've been talking about, where Allah is not all powerful? So,
Yeah,
everyone grab a pen and a pencil or whatever you're using to take notes on. He's going to give you an argument that he's been using, and that you can use too.
Yep, you could do it as well. Look, yeah, you guys learned this argument. There's no way around it.
Hey, wait, one second, Avery, because you just said it. Because we sounded like we were joking. We were saying, but is there any argument that you're about to give or that you've been using this year that any average Christian couldn't use? Does it take like some super intellect or something like that, or is this these arguments that anyone can use?
Anybody can use these, David.
If you're using them against sort of laymen and against career Dawa guys, and they can't answer it, and you're saying other people can use the exact same argument, do they have anything to worry about if they're using these arguments?
They have nothing to worry about. They have absolutely nothing to worry about, and we're not exaggerating when we say this, guys. Seriously, I'm not some theologian or high philosopher or nothing like that. But the Quran is indefensible. These simple questions and these simple arguments that I've been using, I didn't make this stuff up either. I've watched, David Wood and Sam Shimon and others, Christian Prince and other guys, Anthony Rock. I watched these guys, so nothing I'm bringing is new. I guess it's just simple, and I'm just executing it. I'm just using what they gave us, really. And so this is something that's one of them that I pull from the giants. And so I asked them, the question, it usually goes like this. Could Allah have a son if he wanted? That's how I first started off. If he wanted to. I know it doesn't befit him. I know he doesn't need to have one, but if he wanted to, could he? And to get past that part is a struggle for them. To get past if Allah could have a son if he wanted to, yes or no, is a struggle for them. Because they really want to stay away from Christ being the Son of God. That's where they think you're going. They think that you're talking about Jesus being the Son of God, and they think if they say yes, then that opens the door for Jesus to be the Son of God. So they struggle. But let's say they say, no, he can't. He can't have a son. It goes against his nature. There's something that it's similar to Allah, creating a square circle or creating a rock too big that he can't lift. It's equal to that. Well, you say, okay, so he can't do that if he wanted to. So Allah can't go outside of his nature. So then why then in chapter 39, verse 4, does Allah say if he wanted to, he could? He says if he wanted to, if he willed, he could choose a son and take a son from any of his creation. So it looks like Allah could go outside of his nature. Oh, well, I guess we made a mistake by saying that. So that doesn't go against, okay, so that doesn't go against his nature. He could if he wanted to. He just didn't do it or wouldn't. Okay, fine. Now, here's the next question. So they say yes. Yes, Allah could have a son if he wanted. Could he do it by himself? Or would he need help? Of course, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is all powerful. He doesn't need anybody. He could do it all by himself. Okay, fine. But my problem is that the Quran says he can't. The Quran says, how can he have a son when he has no mate? And so you have to struggle with that. There's no answer to that. Oh, well, Allah's speaking, in human logic. He's using their logical mind to refute them. Oh, okay, so their human logic applies to Allah as well? So just like for human logic, human beings need mates to have children. So if they don't have a mate, they don't have a child. Same way with Allah, he doesn't have a mate, so therefore he doesn't have a child. He can't have a child. Works both ways with Allah? No, it doesn't. Oh, okay, so then what is going on here? Allah is saying he can't have a kid without a mate. Oh, Allah's too powerful. He's too holy to have a mate. Okay, no worries. It doesn't befit Allah to have a mate in the first place. Fine. It doesn't befit him. So, but still, for him to have a son, he's still dependent on a mate, which means he's not all powerful. Simple as that, guys.
And
works for the layman and the Dawa guys.
Yeah, and then there's the the follow-up issue, which is a kind of a different issue, but it's another issue. And it's so, guys, you can actually use an argument and then lead into another argument, because there's another issue sort of at the end there. So Avery's pointing out that can Allah have a son? Well, theoretically, and you might have to argue, and there's kind of a parallel with the incarnation. If you asked, can Allah enter creation as a human being? Yeah. Muslims struggle with that because they want to, on the one hand, they want to say yes, because he's all powerful and can do what he wants. On the other hand, they want to say no, because they do want to avoid the idea of incarnation. So they'll usually, as far as his power, he can, but as far as like, would he do it? No, because it would be demeaning to him or something like that. Exactly. But anyway, you have kind of a similar issue there. But once you actually show them, no, Allah can if he wants, so he has the power, right? And then you do what Avery pointed out and say, whoa, he can't do it without a wife or a mate, which would mean he doesn't have the power on his own. He would require someone else's help to do something. So that's kind of the one issue. Allah doesn't seem like he's all powerful. He needs help doing things. But sort of, I mentioned that there's a follow-up. The follow-up is that Mary raises the exact same issue when she's told that she's going to have a son. And she says, how can I have a son when no man has touched me? And the response is, what are you talking about? It's easy for Allah. And it's like, oh, wait, so Allah can produce a son without two parents. Doesn't take two to tango. There, one parent is fine. But if Allah were to make a son, it would suddenly, you would need the two to tango rule. Yep. You would need both. And so it's just weird stuff like that, guys. And it's all sitting there, and Avery's putting it together for you. And all you have to do is tune in basically any time and see what argument he's running, learn the argument, and then go start running the argument as well. And that's really what everyone wants. Those of you, Avery, that's exactly what you want, right? You want people seeing you using the argument over and over again until it's in their head, until they've seen all the possible responses, and then nothing's going to catch them.
It's been such a blessing, David. Like I just hopped off of TikTok, and people who watch me all the time, they're catching on, and they're hopping in these Dawa rooms, and they're catching these guys by surprise, because the Dawa guys, they think that, okay, this is a Christian who's, nobody. So they think they could get them. They could take advantage of them. They think they could press them or whatever. And to even my surprise, some of these Christians, they're using these arguments and they're getting these guys stuck. They're getting them, man. Even let's talk about somebody that we know, David. Somebody as nerdy and awkward as
Mike Winger?
No, not Mike Winger.
You said nerdy and awkward.
Well, the other, dang it, man, he gonna hate me right now. I know he's probably watching too. What's the kid's name, man? He'll hop on lives with us sometimes, even with Thaddeus.
You're talking about the next Zakir? You talking about the next Zakir Naik?
Yes, the next Zakir Naik. There he is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't think he's nerdy. I'm just saying, I don't think
no.
That's not how I found.
I'll say it. Quit being nice, Jai. He's the nerdiest. He's the nerdiest nerd, Mike Winger wannabe nerd of all time. So let's just be clear on that.
We'll say it. He's a nerd.
We are not shy of the truth.
Yep, nerdy, right? Just a little awkward. But this dude, he went on Ali Dawah's channel and ran the "Is Jesus a Muslim?" argument that I run all the time with the same line of questioning. And he did it to Ali Dawah, and he smashed him. Ali Dawah had nowhere to. Ali Dawah was asking the sheikh the question and asking for help. The next Zakir Naik was there using the same questions, and Ali Dawah had to kick him. He had to remove him.
Wait,
because he just did this with me.
So you're saying the worst, nerdiest little wannabe apologist Christian troll who is like he can only dream about being as cool as someone like Mike Winger. This guy, you're talking like bottom of the barrel, last person anyone would take seriously because he's such an epic
Last person
nerd.
anyone would
That
take
person can go
serious.
against the mighty Ali Dawah and school him. That's what you're saying.
Not just Ali, but his sheikh was there too. The sheikh was there too. Yeah.
Interesting. So guys, that is really important to know. You know, Avery, earlier this year, we rolled up to Speaker's Corner.
Oh yeah.
And I was actually expecting, just based on videos from the past, I was expecting once we got there, they're going to form a big circle around us and be shouting us down and bring out their champions to try to crush and humiliate us. When in reality, they ran. There was you had that one guy that I forget his name. They call him Scrappy or whatever. You had that little guy. He was willing. Yeah. He was willing to come up just because anytime there's a camera, he runs up, so he can't stay away from the camera. But other guys were like, you had some Quran only Muslims. I didn't talk to any Ahmadis, but I believe Ahmadis would have talked while we were there and so on. But the standard Dawa guys who are there week after week and who've been doing this for years, they didn't want to come near anybody. And so people watching that might get the impression, oh, it's because they're scared of Avery or something like that. But as you're pointing out, wait a minute. If any Christian can learn this, then any Christian could have that same impact and just roll up on these guys, even at Speaker's Corner, use these arguments, and these guys would be stuck, and they'd have to, all of a sudden, they'd have to put you in the, oops, don't talk to this guy category, and they'd be running from you.
Yep, exactly. It doesn't matter who you're talking to, man. What is the Injil is another one. What is the Injil? Like usually you hear, where is the Injil? Like, where is it? Right? It's this phantom Injil. We're always asking where. You know, and like I said, nothing I'm bringing is new. But I guess it is fresh in a way, right? I guess it's fresh the way that I guess I'm presenting it.
It is.
Right. And so I'm just asking what it's almost like presuppositional apologetics, David. Like I'm forcing you know how people, you know, they say that atheists, they have certain presuppositions about life and reality while also rejecting God at the same, like morality. And you know, they expect the universe to be, you know, consistent and stuff like that. They have these presumptions, right? While at the same time arguing against God. I feel like it's the same way with Muslims. They steal from the Bible while also rejecting the Bible. Like atheists steal from God while also rejecting God. And so that's kind of the angle that I've taken with a lot of these arguments. Jesus is a Muslim, force them to the Bible. What is the Injil? They have to go to the Bible. All of this stuff, they have to go to the Bible, right? And so with what is the Injil, it's like this, right? It came from them saying, you don't have it. You don't have it. What you have is corrupted. You don't have it. I'm like, okay, hold on a second. Forget where is it. You're saying that I don't have it. That means you know what it is. So then tell me, what is the Injil? Since you know that I don't have it, you know that when I open my Bible, this isn't it. You can tell me what it actually is. So what is it? Tell me what the Injil is. And you'll get the usual script from everyone. It's a revelation from Allah given to Jesus. It's the book given to Jesus by Allah. Not Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Was Jesus walking around with Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? Well, you asked them, was Jesus walking around with the physical book at all? They have to say no. Or if someone says, I don't know. So then ask, how do you know that Jesus wasn't walking around with Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? You don't know, right? You can't say. Was Jesus walking around with the physical book? They have to say no. Okay, fine. So Jesus had an oral Injil. He had an oral revelation. We believe the same thing. We believe Jesus was going around preaching the oral gospel. Now you ask them as well. Since they can't tell you what the Injil is, they'll just tell you what it's not. They can't tell you what it is. You just ask them simple questions. Okay, so Jesus wasn't walking around with a physical book. Was the Injil written? They'll have to say, well, usually they don't know. No, some will say, no, it wasn't written. Some will say, we don't know. But according to the Quran, it says that the Injil was written, right, David? In 7:157, those
written down
who follow the unlettered prophet, whom they find written, maktubin, in the Torah and the gospel with them, indahum. Is that correct, Jai and DLC? Y'all listening? Make
That's
sure my
right.
Arabic is correct.
Yeah.
Top notch.
We good? Okay,
Spot
we good.
on.
I agree.
All
I agree too.
Okay, Issa. All right, so just making sure.
That's like triple confirmation right there.
Triple confirmation right there, baby. So we got the Injil. The Quran explicitly says that it's written down in the 7th century with the Christians. Okay, so the Injil was written. So we'll ask them, well, who wrote it? They don't know. They'll say, we don't know. It doesn't matter. We don't know who wrote it. Okay. So then I ask, so then how do you know that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John didn't write it? They'll say, because Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are anonymous. We don't know who they are. I'll say, but you just told me you don't know who the authors of the Injil are. So aren't the authors of the Injil anonymous? They'll say, oh, well, yeah, I guess so. So I said, so it looks like according to your standard, the Injil matches with what the New Testament. So again, how do you know that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John did not write the Injil when you don't know who wrote it? An honest Muslim, as I got on my last stream, they'll say, well, actually, yeah, I guess I can't say. I can't say that they didn't write it, right? An honest Muslim, I had a few Muslims admit that, yes, eventually they'll say, yeah, the Injil is the New Testament, or it's in it, or at least some of it. Others will just say, will just crash out and say, I don't know. We can't say that it's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, but you don't know that. So you have them on the heels. They have to defend their position, man. Ask with these basic, simple questions. It's irrefutable. And you can see this, me practice this, not with just the layman, but I went with Hamza, Rumzi, Dawa over Dunya, and Muslim Cowboy. I ran this against them. Now they come with, well, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John is the biography of Jesus. Are you saying that Jesus was given a biography? I just asked them, how do you know that the Injil wasn't a biography? How do you know that the contents of the Injil didn't contain biographical information? How do you know that? You don't. So you still can't disqualify Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Can't do it. And so just keep with that train, and you have them stuck there in a corner. They can't do anything with it.
And it's really good the way you flip back the burden of proof on them to defend what they're saying. So you're going about it in a different way. Like when a Muslim says, "Hey, where's the gospel? You don't have it." And I say, "What are you talking about? I got it right here." And they say, "No, that can't be it because of this and that." And then I start pointing out other things that the Quran says. Whereas you just instantly flip it back. Okay, first you're asking me where the gospel is. Tell me what the gospel is. Tell me what am I supposed to be looking for? What am I supposed to be finding? What is it? And here's the issue. You can go to 10 different Muslim scholars even and get 10 completely different answers. Yes. And there's a reason because they have no clue. And there's nothing that fits what the Quran says that they can point to that won't simultaneously destroy Islam. Yeah. So the takeaway, and this is relevant because again, Avery is using arguments that you can all use. You will definitely need to know a couple of Quran verses. You don't even have to have them memorized. Just have them. If you're talking to someone on X or something like that, or in the comment section of YouTube or wherever it happens to be, have a couple of verses ready. Have some verses ready, because your average Muslim, he knows that according to the Quran, the Injil is something given supposedly to Jesus. They know that. And they think that's all it says. And so they say, oh, do Christians claim to even have a book that was handed to Jesus and then Jesus handed it to his followers? No, they don't have. They don't have it. What they don't realize, that's not all the Quran says. The Quran says other things. Namely, as Avery's pointing out, the Quran says it's written down. It's saying that Christians, even in the 7th century, are reading it. It's written down and Christians are reading it. It says that Christians have to judge by it. It says we have no ground to stand upon unless we stand fast by it. It's assuming that we have it. So once you make all of that clear, it turns out to be a problem for Muslims, right? If you're saying because if you're saying it's a book given to Jesus, therefore we don't have it, well, the Quran says we have it. And so if you agree with Allah that we have it, we can show you what we have. Yeah. And 100%. It doesn't line up with Islam. And if you want to, even if you want to go extreme and say, oh, it's talking about some other gospel, show us some other gospel. Show us a Gnostic gospel, a Docetus gospel. Show us any gospel anywhere from any time, even ones that are obviously fabricated. Show us anything that agrees with Islam. You can't. That's the point, guys. There's no way out of this. You could run into a Muslim who gives you a response that you're not sure how to deal with. Trust me, he has not given you a serious response to that problem. Worst case scenario, someone catches you off guard with something, say, hey, that's interesting. I haven't heard that before. Can I get back to you on that? Can I get back to you? Can we come back tomorrow and talk about that and go look it up? I guarantee you, they did not give you a serious response because there's no response to this. There's no response. Yeah. That's why Avery keeps bringing these up over and over and over again to show people. And so that's just the sad reality of Dawah. But guys, there's two things here. One, there's a positive side, and there's a negative side. If it's this easy for Christians to expose problems with Islam, and there aren't a lot of Averys doing it, that's like a failure on the part of Christians. It's like it's just sitting out there. It's just sitting out there waiting to be exposed, and there's only a couple people doing it. So it's sad that more people aren't doing it. But the positive side is, as Avery is showing, if he can give you an argument and anyone can walk up there and do it, that should be very encouraging. You've got nothing, you guys. You got nothing to worry about. You got nothing to worry about. Wild. Hey, you went to robot voice. Jai and DOC, did you do that?
We're currently in Gaza right now.
Yeah, that's the fireworks.
It is
it's really interesting that when you shared screen, it actually gave Avery robot voice.
Oh, we didn't share screen.
Oh, you didn't? Avery, were you trying to share screen? No, you got robot voice. It's been doing that. Who's sharing a screen? Hey, cut out and come back in real quick, and then I'll have you out in a minute. Just gonna ask what you're planning on doing for 2025 and stuff. For some reason, anyone who has shared a screen, it's gone to robot voice just today. I've never seen it before. Where is it? Here we go. Yo.
Testing.
Works fine now. Something weird. I don't know. I don't even know why that was doing that.
Yeah, I was trying to share the short. Maybe you could do it, but
again, it's only doing this today. I've had zero problems with people sharing screens, sharing videos, all that stuff just today. So some sort of temporary glitch just for today. Okay. Weird stuff. But anyway, why don't you just share your overall thoughts on 20? Avery, you haven't been doing this as long because you're young. You haven't been doing this as long as some others, but I've never seen a more disastrous year for Dawah than 2024. Have you?
No. I've been watching as a fan for a few years. It's fun being a part of it now. Glory to God. But watching it, man. I've never seen such a devastation of Muslim Dawah, like publicly, the way that it's happening right now, man. I mean, 2024, it was back to back, like seasons and moments, and then back-to-back debates and exposures, even with the infighting, the imploding within Dawah. It's been a crazy, crazy year, man. It's been a crazy, crazy year.
And yeah, we've got this. You jumped in right when we started going through Giant DOC's top 5 scandals, and there are some bad ones. There are some bad ones. The Dawa Wars. These guys are blasting each other left and right. You've got Jake and Daniel. That's almost all they do right now is attack each other. Everyone who was on kind of the same side against Israel. The moment the topic changed to Syria, they all started attacking each other because they all favor different groups in Syria. And so now they're all blasting away at each other. And I'm just sitting here thinking, like, how can anything get worse for them? But for some reason, I think that like 2025 is going to be an even worse year. Like the momentum of this year is going to keep on until 2025. So what are you thinking about 2025? Any arguments you think you'll be using, or what are you thinking?
I honestly don't know, man. I honestly don't know. It's a lot of this stuff comes from like just engaging with the Muslims a lot, and then just something clicks by the Holy Spirit. Something clicks off what they said, and then we start running it. Like another thing was, their problem with Paul. Right. And my man, the word and I had this in my head, but he framed the question perfectly. And it was, why do Muslims hate Paul? Right. And this just came just off of just talking with them. And the way that it's done like this, David. We ask, why do Muslims hate Paul? And they'll bring up arguments against Paul, like, oh, Paul, he never met Jesus and stuff. Right. I'm like, wait, hold on a second. Okay. So you're saying that Paul not meeting Jesus makes him unreliable? You already see where it's going. Mm-hmm. And they're like, yeah, of course. Like, he never met Jesus, so how could he know anything about him? And I'm like, exactly. Okay, I'm with you on that. Did Muhammad meet Jesus? They'd be like, no. I'd be like, oh, so is Muhammad unreliable now? They're like, no. Oh, so then I guess that's not a problem for Paul if he never met Jesus. What's next? Give me a real reason why you don't like Paul. Oh, well, Paul taught that the law was changed, and Jesus said that he came to fulfill the law, and it's not changed. Oh, okay, so whoever teaches that Jesus changed the law, then they're a false prophet, false messenger. Well, they're like, yeah, of course. I'm like, okay, so then Muhammad's a false prophet then, because he taught that Jesus changed some of the laws in the Torah, right? Chapter 3, verse 50, he says that some of the laws in the Torah, he came to make lawful some of the things that were forbidden in the Torah. So is Muhammad a false prophet? Well, no. Oh, okay. So then Paul's not wrong when he does this. Then, so it's just fun stuff like that.
And along those lines, I've even seen, well, Paul wasn't getting his information directly from Jesus. He claimed that he was getting it from Revelation. You can't trust that. Like, wait, what? You can't trust the guy who's claiming to get his information about Jesus from Revelation,
right?
And then you have the other issues that are sort of loosely connected to it, but like along the lines of the gospel, when they'll complain, oh, but the gospel's in Greek. Jesus didn't speak Greek. Oh, did he speak Arabic like in the Quran? What did he speak? So anyway, it's just what you're talking about now is all these issues where, and again, there, ladies and gentlemen, there's a bad aspect of this, and there's a good aspect of this. The bad aspect is if Muslims if Muslims go to arguments are things that would instantly flip back on Islam if you just knew how to ask the question. Mm-hmm. That's sad that Christians aren't giving them responses and calling them on that, right? Christians aren't calling them out and saying, whoa, you just said what? What's the rule here that makes Paul unreliable? Oh, okay, so if someone does this, then he's unreliable. Great, you just disproved Muhammad, so bye. So it's sad that Christians haven't been doing that, but the positive side is, look how easy it is to do. You're being taught how easy this is to do. Yeah. So you think you'd be heading in that direction in 2025?
Yeah, I mean, I like I said, I really don't know, David, but I really want to focus on like just showing the ease of these arguments. And I just want everybody to see it, man. I want everybody to see literally how easy it is, right? But also you got to have the discipline in the moment to stick with it. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's because it looks like
they're professional. They're professionals at diversion and sending you down rabbit trails and stuff instead of no, it's not. Let's stick with this. Then we can go down that rabbit trail.
Exactly. And so that is unfortunate. I do see a lot of Christians getting lost on the red herrings and the rabbit trails. They be chasing them, man. They chase them, and so you got to have discipline in the moment. You got to have the presence of mind to understand where you want it to go and stick to that. Stay tunnel vision. Forget everything else. Forget, Matthew never knew Jesus, yada, yada. Don't answer none of that. Keep them focused. Don't let them divert. But yeah, I'm just going to keep running these until, God presents something new and we get some more stuff and opportunities to, bring these to other Dawagantists and show how they fumble these with these easy arguments. That's the plan, man.
All right.
We're going to be hitting London again. Going to be hitting Speaker's Corner again. Plan to hit Australia. Maybe go to Philly. Gonna hit New York again. New York, bro, was a big success, man. New York was fun. Bunch of Muslims that were open to dialoguing out there. We was holding up, prove Jesus is a Muslim for 2,200, David. All the Muslims was coming, man. They were coming.
Oh man, hey, tell me when you're heading out there, man. Tell me when you're heading out there. I wouldn't mind going to because you know, I lived there for like 13 years, so I would probably even know some of the Muslims who are around there. But yeah, hey, maybe for Ramadan. Show up for some friendly discussions in Ramadan.
We maybe pay a little visit to New York for Ramadan.
It's you know what's very interesting. It's like you have you would expect, hey, this is our month. We're going to focus on fasting and these other things and so on. So we're going to be focused on that. And you would think that they're not going to be interested in arguing and so on, but it's actually the reverse. They're like amped up. It's Ramadan. I dare you to challenge me. So it's actually good time for to have discussions like that. So anyway, all right, Avery, you said you didn't have a ton of free time tonight, so I'm gonna let you go. But thanks for that. Thanks for all you're doing. Everyone should be watching Avery. Dude, you should have like your argument of the month club or something like this. Or
oh, sure, no, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
That's actually a good idea.
You could actually send it out to people. Look, here's the argument that I'm going to use, and I'm going to use it against every Muslim I talk to this month. And guess what? They're not going to be able to respond to it. Watch and
watch it unfold. That's an awesome idea. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, thanks for having me, man. Good to see you again, Issa. Giant DOC, my brothers and sisters, I love you guys so much. Thanks for teaching me everything that y'all taught me. And man, let's bring in this new year with the power of the Holy Spirit, man. Let's crush some more Dawah. Let's do some more Dawah hunting, man.
Oh, we shall.
Love
Praise
you guys, man. God
All right, man.
bless.
Catch you next time.
We love you too, bro. God bless you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
All right, just wanted to get we got Daniel here. Some of you know him as Vladimir.
David Wood, your big Islamophobe.
Dude, most people can't get me to break if I'm in serious acting mode and stuff like this. But you being all up in my face and going, David Wood, you're the biggest Islamophobe. You got me, man. You got me.
I'll take that.
Yeah. So, hey, what you're like out in the middle of nowhere. So isn't this like 2 or 3 in the morning or something for you?
Yeah, it's just over 1 o'clock here, so the most of the fireworks is gone.
All right,
so
cool,
happy New Year's from this part of Europe. I can tell your future is awesome.
Yeah, it is. That's cool.
Yeah, yes. It hasn't been any. It's been a good year for Dawa so far because they haven't had time to mess up yet.
2025 has been a good year for Dawa.
So far.
Yeah, so far in Eastern Europe because they haven't had a chance to mess up very terribly. All right, so Daniel, we started going through Jai and DOC's top 5 Dawa fails of 2025. We're going to jump back in that. We'll pause for to discuss it. We did have a question from Stefan the Pelted here for Issa. He says, Issa, what do you think when Christians bash Allah with you on and you just sit there in your beanie and you're just sitting there and you're not flipping out, not threatening to brutally murder them? Personally, I would not take it if someone bashes my God. So what's going on here, Issa?
Wow, that's an interesting question. So I think for me, one thing that's really important is accountability. And that's why I go to a lot of these spaces. I think, so I do, a lot of the work I do is interfaith dialogue. And sometimes it's tough. Sometimes you hear intense types of perspectives. And I think what's really important is to look at the dialogue, to look at the different positions. This is my personal opinion about God and the divine. If God and the divine are real, then anything anybody says isn't going to hurt God because God isn't weak.
He's not made of glass.
That's it. And I think for a lot of folks who get really angry and upset, it's because they think God is weak. They think God crumples under a punch. So, I mean, if that's what you think, then I don't know. Is that the God you really want to dedicate your life to? I think that's an important question to ask.
You got that, Stefan? You just got crushed by Issa breaking it down that he doesn't believe in a and a little weakling God. We do have a bunch of super chats. Let's go through. A bunch of them are just like saying Happy New Year and stuff like that. So let me go through a couple of these and we'll jump back into the video real quick. Karen Fisher, blessed 2025 to you. Well, that's still a few hours away for me, Karen, but thank you. This, I think 2025, doesn't 2025 just sound like it's going to be an awesome, there's something about it, like 2025. I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's super cool.
Here's from Issa.
I agree. It has that ring to it.
It does. I'm liking it. I'm liking the sound of it. So we have a super chat here from Issa. Hey, Issa, how you doing, man? He said, have a blessed 2025, y'all. TikTok Happy New Year clock from Germany. Yeah, I guess it's it's 2025 there. Oh, that's weird. I wasn't even thinking about that, how it's 2025 for some people who are watching, but not others. Happy New Year from Sweden. Yeah, from Sweden. Dawa me this. What has 1 foot but 2 right hands? 2 feet according to some sources, but that's conflicting, Ryan, so we'll have to figure it out. Learn how to do legal scams from U.S. TV evangelists. Yeah, there are people who did that, but they eventually get exposed. Happy 100th year of Hafs. Yeah, it is the end because 2024 was the year. Greetings, my friends. Happy New Year and God bless you all. Oh, and happy anniversary to my parents as well. Shame more don't have such stability. Yeah, if your parents are celebrating their anniversary after all these years, they're crushing it. They're crushing it. I'm here for my boy Issa, aka the Goofy Sufi, aka that nice Muslim. Hashtag salute. Thank you. Take notes, Issa. I think they were talking about when GodLogic was talking. God bless. Ayatollah says, I'm here to support Issa for being a cool dude, unlike Mike Winger, who is the worst of creatures, subhanAllah. That's a good point. Valid point. Probably the best comment of the day. What is this? Yanni percent hummus. I don't know what that is. Drive safe, Issa. 10 and 2. What's 10 and 2? Oh, yeah, 10 and 2. Your steering wheel. For David and Avery. Oops, sorry. I should have checked it. Oh, man. I should have. Some of these comments are for Avery. I didn't realize. I wasn't checking. All right. We'll have to do the best we can. For David and Avery, how do I get over my fear of speaking out against Islam? It's not me I'm worried about, but my family's safety. I live in Canada. You don't have to be mean. You can learn to ask questions, and there are issues you can bring up that aren't terribly offensive. So no one has to be out there blasting away and saying, what about the prophet a pedophile and stuff like that. Some people are already doing that, but you can have discussions with Muslims and not be in danger. And so if you were doing what Avery was just pointing out and saying, hey, what's the Injil? I'd like to know what that is according to Islam, and then asking them follow-up questions and so on. That's pretty non-confrontational. I seriously don't think you're going to be in any danger or any trouble. I would encourage you to read Tactics by Greg Koukl. That is a book. The book is about having a discussion by asking lots of questions, but he's talking about it from a completely different angle, but it's very helpful to, if you're concerned about not upsetting someone that you're having a discussion with, then you're asking that person for their views on various things and so on. So, yeah, I do that. And let me take one more here. Avery asks Muslims if Allah ever demonstrates his mercy. He claims he is merciful, but it's just a claim. We can demonstrate Jesus' mercy. Yeah. How's that make you feel, Issa? You guys might take a look at King Critical's video, 5 Reasons I'm Not a Muslim. It's pretty good. Might want to, let me take a screenshot of this so I don't forget. I'd like to check that out. Let's see. Actually, we have, where is he? We have Inspiring Philosophy, who said he wants to jump in. He's also someone who, has a limited time. And so let me just send him the link real quick. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and play this next point while I'm sending him the link, and then he can jump in. So we are back to, so we checked out sort of scandal number 5. We're going to check out Dawa fail
Number 4.
Number 4.
Today I'll be speaking about the ongoing dispute between Daniel Haqiqatjou and myself. The main issue with Daniel at this point is we don't know what his aqidah is. Is he claiming actually to be a Sunni? Well, at least verbally he's claiming to be a Sunni. What is his aqidah? And it is important because it is going to have an effect on Muslims' afterlife. But Daniel's trying to do this kumbaya type of thing. I don't know, maybe the days of your Shi'i past haven't worn off yet. Many people will know that I was actually supposed to be one of the 2 Muslim representatives that were supposed to show up on the so-called Fresh and Fit debate with Jay Dyer and Scam Shamoon. A lot of people wondered, why did Jake back out at the last moment? It had nothing to do with me being scared whatsoever. It also had nothing to do with my illness. It had nothing to do with any family issues. It also didn't have to do with the lie, which is that I had internet problems in Morocco. So why did I back out of the debate? Well, it's because...
He calls it a lie. So was that Muslim saying, oh, it's just internet problems, I'm guessing?
Yeah, that was actually what Daniel said.
Oh, that's part of the reason. That's part of the reason he called him. Let me check it because I actually took a screenshot because we discussed it. We discussed it a while back. But what did he call him?
He's been calling him a bunch of names.
Dishonest Dan.
Dishonest Dan is one of them. Yeah, Dan the Dodger.
Yeah, but he called him, and he said it several times, and then where did it go? Where did it go? Okay, here we go. This is exactly, so this is still on his Twitter page, Jake's Twitter page. He's responding to Daniel, but he said, this is exactly why I said you're the most dishonest person I've spoken to in my life.
Whoa.
Yeah.
He's interacted, he's had lots of debates with Christians, and he's saying that Daniel Haqiqatjou is the most dishonest person he's ever seen in his life. That is brutal. I mean, that is brutal. Imagine you're talking to someone and he just said, you are the most dishonest person I've ever met in my entire life, or I've ever talked to in my entire life. That's like savage, man.
Yeah.
But that's what you're getting. That's what you're getting with Dawa. All right, let's go ahead and let Jake finish exposing, I guess, Daniel here. I don't know. These are the Dawa Wars, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. Because of the same issues that are coming to the surface now with Daniel related to Aqidah. The honest reality, he and Jay Dyer were actually correct. They're asking Daniel his position on Yad Allah, the hand of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And as we know, there are different so-called positions amongst the different schools of theology. And Daniel says, oh, well, it can be interpreted as power, as quwwah, and which has been refuted by our scholars for quite a long time, or it can be interpreted this way or that way. He doesn't want to give a clear answer, but they're asking, what is your position, Mr. Haqiqatjou? And what does he say? It's irrelevant to this debate. No, it's not irrelevant to this debate. And then when you ask your next question, it exposes your hypocrisy of how it is directly related to this debate. Why? Because that section of the debate was on Trinity versus Tawheed. What is your position on Tawheed? Of course it is directly related to this debate, whether you're an Ash'ari or a Maturidi or an Athari or Salafi, because there are true and significant substantive differences between those 3 schools. All of these different views are relevant. On paper, Daniel was supposed to be a Salafi or Athari, and he should consider Ijaz's certain positions that he holds as a Maturidi be deviant, and vice versa. But the honest reality is they didn't have any business teaming up because they don't agree on the same creed. But it was clear he did not want to actually defend any distinctive position. And he told me this explicitly. So I originally was supposed to be teaming up with Daniel. We were preparing for this section of the debate, and he told me directly that he did not want to defend any distinctively Athari position in this part of the debate. He did not want to. And I told him, dude, how could I do that? I'm very openly Athari. I criticize the other so-called creeds. And Daniel actually thought that, oh, it would detract from being able to attack the Trinity, and it would take too long, and we wouldn't get back to attacking their actual view. But the honest reality is, and this is what I said, and Daniel will know this, and there were other people involved with the discussion prior to this who know and were privy privy to what I said the exact opposite is going to happen. If you do this, it's going to be embarrassing. You're going to look terrible. They're going to beat you over the head with this and keep making the exact same point, pressing you on this, and it's going to look really bad. And that's exactly what happened. Exactly what I said was going to happen. And they buried you. They buried you completely on this topic. When that is supposed to be the Islamic position, is supposed to be far superior to the Trinity. So it was very clear. And I told them this is exactly what's going to happen. And they got slayed faithfully on Trinity versus Tawheed. And I will openly state that. This is why I did not appear on the Fresh and Fit debate.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Wow. That's actually, that's pretty brutal, man. That's him saying you guys got crushed, which is true.
Slayed. They got slayed.
Faithfully.
Yeah.
Can I just say that I like my name, except from in this context. I wish that he would not. I wish he would say Daniel Hakikachu each time he mentioned that name.
Yeah, Daniel.
Considering the name change.
Anyone named Daniel is just the most deceptive person we've ever run into, ever.
Yeah. Why is his name Daniel? Isn't he a Muslim? He should change it to something like Danu or something. Like.
Yeah, that's weird.
Hey, hang on one second. We've got, let's see who we got here. We've got... hey, there we go. Mike Jones.
Who?
This all looks pretty gay to me.
What? Hey, how you doing, Mike? So we've been
good.
We've been going through the top 5 Dawa fails of 2024, and apparently it's hard. That's hard to narrow it down to a top 5 list, because I'm looking, I'm like, I can think of all these other ones. And so it's actually rough. But we've been talking about what an awful year it's been for Dawah. And I have to say, I've never seen a worse year where I look back and I can't look at, like every other year, there's like some debate or something like that where they do really well, and that's the only thing they focus on for like the next 10 years and so on. But I can't think of anything this year that went well for them in any area. Now you focus on lots of things. You focus on dealing with all sorts of issues and stuff. But what's been your impression so far?
Well, yeah, it's the same. I had another debate, kind of like a discussion on Instagram with a Muslim called Dean Responds a few months ago on child marriage again. And yeah, a lot of similar things. Like he basically said flat out in the debate that, well, we don't really care what science shows us because we just know Islam is already true and perfect. So whatever it says is obviously true and perfect. And science, whenever it contradicts it, has to be wrong. It's like, dude, you just basically admitted you're using circular reasoning here for any argument you're going to use for child marriage, because everything you said is just going to be assuming that the Islamic view is true, therefore child marriage is okay. And I was like, what are we even dealing with here? Like, is this how low Dawa is now going, where we just don't even argue objectively for like Islam? We just assume it is true. I mean, like, what is the objective standard Christians and Muslims can use to judge which religion is more likely to be true? Well, you'd think studying the natural world, science, would be a good place to go, but apparently we can't do that now.
It is, you just brought that up, that now it's just circular reasoning, but I've been bringing up this issue a lot with AP, in that the arguments that they were using 10 years ago, which were supposed to be the proof of Islam, like the miraculous perfect preservation of the Quran, that came crashing to the ground because it was built on false claims and so on. It eventually got exposed, and they admit it now. The scientific miracles, that the Quran is filled with these miraculous scientific insights that couldn't possibly have been known by someone in 7th century Arabia, that's now been exposed. So in other words, 10 years ago, if you said, hey, if you're talking about Islam and hey, why should we believe this? You'd get all these arguments. All the main arguments that they used to use have all been destroyed, even according to their own Dawa guys who won't use them. So for this past year, I've seriously been wondering, like, what are you going to argue now? How are you going to defend Islam? Are you going to come up with new arguments? It's not going to go well for you, because the Dawa guys have a habit of inventing really bad arguments based on complete nonsense. And taking advantage of people's ignorance because they're not aware of this argument and so on. It's new, and they'll get some mileage out of it. They'll run around. In other words, when no one knows anything about the history of the Quran, it allows you to go out there and say, perfect preservation, miraculous, right down to the letter, dot for dot, and no one knows how to refute it. Well, now we're in the age of the internet where if you make something up, it's pretty easy to squash it pretty quickly, much easier than it was 20 or 30 years ago. And so it's kind of hard to make up new arguments. I've seen a couple of them, like Muhammad Hijab and so on, circle back to arguments that were used like 30 or 40 years ago that were refuted. And after they were refuted, they stopped using them. But now they're kind of circling back to those arguments because since they haven't been using them in a while, people aren't familiar with them. People don't actually know that the original purpose of pointing out that Muhammad had a child bride was that if you go back 20 years ago, one of their main arguments, like top 3 or 4 arguments, was Muhammad is his moral character is so perfect and flawless. The only explanation for how morally perfect this guy is that he's a prophet of God. That's the only possible explanation. They actually use this. And so that worked when no one knew anything about the history of Muhammad. That worked very well. So that's when we started bringing up, okay, what about Muhammad and Aisha? What about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? And they stopped using that for a while. They stopped using Muhammad's moral character as an argument for Islam. And we kept bringing up things like Muhammad and Aisha because we wanted people to understand that, no, that's you can't rely on his amazing moral character and so on. But now I've seen like Muhammad Hijab is that was his number 2 argument in more ways than one. But I saw him in an interview where he was, matter of fact, I think it was on Vladimir's channel, where they asked Muhammad Hijab, how do you know that Muhammad was true prophet? And it was like his number 2 go-to argument was Muhammad his character is so wonderful that he has to be from God. It's like, wait, are you serious? You're circling back to that argument? So anyway, what you just pointed out, that now it's just circular. Okay, we know Islam is true, so we know that whatever Islam says is as good as gold, and Islam says child marriage is fine, and therefore you can't object to it because Islam says that it's fine. And as you pointed out, that's circular reasoning. But my prediction has been, based on all this, that in the future, if the Dawa guys are just going to give up on arguing, Islam is basically just going to take the form of a big gang. I mean, that kind of Islam, not like, I mean, I know you've got Sufis here. We've got Quran only Muslims. They're in kind of a different camp. You've got Ismailis. So, they're more philosophical and so on, but like the main, like the Dawa type guys and the kind of Islam that they're bringing, it's basically going to just take the form of a big gang, and people are going to be joining it like for their protection. I don't just mean physical protection. I mean, when people are bombarded and they feel like they're constantly being attacked by various arguments and so on, the tendency is to join a group and click up with a group because that helps. Now you've got some support and so on. And I predict that Islam's basically just going to turn into that. It's going to be a group that you join so that you have a bunch of supporters on your side. And it's not going to be, because here are the arguments for how you know this truth. Think, if you join a gang, you're not joining a gang because you think that it's got the truth or something like that. You're joining a gang for your protection. And so if that's what Islam becomes, and I think that's what it's going to become since they're running out of arguments, I think what you just pointed out and those are going to be the 2 things. So in the future, we're just going to see nothing but circular reasoning. We know that Islam is true, and join it because you need to feel safe. And Islam will help you feel safe.
One of the arguments they've been kind of going to is how good Islam is for humanity. Look at the West and their moral decay. You must become Muslim and cover your wives up in burqas and hijabs and all this stuff to make sure that, because this is the only thing to prevent moral degradation. And so James of Modern Day Debate is going to try to set up a debate for me with a Muslim on which is better for humanity, Christianity or Islam. And I'm just going to, I got a lot of studies I have found over the past few months that I would love to bring up in a debate, which actually did some comparisons between Christianity and Islam. And of course, Christianity leads to far better results on a societal level in multiple ways. And so, yeah, I suspect they'll do that, but they're also going to try to argue that Islam is just better because look at the West, look at how it's degrading, look at all these bad things. Therefore, you should become Muslim, because it's either they'll do the Daniel Haqiqatjou false dichotomy.
Yep.
Either you come.
I was thinking
to
that
the
too.
fallacy
Everything
Islam
always
side, you know.
everything always involves a fallacy. So it's look, you've got this. Therefore, the only alternative is Islam. No, it's not. There's an endless array of alternatives, and there's some pretty commonsensical ones, like stop doing the things that are causing society to decay. We don't need Islam for that. Society would just decay in a completely different way.
And also, secularism itself is just unsustainable long term. So, like, the Muslims keep complaining about, Salafis keep complaining about the decay of the moral of the West. It's all going to go to hell. But the problem is that when people become secular, they have abysmally bad birth rates. So, scholars like Rodney Stark, Eric Kaufman have pointed out that, like, in 100 years, like, the West is still going to be a majority Christian, because who's having all the kids in Europe right now? Conservative Christians. So this is his prediction based on birth statistics now. So secularism, you can see there's moral degradation right now in places like Britain and Germany and France. But in 100 years, the pendulum will swing back to the right, and it will just become more conservative Christian as long as we just keep doing what we're doing. Like, it will fix itself. We just have to give it time.
I made a point. I made a video. This is probably like 2012 or something like that, but it was a long time ago, and it was based on Richard Dawkins. In his he had his famous series of lectures. They're called the Christmas lectures, but they do them every year in the UK or something like that. But Dawkins did it. Phenomenal lectures, brilliant lectures. But in the associated booklet that he put out with the DVDs of it, Dawkins said that all living things, human beings included, all living things were machines for propagating DNA. And he said that is your sole purpose for being, your sole purpose for being. Now, when I quote that, you'll have atheists going, no, you can have other purposes and so on. I think what he's talking about is, like, from a biological perspective, like you can look at something and see, based on what it does, what its actual purposes are and so on. And he's from studying living things and their history and so on, he's saying that the purpose of a living being is to replicate DNA, to make copies of DNA. You are a big fancy machine for making copies of a molecule. And I pointed out in the video, I said, well, if that is true, if the purpose of a human being is to make copies of a molecule, guess what? Muslims are actually the best at that, because they're producing the most offspring. And atheists like you, Richard, you're the worst at it. And your ideology causes, so what we could say is your ideology causes, it destroys your purpose. Your purpose is making copies, and your ideology causes people to make less copies. And Islam causes people to make more copies. And so it actually helps them flourish and fulfill what is their only purpose, according to you. And so there is something. Anyway, so obviously he would need to redefine his definition, or that follows indisputably that Islam is actually good. But it is this side issue where you guys are screaming in the UK, hey, let's become secular, let's become atheists. We know instantly, if people just go from being Christians to being Christians, already had lower birth rates than Muslims. If you then say become atheist and secular and so on, then they plummet even more. Now you don't even have enough people entering the workforce to replace the people who are dying off. What is your government going to do? Your government is going to bring in more people from other parts of the world, and they're going to bring in people who are having lots of kids. Guess what? They're bringing in Muslims. So in other words, atheism, you're failing in multiple ways and destroying everything in multiple ways, and you're too dumb to realize it. And it's weird because you claim to be the champions of reason.
Well, we need to ask if Muslims have higher birth rates, which they do. Why is it they're not the majority right now? Because when Islam started out they started with the early dynasties like the Umayyad dynasty, and they started conquering all this land up into Spain, moving into Turkey, these kinds of areas. Their population was relatively about the same as the Christian Europe, if not even higher at that point. So why is it that Christians became a much larger majority? Well, Christians had sustainable birth rates for many generations, including high birth rates, never as high as Muslims though. However, Christians also had certain elements within that led to more political stability, more societal stability, whereas Islam had certain things that led to more wars, more political corruption, and it actually caused, again, not for the people to advance as far as like a society in terms of population growth, because if you're always fighting, if you're having internal disputes, that's going to hinder birth rates. One of the big factors is, in fact, polygamy. We know the Christian West outlaws polygamy. And that has actually been shown to actually, over time, decrease the amount of people in your society, because the top 10% take 4 wives. So like then what ends up happening is the bottom 30% of men don't have wives. So what do? Well, they join terrorist groups, gangs, dissident groups, and they cause more corruption. So they're not producing. They're also now causing more wars and chaos internally. And that, again, that is shown to lead to more population decrease long term. Now, again, they definitely have higher birth rates, but you can sort of see why the Christian West has become so big and spread around, because we didn't have certain factors in our society that led to population decrease in certain ways. And so a lot of the sociological and historical factors I'm studying now are showing me certain things in Islam that make me think it will never have another caliphate again. We'll never have another Islamic empire, because the sociological aspects just cause it to splinter so much. It will never become what it was with the Turkish Empire, or the Ottomans, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. Throughout the history of Islam, you've had lots of different groups vying for power, and occasionally one group would take over and they would run things for a while and so on. And so, yeah, if you have a big empire in place and it has the ability to force compliance on the population, you can get away with that for a while. Once that collapses, it is very, very, very difficult to reestablish, because now you have different countries. Now you don't just have one big caliphate. Now you have a bunch of different countries with their own leaders, their own armies. You have tons of different Islamic groups and so on. And so it would actually be a complete nightmare for them to try and get I think you could get sort of a local caliphate, try to establish like ISIS did and so on, maybe even a nicer version than that, but it would be kind of local. You're not going to have this big menacing empire anymore. So I agree with you on that. But Mike, I know your time is a bit short tonight. One thing I did want to ask, since you're one of the few people who's actually read the literature on this. So when you were getting ready for your debate with Daniel Haqiqatjou, who is famous, and guys, this is Dawah. This is Dawah in a nutshell. This is why Dawah guys have pretty short lifespans, not in terms of how long they live, but their career. They have short career spans. The way to become a popular Dawah guy is to come out with some new shtick or some new way of doing things and run out when people aren't ready for it. And you can become popular for a while. It will not last, because eventually people will catch on to what you're doing and they'll expose you, and then you won't be able to use that method anymore. And so if you just became popular because of what you were doing, and then people learn to adapt to that, you're not going to have a long Dawah career. So Daniel Haqiqatjou is a perfect example of that. He's someone who came along and had some early debates where he's, and this study shows this, and this study shows that, and this study shows this, and this study shows that. And, you're saying this. Well, you've been refuted by this study. And guess what? He's citing all these studies. People haven't read all those studies. So people think that he's telling the truth. People think that he's telling the truth, and they're watching going, wow, he's so knowledgeable, he's so brilliant, he's read all this stuff. That works.
He's citing them from his Predator computer.
Yeah, his Predator computer, his Predator laptop. And eventually he made the mistake of debating someone who will read all of those sources, because most of us aren't. We're not going to do it. IP did. So you actually read all this stuff. You exposed him for completely misrepresenting things along the lines of, did you read past the second sentence of the abstract? Because you don't seem to have any clue what the source is actually saying. It completely goes against you. And I haven't seen him win after that. Like, once people caught on to what he's doing, then you're not going to trust this guy with sources anymore. And it's a situation. And by the way, there are Muslim copycats who started copycatting that. Like, we'll just go in there, we'll say there are all these sources, and there's this scholar and that scholar and stuff, and they completely misrepresent things. But people, it's to the point now where people will just say, look, before you quote a source, you need to send it to me ahead of time so I can read it, because I simply can't trust you guys. I can't trust you guys as sources because you guys twist everything and so on. So anyway, you're one of the few, long story short, you're one of the few people who read all this stuff. You read all the studies, all the research on child marriage, and you've also you are familiar with Daniel's arguments. You debated him, and people have been coming at you with all sorts of arguments. As someone who's read the literature and who has become familiar with their arguments, because they use arguments that, hey, this was this was sometimes allowed in the past, and this and that. How good do you think their arguments are?
Oh, they're some of the worst. I mean, just to give you an example, like, look, Daniel Hakikachu was citing Bruce Rind for years and stream and debate. Oh, this guy has shown that, interaction with adults and minor women or girls is okay. He says it's fine. Well, Bruce Rind didn't show that at all. Bruce Rind was just arguing that we shouldn't call that a mental disorder, but he clearly says in his papers it causes harm to the girls involved. In fact, he cited the 1998 the famous 1998 Rind paper, which is a meta-analysis to try to show this. The problem is that meta-analysis found that the girls reported negative experiences. The boys were the ones who didn't report negative experiences with older male interaction or older adult interaction. So ironically, the study he was showing shows that maybe that it's okay for men to go after young boys, but not girls. And that's what he was trying to use to justify child marriage. And the funny thing is, of course, that paper was an outlier. Like, there was an umbrella study done, long-term outcomes of child sexual abuse, an umbrella review. And it just said that, no. You look at all the meta-analysis, the Rind study is an outlier. But Daniel didn't want to tell his audience that. He just wanted to cite the one, but he didn't even read it. If he would have read it, he would never have cited it because he's a Salafi. He doesn't think any sort of homosexual interaction is good. But Rind was basically saying that it might not be that bad for the boys, but it is bad for the girls. It's like, dude, you obviously didn't even read this paper or any of the papers you cited. And since then, he's not really cited Rind anymore, because I think he realized after I debated him, oh crap, this is the guy that NAMBLA uses. Why would I use them? But it's like, but he didn't read past the abstract in a lot of these papers. He just thought that Rind was talking about interaction between men and girls. He wasn't. He was focusing mostly on boys, like, which maybe, I don't know, maybe Daniel knew that. And he was just trying to slip that in there for his Muslim audience because he just wanted to maybe get that past them, possibly. Who knows?
Yeah, no way of knowing. But it is, it's, I keep mentioning that there's always a fallacy involved, but this is like extreme, apart from just flat out deception and misrepresentation and so on, it's like extreme cherry picking. It's, let me go out and find any study that I can cherry pick and say is agreeing with me in some sense. And then, but then it's even worse because they'll go to like a sentence in there, which if you cherry pick and completely ignore everything else the article says, you can twist into something agreeing with you and so on. And it's just like, this is what you need. Here's the thing. Anyone from any position can use a fallacy, right? Like there are Christians who you can, hey, that's a fallacy, man. And anyone can make a sloppy argument and so on. That doesn't tell you that a position is wrong. Someone using a fallacious reasoning to defend a position does not tell you that the position is wrong. The question is, are there actually non-fallacious arguments for it? But when these guys are defending something like child marriage and everything they use is fallacious, you have to start wondering at some point, wait, why is every single argument they're using terrible and fallacious and based on deception? That kind of, it starts suggesting that there is no way to defend this that doesn't involve either lying or a fallacy. And so guys.
It's not just Daniel Hakikachu. It's Mohammed Hijab also on Piers Morgan's show. Quoting the headline or like whatever, cherry picking. They are reading papers like they are reading Quran and the Bible.
Yeah,
cherry picking all the way.
Yeah, and keep in mind that's built into Dawah, right? That's built into Dawah. Where's Muhammad in the Bible? Right here, he's in this verse. What about the next verse, which completely refutes it? Oh, just ignore that. Okay, that's now you're cherry picking. And so yeah, they just applied that. They just applied that to everything, and yeah, now they use it for articles and so on. So what Daniel was just pointing out, not Daniel Hakikachu, the good Daniel here, what Daniel was pointing out was Muhammad Hijab when he was on Piers Morgan. So this is a huge show. And he claimed that a news article showed that the civilian to combatant ratio of people killed by the IDF is 100 to 1. 100 civilians for every actual Hamas combatant. And just sitting there going, wait a minute, people are arguing whether it's 2 to 1 or 3 to 1 or 1. Where are you getting 100 to 1? He's like, no, it's in there. It's in there. And anyway, we went to the actual article. It just sucks because he got away with this for the entire show because he's catching people off guard. They're not familiar. And he's saying, oh, there's this source that shows it. And so you kind of have to clean up the mess afterwards. But we went to it and it was saying the number of people dead and the number of commanders that have been killed. And he took commanders as combatants and then applied that. And so anyway, it was just terrible, terrible stuff, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing over and over again. Anyway, IP, we don't want to keep you forever, but just two last things. One, what are your predictions for 2025? Is it going to be better for them than this year has been for Dawa guys? I'm thinking of it's going to be better. Is it going to be about the same? Are things going to get worse? And two, what are you going to be working on? What are you going to have coming out in 2025 for everybody?
Yeah, well, it's obviously going to get worse. I mean, did you see that Sneeko wished everyone Merry Christmas on December 24th?
No, I didn't see that, but I'm going to get that. Oh man, I would have wished him. I'm blocked from his. He blocked me, just for correcting him on something. He actually cited. He cited 434 as being good for women because it says men are the protectors of women. You see, we're protectors. I'm like, you keep reading the same verse, which says you can beat them into submission. And then so he blocked me because of that. But yeah, so Sneeko wishing Merry Christmas. Awesome. I'm sure he caught some flack for that. But I wish because Mo Salah is a soccer player, but he wishes people Christmas every year. And every year he catches it from the Salafis. And every year he just ignores them. And so kind of based guy. But yeah, go ahead. What were you saying?
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of the same stuff. In fact, I've not really seen a lot of the big Dawa guys the past 6 months, really. Like a little bit here or there, but I mean, like, what have they been doing lately? Like people like Ali Dawa are just like putting out clickbait videos and trying to view farm. It's like, are they even doing Dawa anymore? Do they care? Like, I don't know what they're doing anymore. So for all I know, they've just sort of given up and they're now just trying to protect what they have and they're just focusing on that. I have no clue.
Daniel, I see you grinning. Did you want to say something, Daniel?
No, I just think it's funny because exactly what the Dawa channels has become is like a soap opera, like drama. And what do they think? What do they think? And like, is this? Are you trying to convert me to your religion, or are you trying to like become like a social influencer and just create storm in water glass? And what are they thinking? How about this? This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's it's pretty bad. So what do you got coming out for everyone?
Yeah, I'll be doing some stuff on the Old Testament early this year, arguing for its reliability, specifically the Pentateuch, the Torah specifically. I'm going to argue a lot of stuff on. I got a 49, 50-minute video planned on that, and then that's part 1 of part 2 because there's so much data I found to argue for the reliability of the Pentateuch that I'm going to be using. Probably a lot you guys have never even heard of because it's like in these obscure papers and books no one has ever picked up. So I'll be doing that. And then I'm going to start my series that you told me to do on all the benefits of Christianity. So in June, I'll have a video titled How Christianity Ended Slavery. That's going to be about 30 minutes. I'm working on the next script, which is How Christianity Saved Children. And I'll be showing how the ancient Romans committed vast amounts of infanticide through child exposure, forcing women into brothels and then forcing them to have abortions. So they keep working in the brothels. And then just showing that Christianity led to all these good results about where they were outlawing abortion, infanticide, shutting down brothels, putting children in orphanages and monasteries, which they converted into orphanages because they just wanted to try to help children so much. So I'll be talking about that. Then I'll do one on like how Christianity created human rights. I'll do one on how Christianity spread literacy and education, one on how Christianity created science. So I'm gonna do a whole series on that, and so I'm just writing the scripts for that now.
And guys, that's some very important material. Matter of fact, I said that at a conference like 10 or 12 years ago. This was at EPS, and I was saying it to Paul Copan, where he was giving a presentation on how Christianity changed the world. And I was telling him that I'd had some interactions with some atheists right before that. It was, I think it was like a couple weeks or a couple months before that or something like that. But I'd had a debate at Columbia University against an atheist, and I was hanging out with atheists afterwards. And they eventually got to the point where they're saying they don't care what the arguments are, and they don't even care if Christianity is true. All that matters to them is that it's bad for the world. And so I was bringing that up to Paul Copan, and I was like, if that's how lots of atheists are thinking, that I don't even care what the arguments are or care if it's true, I just have a problem with it because it's bad, then it may be more important. It may be more important to be responding to that stuff instead of actually just giving traditional arguments for theism or something like that. So anyway, yep, good stuff coming out from IP. And along the lines of what you're just saying, as far as the Dawa guys like changing, it does seem like they're becoming like gossip channels and so on. Like they're becoming National Enquirer type channels and so on. It's like, you guys are just giving up, man. You guys are just giving up on stuff.
AP and I did a video. We responded to that stupid mall event earlier this year, where like people reported like they saw some alien figure. So Ali Dawa did a video. It was a jinn. I'm telling you, a jinn. So we like did a video on that. Like I was like, I can't believe this is what has become of them. Like they're now just gossip chains. You're absolutely right.
Wild stuff, man. This is man. Fun stuff.
David, this you mentioned about the conference and these people that just really wanted it to be bad. These atheists you were talking about reminds me a little bit of something I quoted in my new book about a study from the atheist experience in 2021, and they posted a question that if God were real, would you worship it? And there were 19,000 people voting on that poll, and 16,500 people said no. So basically 86% of the people, they said that they would not worship God even if it were real. So that's something to take to heart. Like many people out there that they really have this attitude towards God. And there were like 2,000 comments under that poll, and most of them were directed at the Christian God.
Yep. That is these are weird times, but I think things are changing right now. I think things are changing for a couple of reasons. So one of the main ones is the atheists basically had over 2 decades now to show that their theories are correct, namely that as a society becomes more secular and less Christian, it's going to improve and become more scientific. And guess what? That has not happened. In fact, according to Jordan Peterson, it's the opposite. He's saying science is more in date. He said this to Richard Dawkins. He says, you have more problems now saying what you think as a scientist than you did before. So what happened? So anyway, Jordan Peterson's theory that he proposed was because the underlying axioms that science is based on are religious ideas in nature, then attacking the foundation of that, you're ultimately going to cause problems for science. So anyway, I think things are going to be changing because people are realizing that the predictions of the new atheist have not come true. Anyway, thanks IP for jumping in there, and we look forward to what you've got coming out for us in 2025.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll see you guys in the new year.
All right, man. Catch you later. And we had Chris from Speaker's Corner in the chat. He says he said in a super chat that he's going to sleep and so on. That's cool. But we are going to actually be looking at a little of his footage later on because he compiled some footage of violence at Speaker's Corner from 2024. And he ended up with like an 1.5-hour video of violence at Speaker's Corner. So we'll be checking out a bit of that, and be sure to check out Chris's channel. Matter of fact, I'll probably add that video to the description box here. All right. Giant DOC, are you still with us?
Yo, yes, we are.
Yo, sorry. I know it's late for you guys, but Avery and IP had sort of narrow windows and stuff where they could be on here, so we had to divert.
New year.
All right, guys. So we got more guests coming up. We'll have more people with us here in a bit. We're going to have Hatun later on, so that'll be interesting, and more people. So this will be fun. But we do want to get back to our top 5 Dawa fails of 2024. So we had a Ponzi scheme, and then we had the complete meltdown between Jake and Daniel, who were prior to that debate partners, and that meltdown happened a while back, but they're still going. Guys, you can click on Twitter anytime and look at what's going on there. And it's not pretty. Not pretty at all.
They're at the point where they're constantly challenging each other to debates, and each one is claiming the other one's dodging, the other one's running. Daniel has renamed Jake from Jake to Joke. And
hey, he got that from me. I called him that. I called him.
Oh, is that from you?
Yeah, he stole that from me. Yeah, because I called him. I called him Jake the Fake, Jake the Snake, Jake the Joke. Jake. I just did a bunch of those real quick. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, you
they
did
couldn't.
say Jake
They
the
couldn't
Joke.
even do that themselves.
Yeah, couldn't even come up with their own disses.
Yeah, so that's the stage that they're at. They're like, I want to debate this guy. No, I want to debate him. And they were both challenging each other, but none of them were actually committing to actually doing the debate. Both claiming that each other are running. So
And Daniel says Jake is called Jake Dodgetella.
Dodgetella. Yeah.
So Dodgetella. So Daniel's called Daniel the Dodger, but then it's Jake Dodgetella. Wow, this is Dawa. This is guys, keep in mind these are not random people. These are some of the top Dawa guys. And really, I didn't think Jake had it in him, because when a new Dawa guy comes along, I'm always thinking like, how much division can this guy cause? And if I think he's going to cause a lot of division in the Dawa community, I really, really, really like him, and I think it's great to give the guy as much attention as possible. With Jake, I was like, you don't have the personality for it, man. You can't be a popular Dawa guy. You're not going to be useful. But he's proving me wrong. He's proving me wrong. Yeah. He's actually legitimately causing tons of division. It's awesome stuff. So
only 5 minutes ago, he was teaming up. Jake and Daniel were teaming up against, remember, Brother Rashid
and Robert Spencer,
and Robert Spencer. Yeah, yep.
And now they fell out.
They were going to be the new dynamic duo, the dynamic debate duo, and didn't last. Can't last.
Guess who put that beautiful team together? Muhammad Hijab.
Yeah, everything he does is a fail.
Great job.
It turns into a failure.
Wow. Hijab's just hitting grand slams. First, he gave us he gave the Ummah Andrew Tate, vouched for him. Then he vouched for the powerful teamwork of Jake and Daniel. Awesome stuff. Yep. Bang up job, Muhammad Hijab. All right, let's jump back. Now we have number 3, Dawa fail. And now they got me wondering, because the first two were pretty rough. Here we go.
Yeah.
Andrew Tate disowned.
Stop being gay. Who's the one that's gay? Who's the homo? It's you, Tate.
Alex, isn't it Easter Sunday?
What is this?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So we are going to church.
Know about this?
Well, I'm going. So it's midnight and we're going to worship Jesus. Yeah. So we're a bunch of guys getting in their supercars on a mission to go and praise Jesus. Basically, yeah. Praise the Lord.
Let's go. Amen.
Nothing more inspirational than saddling up with your boys in a bunch of supercars and taking time out your day to go and praise the Lord Jesus Christ. It doesn't get better than that, does it, Bailey?
It doesn't.
Andrew, you're at church.
Amen, brother.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's amazing. We're at church.
It's midnight and we're going to light a candle.
I can't wait.
Me neither.
Oh yeah, hang on. I forgot about this. Me and AP covered it a while back. It's weird. This is why you need these sort of Dawa rewinds at the end of the year, because the stuff comes in so fast that people just forget about it. Like, we covered this and I forgot about it. And so this is Fareed. This is Fareed trying to correct Andrew Tate. Hey, you're a Muslim. Why are you? Matter of fact, let me just read what Fareed says. I would recommend that Andrew Tate, take some time off from social media and think about why worshiping Jesus is haram. Yes, Andrew, worshiping the creation and polytheism are actually haram. You mind, he's not being terribly offensive there. He's just But he's talking to narcissists who cannot handle correction. That's what happens. This is why. Here's the problem, everyone who's watching. The sort of people who become popular in Dawah are narcissists, because narcissists are good at getting attention for themselves. And they want attention for themselves. And so people like that can insert themselves into a situation where they can get a lot of attention. I'm the one humiliating the kuffar, and you'll get lots of attention. The problem is, eventually, when someone crosses a line, it's very difficult to correct a narcissist. They won't stand for it. Now, not all the Dawa guys are narcissists. Fareed is not a narcissist. Sajid, not a narcissist. Daniel, even, not a narcissist. Hijab, narcissist. Ali Dawa, narcissist. Sheikh Uthman, narcissist. Tristan and Andrew Tate, definitely narcissists. So this is what happens when you present your champion, Andrew Tate, to the Ummah as your new hero, and you try to correct him, but he's got a brother to stand up for him. So that's what Fareed said. And then Tristan's response.
By the way, Tristan should actually just said that it's a metaphysical matter.
Yeah, that's what he should have. See, Tristan isn't familiar with our responses to Fareed, because he could have used that. He could have used Fareed's response whenever Fareed is questioned. It is a metaphysical matter. So Tristan said he came to church out of respect for me, just as I fast on Ramadan out of respect for him. Stop crying like a, ouch, gays aren't allowed in Islam. That's how he responds to Fareed, simply pointing out that you shouldn't be advocating worshiping Jesus. So from an Islamic perspective, Fareed is correct here, and Tristan is actually wrong here. It wasn't simply a matter of respect. Even if Andrew Tate is kind of joking or something like that, he's saying we're going there to worship Jesus. And so these guys are very, very sensitive to that sort of thing. The Dawa guys, the people who propped up Andrew Tate for the Ummah and said, here's your new hero and here's your new champion. Those are the guys who really have a problem with saying, hey, let's go worship Jesus on Christmas. And so it was bound to collapse in on itself. But let's go ahead and continue.
To stop being gay.
Hang on. Why are Muslims more upset with this post than they are with Andrew Tate openly worshiping Jesus in public at church on Easter Sunday? This says a lot about the status of Muslims today. Oh, so they were more upset with him posting that little picture there. Okay.
Yeah.
I forgot about that too. Cry more. I didn't know gays were allowed in Islam.
To stop being gay.
Burn.
All the Muslim grifters are turning on each other.
So let's see this clip from Sneeko, and I'll reply to it.
By Andrew's logic, white supremacists are totally right. He should be kicked out of Romania. You see how stupid that is? Like, why is Andrew trying to be a white supremacist now when he's black?
You're right, I am black. And yeah, I'd love to get deported out of this place. They kept me here for 3 years. Been stuck here. Wish they would deport me, because I keep having kids with Romanian women. I'm not here to end Sneeko's career. I mean, I could. I'm that guy. They should kick him out of Romania. Well, yeah, if they want Romanians here, they'll let my ass come here in human traffic. They should kick me out.
If you believe that you're superior because you're white, you are Jewish.
What race are you?
Oh, man. Oh, boy. Did Sneeko just say, if you believe you're superior because you're white, then you're Jewish?
Yes.
Yeah. He actually called Andrew Tate a Jew.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
Guys,
can't make this up.
Yeah, I'm concerned that there are people in the chat who do not know that the people we're dealing with, these are like the heroes, right? These are the heroes of Sneeko. Yeah, Sneeko and Andrew Tate, they were the poster kids for, you see, it's working. Now we're getting powerful influencers, and you see what they're doing. There's going to come a time where we're going to have to go back to our videos when these things were happening, and we're just sitting there going, this is going to be bad for you, and you're too dumb to realize it because you're so desperate. It's like, back then I compared it. I compared it to someone who's drowning. If you're drowning and stuff, it's dark and you're drowning, and you're gonna latch on to anything you can grab onto. You don't care what it is. You're not thinking about it. You're just, my goodness, I'm drowning. I need to grab onto something. That's what they were doing when they started clinging to Sneeko and Andrew Tate and so on. I said, this is not, you do not know what you do not know what you're latching onto now. This is going to hurt you bad eventually. And certainly looks like that.
You warned them. You did warn them.
You did.
Can't say the Dizzle didn't warn you, but let's see what we got here.
Blasian, and there's a little bit of Jew in there too.
He's kind of like one of those girls who like starts a fight and gets in your face and says, hit me then, hit me, hit me, hit me, and then like hits you 3 times, hit me, and then you hit her and she's like, oh.
What did Tate say? Tate says, I stopped talking to you years ago for a reason. Okay, you know, I give a fair criticism based off of Islam there. If that's what you believe instead of Islam, then okay.
No, Sneeko, that's not what happened. You questioned my faith and called me a Jew, so you were responded to in kind. You cannot be a passive-aggressive little girl, but if you talk that way to people, you're going to be responded to a certain way. And you do it all the time. It's not just me. It's just who you are. You're very, like, smarmy, snarky. But you deserved it. And you got brutally wrecked because you deserved it, because you can't call me a Jew. And also, just because you've been Saudi and I've been trapped on house arrest, you don't get to be a better Muslim than me and tell me how the world works either, friend. No hard feelings, but you deserved it. Right? If you said it in person, I would have knocked your ass out, and I would have helped you get up afterwards and said, sorry, sir, I had to break your jaw. Anyway, no hard feelings, friend. You must be a idiot or hate white people. The only racist here, sir, is you. It's actually gay.
Yeah.
The Dawa champs. All right, so anyone got any thoughts on that? Good.
The usage of Jew as a weapon of identity it's interesting. You know, it's very problematic. But
how did that make you feel as someone who's half
from
Jewish?
That background? Yeah, it feels really awful. I think anti-Semitism is like, it's a disease, it's an illness. I mean, how would people feel if people said, look at the movie True Lies, look at Delta Force, look at all these movies and say, look at these Arab depictions. All Arabs are these horrible, evil people that want to do jihad. I think it would be hard if someone showcased and said, well, this is what an Arab is. It's the same kind of thing, I think, with showcasing Jewish people in this way.
It is interesting how their level of insults against each other. You're gay. No, you're a Jew. You're gay. No, you're a Jew. Well, you're not fully white. Well, you're not fully white. You're this, you're that. Well, you're gay. Well, you're hey, go be gay somewhere else. Go be a Jew. This is like, these are the poster boys for Dawa. These were their 2 big hopes. Guys, you had the Dawa guys. Then you had these converts who were propped up as, you see, we're making a difference. This is the proof that Dawa's working and we're winning over powerful influencers. And then you catch up with those powerful influencer converts to Islam. A couple years later, gay, no, you're a Jew. Well, you're gay. Well, you're a Jew. Gay Jew, gay Jew. This is how things are going. Awesome stuff.
Can you imagine William Lane Craig? Can you imagine Dr. William Lane Craig and Gary Habermas and stuff talking to the chat like this?
That's actually a perfect example. Yeah. Yeah. So there are basically 12 facts that show that my opponent is in fact gay. Well, Dr. Habermas, you're a Jew. Well, at least I'm not gay. And here you got to have 12 facts. Like we can't even comprehend that.
Premise 1: you are gay.
Number 1. Wow. All right. Any more thoughts on this, or are we going to jump on to the next point here?
Yeah, we can go to the next one. So this is some clips that we did from our one of our live streams we did on these topics. So this is the Muhammad Hijab, his dad's university or his dad's college.
Oh yeah, I forgot. And I actually I saw a little bit about that, and I saw you guys discussing it a bit, and yet I never really followed it. So I don't know all the details about that. So that's actually good to
Yeah, You might want to get a degree from his college after you see this.
Yeah.
We should. That would be funny. Is it still up? Because that would be fun.
Yeah, it's still up.
Hey, we should do it. We should go ahead and pay money and get a degree. It's something like that, right? You send them money and then you get a degree or something.
Exactly.
Well, you send money is what you do.
Yeah.
I don't know
Okay.
about getting.
Oh, actually, let me go through a couple super chats real quick. Cyborg Logic, yeah, because I forgot we have all these that were from when. It just sucked. I did the exact same thing again with IP. That we had super chats from when Avery was here, and I didn't read them, and then no, I'm reading them after he's gone, and the same thing happened with IP. So let's try and let's go through a couple real quick. Cyborg Logic. So that's when the audio was again weird. Never had that problem before. I hope it's a temporary glitch, but I can complain to the company if it keeps up. Issa is running. You can see it in real time. That's when Issa was bolting from his car. Any updates on the avalanche of apostasy? How do you see the future of Christianity and Islam in the next 30 years in North America and Europe? As far as the avalanche, what I think you mean as far as avalanche of apostasy is you mean, are there any updates on statistics? Because we had the statistic several years ago that 24% of Muslim youth were leaving Islam, and there were stats like that. 100,000 people per year leaving Islam just in the United States. I'm not aware of any recent studies on this. As far as how I see the future of Christianity and Islam in the next 30 years in North America and Europe, I think you're going to see a revival, a Christian revival here in the near future, because people are seeing sort of what's going on with Islam and seeing that the new atheism was wrong in its predictions and so on. Whether that revival is going to last and be world-changing, I don't know. Islam, I said earlier, I think Islam is going to basically, the kind of Islam that the Dawa guys are proclaiming, that's going to become more of like a global gang. And it's not even going to be about arguments or evidence anymore. With that said, that doesn't mean that it's going to just fall apart or collapse or something like that. There is, if the world becomes increasingly divided and people are attacking each other more and more, it actually helps saying, hey, I'm going to join a gang and I got over 1 billion people on my side. So that can actually happen. But I think the avalanche is going to continue because this is very recent, guys. You go back 20 years, people knew nothing about Islam. Now people know some things about Islam, and Islam starts collapsing as people start exposing the false claims of the Dawa guys and so on. So this is just getting started. So this is not ending anytime soon for Islam. Anyone else have any thoughts on this? Nope.
I think it hasn't even peaked yet, the avalanche. As much of an avalanche as it has been, I don't think it has even peaked.
Yeah, I don't either.
Do you know what's actually really interesting? The population of Muslims in the United States is really, really small. Yep. It's like around like 1%. It's like 4.5 million. It's half of the Jewish population in the United States. So, I mean, there's not, like in the voting, there's not going to be really a major impact, I think, within the Muslim community in the United States. And this is like all different ethnic groups too. So,
yeah, that's something I've pointed out. People are like, is Islam gonna take over the world? It's like, no, the places where people are doing showing the statistics and so on, saying, hey, Islam will eventually be a majority in Germany and in these places in France and so on. Those studies are not about the United States. You have the number of Muslims in the United States slowly increasing, but the population is slowly increasing. So Islam hovers around 1 to 1.5%. And so doesn't look like Islam's going to be taking over. Now, you can have politicians and so on who pander and so on, who can, cause problems and so on. But I don't think Islam's going to be taking over the United States or anything.
But there's also just so many closet ex-Muslims, like still goes to the mosque and do the 5 daily prayers and just play up for the show. They are worried of, in the West, if they openly renounce their faith, they will have like a social suicide. And in Muslim countries where they operate with Sharia, partially or fully, they get into prison or they get executed. So I think we will never even have like a proper, accurate statistic in this either.
I would say that's fair too, because a lot of Muslims are cultural Muslims. So it's like, just like you think of cultural Christians, there are folks who go to Eid, go and celebrate stuff with their family, but that's the extent of what Islam is. It's not like you actually know what the theology is. So that's important to think about too.
Indeed. So nobody witnessed Paul's conversion. Oh, was that making fun of
That's our good friend, the Word and I.
No one witnessed Paul's conversion. Topic: do Muslims need Christians to show them the Injil? Yeah, that's another tough one.
Yeah, shout out to the Word and I. He does a lot of great streams on TikTok, and he's doing them on YouTube now as well.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
We check those out. Mukau says, great job bashing Dawa Gandis in 2024. Looking forward to even more bashing and victory over these Dawa boys in 2025. So glad to have you guys and gals, DOC and Hatun, on the side of Christianity. Thank you and Happy New Year. Yeah, I have to say, everyone, it is much more fun than it was 20 years ago, and there were like 5 of us dealing with Islam, and now there's a bunch of people having discussions and doing shows and making videos and discussing things on Twitter and so on. And you just have still lots to learn and so on, but you have a much bigger base of people who are familiar with a lot of the topics. So you're in the middle of very good times, ladies and gentlemen. What do the Muslims say the gospel Injil is? What do you all say it is? Well, the gospel, it can mean different things in different contexts. If you're talking about the gospel, just means good news. In its Greco-Roman context, it's not just any good news. It's not just, oh man, I got a new job. This is the gospel. No, it was certain kinds of good news where it had to do with like a new Roman emperor rising to power, and then the good news would spread that there's a new person who's going to bring peace to the realm and so on. Or if the Roman legions won a battle over the barbarian hordes, they would send back the news of this victory, and that would be the gospel, the euangelion. That's how it's used in its Greco-Roman context. Also appears a couple of times in the Greek translation of the Old Testament, where it's used for the good news of God returning to his people and being enthroned over them and so on. So these are the context of that's the meaning of the term. It was a kind of a technical term. As far as how Christians used it, it can refer to the preaching, the good news that Jesus is preaching, or that Christians are preaching, or it can be a book that contains this preaching and so on. So that's what it is according to Christianity. It can have a couple of different meanings. In Islam, it's supposedly a book that Christians have that was also given to Jesus. Now that's a problem in itself, that the Injil is supposedly given to Jesus, and yet the Injil is a book that Christians have. And so it's kind of a problem because Christians don't have a book that was given to Jesus in the way Muslims think, like as far as a book given to Jesus and then Jesus gives it to his followers and they pass it down. We don't have anything like that. So that would be a problem for Islam. I have to say, the way to get around that problem would be to do exactly what Christians do, to say that when it's talking about Jesus receiving the gospel, it's talking about the message. When it's talking about a book, that it's what Christians have. That's how you would get around that problem and not have the Quran in an obvious error there. But it doesn't help, because as soon as you say, oh yeah, the gospel, when it's talking about a book that you have, that's talking about the fourfold gospel that you guys have. The fourfold gospel doesn't line up with Islam. So that's why we ask the question and let them answer it. There is no good answer to that. CO says AP sucks. That's pretty rude.
That's not nice.
That's pretty rude. True, but mean. Wishing all a happy, safe, prosperous, Islam crushing, exposing New Year. That's a good New Year's wish. David Wood, who is nerdier, Mike Winger or someone with a doctor's in philosophy? Mike Winger. Hoping for the downfall of Turkey in 2025 like all the others, then the Greeks will be freed. I don't anticipate that happening in Turkey in 2025. Your thumbnail for this stream has some funny numbers shown. 487, always 487 times. 314, pi, 227, 80s comedy's fun. The last one made me laugh. I'm glad you actually caught those, because that's what I was actually thinking, Jack Ray. I was like, I want to do random numbers here. 487, I always include that. And then I was actually thinking pi, and then I was thinking of actual 227, the TV show. So you nailed those. It's actually concerning that someone caught those. Dr. Wood, you use your PhD Christianity focus. Would love to hear you on Hinduism, and the U.S. increasingly turns into a 7-Eleven. No, it's not your main focus, but I don't know enough about Hinduism to really say much about it. I would say listen to people who actually study it a lot. PhD was not Christianity focused. It's on a related topic, the problem of evil. So my doctoral dissertation was on the most recent upgraded version of the argument from evil. The argument from evil is, if God exists, how can there be so much human and animal suffering in the world, things like that. Historically, the logical version was the most common, then became a more inductive argument, and then that started collapsing, and now the most recent developments are a Bayesian version of the argument. And so I responded to the Bayesian argument from evil. All right, we still have a bunch more super chats, but we'll get to those here in a second. We'll go ahead and check out the fourth point. The fourth point. So this is number 2, right? This is this is the number 2 Dawa fail of 2024, according to Jai and DOC.
Yeah, big scandal. Yes, that is his dad. We're going to show the video. Calls himself Professor Nabil Hijab. That's the Egyptian way that they say his name.
We've given ourselves permission to talk about someone's family. Number one, because this is all out there. This is all online. It's all public.
Yes.
Albeit not very well known. We are going to make it well known. If they haven't done anything wrong, then they have nothing to worry about. And if they have done something wrong, then we need to warn people against this. Second, Mimi Hijab recently gave himself permission to talk about somebody's family, Alex Jones's family.
His mother is nothing, and he is nothing. His father is nothing. His whole family is nothing. You nothing. What have you achieved? Tell me what the Jones have achieved. I want to know what the Jones family has achieved in Oklahoma, you hillbilly, you redneck. What have you achieved, you hillbilly, you redneck?
So we want to ask this question. What happened?
Jai and DOC, Daniel and Issa, I don't know how familiar you guys are with that clip. Well, I know Jai and DOC are. I don't know about Daniel and Issa there, that particular clip. It's significantly longer with Hijab's antics going after Alex Jones and his mom. But did he seem like stoned out of his mind to anyone else?
Yes.
High on camel urine, for sure.
Definitely, yeah, he did.
Do you know what's interesting, though, is that he attacks Alex Jones. And Alex Jones actually supported Muslims during, because he made a documentary, or whatever you want to call it, called Loose Change, where he said that 9/11 was an inside job, which basically exonerates Muslims from what happened during 9/11. So, I mean, it's really shocking that Mohammed Hijab would actually take a pot shot at Alex Jones. Alex Jones has been pretty supportive of the Muslim community, so I think that's strange.
And pretty darn supportive of critics of the Jews in Israel. And so this should be your best buddy, and yet didn't work out. Sad. But yeah, the purpose of bringing that clip up for Jai and DOC was to show that family is fair game, according to Mohammed Hijab, right? Is that the idea?
Yeah, whatever they accomplished is what he's saying. And Alex Jones, I think his dad was a dentist. So I mean, it's a pretty good accomplishment.
Oh, weakling!
Let's see what Mohammed Hijab and his family have accomplished.
All right, let's go.
The Hijabs achieved.
His father, here we go. And he's going to be talking about his organization, Cambridge Training College.
Is a stepping stone to aim for studying MBA degree at universities. This mini MBA program is a preparation for working officially and professionally.
This is not the University of Cambridge. They took the name of the university.
Smart.
This is not the prestigious British university. This is a college, but they called it Cambridge Training College, Britain.
Here's the logo. And if you compare that to actual University of Cambridge, you'll see
It's
it's
got
very
like,
similar. Yeah, four-line looking things. University of Cambridge. That's the actual logo.
and notice the colors, the red and white
And then look
and
at
yellow.
And then look at his.
Also red and white and yellow with one
Yes.
dragon or lion looking figure.
You see like the gray and the white. This is supposed to be transparent. This is the transparent thing. He actually he put it on the logo. Like he kept it on the logo. This is a big rookie mistake that he just left it on there. Okay, now this is the website. Now you guys are gonna be shocked at what type of degrees they offer. Hospital quality management, supply chain. They're doing the accreditation themselves. Airline courses.
Oh my!
Woo! You guys want? Do you guys want to go to? You guys want to go to Cambridge Training College? You can do medical courses, cognitive behavioral therapy courses.
I just have to say, I don't want anyone connected to Muhammad Hijab at all teaching anything having to do with airline stuff. I'll just put that out there. Go back.
Child psychology.
Look,
definitely not that.
That's child
Oh, sorry, physiology.
But there's a mistake. There's a typo. They couldn't
Phys-
spell physiology
Physiology.
correctly.
Cooking
Physiology.
courses. You guys want to do cooking courses? Customer service, teaching and learning in schools.
So much to do at
Human
Cambridge
resources.
College.
Everything.
Learning.
What have the Hagab family achieved? Apparently, everything in life, all the skills that you need in life, they can teach you. Yeah, I mean, what do you mean music? All the instruments? There's like how many instruments?
Apparently, you just get a degree in everything at this university. Pharmaceutical marketing, legal courses, guys. You can
be a lawyer.
You can do medicine. You can do
be a
law, petroleum.
That's just like a substance.
Are you-
That's not a course.
Clinical pharmacology.
Okay, that's too far. That's an actual degree. To be a pharmacist in the UK, that's a 4-year degree. You don't just go to Hijab's family little college and learn pharmacology.
Healthcare quality management. You have a nurse taking care of someone in bed.
That's a real technical skill. You can't just get it online. That's insanity.
What about infection control?
Oh my
Guys, Muhammad Hijab, his dad, Professor Hijab, Nabil Hijab, is going to give you guys a certificate in infection control. Okay, guys, look, this is Cambridge Training College. These are just the Google reviews. Having my postgraduate education from Cambridge University, I have been asked many times about this college. I prefer to share my answer here to save more victims
Oh my.
from getting deceived when they see Cambridge in the name. Here is the reply from the Department of Education that I received regarding this college.
I can confirm that the bodies calling themselves the quote Cambridge Training College Britain unquote and the quote Cambridge International College unquote are not recognized by the UK
Authorities as a UK university
with UK degree awarding powers.
Look at this one. It says fake, 1 star. Another one,
Fake.
1 star, fake. Another one, exposed. Another one here.
Fake certificates. The website is fake.
Oh,
A scammer man.
He's a scammer.
And a website for scamming and
So just to be clear, these these degrees, and it's clear what's going on. They took the name Cambridge, included it so that people would have a degree technically from a place that has Cambridge in the name, but these degrees would not be recognized in the UK. And so you can't get your pharmaceutical degree from this place and then go and get a job somewhere because, well, the only way you would is if they just see Cambridge and they go, wow, Cambridge, and they didn't actually pay much attention to what the degree actually, where it's actually from. But if they were paying attention to anything, these degrees would not help you at all. And so it's something more likely that you would use in some other country to say, hey, I got a degree from Cambridge, look at this, and look at the logo. And that's it. Other than that, it's just worthless.
Do
Is that
you
correct?
mind if I ask a question?
Yep.
You got it.
So, Jai and DOC, do you know if all of these courses are online? Like, are these just a bunch of online courses? And do we know, like, even what the courses look like? Like,
Well, the
how
website
they were
is still up.
constructed?
The website is still up. interestingly, a week after that stream, they fixed the spelling mistakes that we pointed out the week before.
Yeah, so Muhammad Hijab, he
So they're
must
paying
have got
attention.
wind of this. Yeah, Muhammad Hijab must have got wind of the stream, and they made a bunch of edits on the website. They changed petroleum to petroleum technician
because we made fun of it.
And they changed airline courses.
You said petroleum's a substance.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they've changed that. They changed child physiology, whatever that typo was, to child psychology. And they changed airline courses to ticketing course, airline ticketing.
That's good.
Yeah.
So they're upgrading. They're upgrading in response to your feedback.
Yeah, we got all the screenshots with the dates.
Yeah.
So that, you know.
Issa, you kind of look like you're like, oh, I could grab one of those degrees.
Yeah.
You know, I've been in school forever. I'm like your perpetual student, so I've seen what institutions that give out paper mill institutions. See, like something that like you could do a litmus test. Like when you see something is counterfeit and something that's authentic. A lot of authentic universities use things like Blackboard or Canvas. That's how you go and do online programs, like how you would do like discussion boards and stuff like that. So my question is, like, if you're going to go and become like an airline pilot, well, that seems like a job just like if you're a nurse. You kind of have to do a practicum in person.
You need to be doing some stuff, seriously.
I don't know how you would do that.
You send the money, and when you come to reality, there's nothing there.
Exactly.
And there was also one of the reviews said the number when they try to call it, it doesn't work.
That's not good. All right, let's see where the rest of this video goes here.
Perception.
Now look at the 5 stars. There's no comments under any of the 5-star comments. And look at this. They all have the same last name. These ones, look.
Yasmin Bip.
Bip.
Batter.
Bip.
Aman
Bip. And then, guys, you guys are going to crack up at this one. Look at this.
Bippy
Christian
McBip.
Action. Because you guys know how Muslims will do that. Muslims will go to like these debates and they'll be like, I'm a Christian, but I was convinced by the arguments of the Muslims.
I was the Pope. I was the Pope, but I was converted.
This is what their degrees look like. We have awarded this diploma by the authority vested to us by the college. So, guys, they're giving their own degrees invested to them by themselves.
Is that?
He's got a little stamp on there. Oh, that's a signature.
The hijab signature.
Hijab signature. Professor Hijab, Director of Training.
We have granted this award in this field by the authority vested in us by the college in Britain. The college in Britain.
There's only one college in Britain, guys. Yeah. So this is Professor Nabil Hijab. Guys, look at this. Professor. We're going to look into his titles now.
Professor of what? What has he achieved? What has he achieved?
So,
what have you achieved, you hillbilly, you redneck?
Managing Director of CDC Britain. That's the Cambridge Training College, which Muhammad Hijab, his son, was the director of for 4 years until he started going to Speaker's Corner. What is this?
Honorary professor.
Be very careful with how you read this last word here.
Examinations and assessment.
Guys,
assessment. That's not a word, Professor.
Honorary degrees, honorary professors. They have a database for this.
And guess who doesn't appear on the database anywhere?
Let's see.
The professor himself. Professor Hijab has worked as a qualified assessor for many years in the field of English language and teacher training to English teachers, assessing vocational qualifications in Britain and international. His job is to teach English, and he can't spell assessment and international.
His job is to teach
Yeah.
Wow.
That was it.
So the LinkedIn page that was really crazy. After that, they actually edited it to where they first of all they fixed a bunch of the typos we pointed out. They fixed
By the way, we only put two typos here for the sake of time.
They spelled university wrong.
Many typos. First was spelled wrong.
Yeah, if you go back a little bit, you'll see University of Manchester is spelled wrong
without an I.
Yeah, and
lots of others like the MacArthur dictionary was spelled wrong. And Nabil Hijab, the dad, called himself the KFC. He is to KFC to the college as
Colonel Sanders.
Colonel Sanders.
Yeah,
that's what he actually said on the LinkedIn page. And after we made fun of all that, now you can't find the LinkedIn page. It's privated.
Well, first, what he did was, because we showed on the University of Manchester's websites that they actually list who their honorary people are, whether they're degrees or professorships. He wasn't on there. They actually changed it. They erased the honorary professor, so he's no longer Professor Hijab anymore. They turned him into doctor, and then they just deleted his LinkedIn page altogether, so it's completely privated.
Yeah, so he took away his professorhood and the honorary side of it, and just called himself doctor. And we got screenshots of all these changes and the dates on our YouTube channel.
Yeah. So again, people might be thinking, "Oh, why are you going to go after Muhammad Hijab's dad?" Well, that's what Muhammad Hijab does. He says, "Hey, I'm going to make fun of your dad for not accomplishing something," and he was saying that about someone who was a dentist. That's what he was, and we know what is considered a very, very strong father figure to Muhammad Hijab. It's someone who is a big con artist.
Yeah.
And that's actually perfect. I mean, think, if this guy's a professional con artist, this makes a lot of sense. Those are exactly the skills you would want in Dawa. You'd want the skills of a con artist. You'll do very well in Dawa.
Well, at least he had many many references from the Bip family.
Yeah, that is. That is. The famous Bip family. we have Albert Bip, Bobby Bip, Charles Bip, David Bip. It's like you're just going through the alphabet. And
don't forget Christian Xgen.
Yeah, Christian Xgen. Yeah, I know that dude.
Yeah, I
was like, "Hey, what's your name?" He's like, "Christian." It's like, "Hey, what's your last name?" Xgen. I was like, "Oh, yeah. Hey, you got any degrees?" "Yeah, I do, from the Cambridge College of
Petroleum."
Yeah.
Petroleum Studies. My professor was Muhammad Hijab's dad.
Interestingly, oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. Just one thing I wanted to add too was I was a special ed teacher for 2 years. I did AmeriCorps and I was a special ed teacher, and I got certified, and it was super hard. Like, you have to take these exams called the Praxis, and it's super difficult. It's super hard to become a teacher. So like when I saw those certifications, I'm like, I don't know how. I'm pretty sure the UK isn't all that different from the US. It's super difficult to become a teacher. You have to do a lot. Like, I had to do a master's degree. I had to get like people to like look at my class and see if I was teaching correctly. It was a lot of work. So when I see this kind of thing of just like, you put a paragraph and say, people just said I'm a teacher, that's just not how it works.
Yeah, some of that stuff is, I mean, it's all bad in the sense of, if you just pay for a diploma saying that you have mastered English or something like that, okay, someone might fall for that and give you a job teaching English that you're not actually qualified for. But not the most harmful thing in the world. You basically scammed some people. Some of this other stuff, if you actually got a job in pharmacology or something like this because you had this fake degree, that's actually dangerous stuff, because lives are on the line with some of this stuff. If you actually managed to get a job with this fake degree, there's some of this stuff would be legitimately dangerous in the world. So,
yeah. And don't forget, Muhammad Hijab was a director. Was it 4 or 6 years?
We've got evidence that he's directly linked to the Cambridge Training College. It's actually registered as a limited company in the UK, and this is public information. His name is on there for 4 years before, I think before he joined Speaker's Corner, 2016. Around that time, he is registered as a director of said college.
So now we know where he learned his Dawa skills. He learned the skills. He learned the skills of a con man, how to dupe people, And
it's interesting you say that, because if you go on Muhammad Hijab's page, it's got lots of degrees from like Oxford University and Birmingham University he's studying at now, and apparently, and lots of other degrees. I'm thinking he's not that old. He's in he's 33 or 34, I believe. Where did he get time to have 4 or 5 degrees? Plus other degrees that he got from the Middle East. When? So now that's my next thing. I want to know if those degrees are real too.
Yep. Don't know. But they should actually add a course on how to be a Dawagandist on there. That would actually be more relevant. You do not need a career in pharmacology. Just learn how to be a Dawagandist. You get your PhD in Dawagandistry. All your dreams will come true. Thank you for super chats. Your videos are very Islamophobic, David. Please make more of them. And so I shall. Apostate of Allah says, I have a confession before 2024 ends. I left Islam summer of 2016. I thought I was the only Muslim to leave. Then I came across Nabil. Then I came across you. I followed you since. Confession time. I'm a wingaling. Forgive me. No, there's no forgiveness for wingalings. The rest of what you said is cool, though. And by the way, you know, sometimes we point out that in Islam, they try to conceal sins and so on. And we say, no, it's better to confess your sins. But being a fan of Mike Wingeling, that's in that better not to announce it category. Solaria says, nice work on that Yahweh wasn't pagan video IP. This is why I said there were comments for IP. I don't know why I keep forgetting to do this. Nice work on that Yahweh wasn't a pagan video IP. I enjoyed going through the scholarship in that area with my family. Had to stop to watch this, though. Shame on David Wood for not bringing that up while IP was here. Thanks. Thank you, D. Wood, and Happy New Year to all. Going to be a banger. 2025 going to be a banger. Been trying to find videos about the history of the Middle East, not biased by Muslims or Islamist denialists, and it's very annoying. Lots of tainted history. You can find some good stuff. Also, it's probably good to like message someone who deals regularly in the historical stuff and say, hey, what's a good what are the good sources? Happy New Year,
that guy? Oh,
What's
sorry.
that?
You had some guy on your channel. He's like a Coptic guy. Yeah,
Raymond Ibrahim. Raymond Ibrahim. Yeah, look up Raymond Ibrahim and check out his books. He's got some bangers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
guy.
good point. Oh, and he's been posting videos recently. So check. Yeah, if you're interested in that topic, then check out his channel. It's just Raymond Ibrahim. Happy New Year's, all. Y'all, a friend claims religion is irrational because God's omniscience and foreknowledge contradicts free will and says morality is relative from evolution. Any thoughts are appreciated. Love all y'all. Thanks. Multiple problems here, so we won't go too deep into the problem of foreknowledge and so on. But if you don't have some divine realm or something like that, then free will would be an illusion. As far as like, if you're talking about like a libertarian free will is you actually have multiple things that you could do. And if you do something and you wound back the clock and gave you the opportunity to do it again, you could do something else. If you toss out some sort of divine or spiritual realm or something like that, you're stuck with pretty much straightforward physical causation. So the question is, if you did have legitimate libertarian free will, could God have foreknowledge of what you would do? You have multiple responses. That there are four main directions people have gone in responding to that. Various theologians and philosophers over time. We won't go into them now, but if you're actually interested in that, it would take a full show, or at least a long video, to go through the main responses to that sort of thing. But let's see, anything else there?
David, can I give a very short answer to that?
Sure.
Yeah, so basically, if you go to 1 Samuel chapter 23, it's about how David was on the run from Saul because of he wanted to kill David. And while David and his 600 men was on the run, they were getting news that the Philistines attacked in a city called Keilah.
Mm-hmm. Hey, just so everyone knows, this is Daniel has obviously done some reading here, because this is one of the examples that's used from the Bible on the issue of foreknowledge or middle knowledge or whatever gets pointed out. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, David and 600 men they take the city back from the Philistines, and while they are there, King Saul gets the news that David is in that city. So he's like, "Oh, let's gather the army and let's surround him and siege the city." And then David hears this, and he gets in quite panic mode. So he calls the priest and get this ephod they had back then, And he used that to call on God and say, "Oh Lord God, your servant has heard that Saul is coming here to surrender and seize the city. Will the men of Keilah deliver me into his hands, and will Saul come here?" Now, both to these questions, God says, yes, Saul will come down here, and yes, the men of Keilah will surrender you to him. And when David hears this, he and his 600 men, they leg it, they bounce, they escape. And then Saul hears this, and he cancels his plan to summon his army and returns. So notice what we have in this passage here. We have God has knowledge about two things that never happened. So foreknowledge does not necessitate predestination. It's a biblical example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so guys, that is one of the four basic directions people have gone in on this issue. That's the direction of middle knowledge, that God knows what you will do in different situations, and you're still not determined to do those things, because God says here's what he'll do in this situation and so on, and it's something that never even happens. In other words, it's Anyway, you can look up middle knowledge, but there are a lot of different options about this. As far as morality being relative from evolution, yeah, I think you are kind of stuck with that. But I don't believe morality is some morality is relative and so on. But if he's just saying, hey, this is how things have happened, therefore morality is relative, well, I'm assuming that would be part of what you're debating, whether morality is relative and so on. But yes, if atheism is true and atheistic evolution were the only option in town, you'd have your moral values are basically a combination of how you're wired and what your society teaches and so on, and what your personal preferences are and so on. It's nothing deeper than that. Whereas if you have something else in the picture, like a moral lawgiver or something like that, then you could get something that's beyond moral relativism. But we could talk about stuff like that in the future. A couple more and then we'll... What's that?
Notice here we're talking about morality and the foreknowledge of God, etc. And on the other side is you're gay.
Yeah,
no, you're gay.
Okay. No, you're gay. No, you're a Jew. No, you're a Jew, but you're a gay Jew. Oh, that's the worst of the worst, being a gay Jew.
Just thought I'd point that out.
Yeah. It's weird if someone like just tuned in the middle of something and heard us, gay Jew, gay. Let me get off this horrible channel. What is this? I do not know what this is about, but I'm getting some coded language from Turkish people here for some reason.
Yeah.
Turks always try to derail everything. Thoughts on Ezekiel's prophecies on Egypt as Nebuchadnezzar II failed to invade Egypt? If conditional, Jeremiah 18, how do we know Nico II repented? A bit too much, unless anyone wants to respond to this. That's a bit much for right now, because we're trying to go through our top 5 Dawa fails. But Veritas, bring this up in a future live stream where we're dealing with some related topic. We're trying to recap Dawa fails of 2024. Happy New Year, all. Praying you guys are blessed in 2025. Keep up the awesome work. Here's Chris in Speaker's Corner when he said, Happy New Year's to you guys. Too late for me in Britain land. Daniel, however, clearly just never sleeps. If you're talking about Daniel, who's here with us, yes. And if you're talking about Daniel Hakikachu, well, he does sleep with minors, apparently. Just kidding. Come on. I don't know what that guy does, but I know he defends some really creepy stuff. And John 832, Happy New Year. Love to you all. Thank you. We got more super chats. I guess people are tossing in super chats because it's the end of the year. But let's go ahead and get through the number one. Hey, look at this. Yes. You have Uthman on here as your number one. This is what I mentioned. Like there are other like messed up scandals of 2020. You would have to do like a top 50 list or something like this.
Yeah,
go through all of them. But like the other main one I was thinking was that guy from that Islamic school in Texas who was having.
Yeah, he did make our list, but not the top 5. So
he would be on the top 10 list, but he didn't make the top 5. Didn't crack the top 5. So that was a guy, everyone, who's he's a Quran teacher And I don't mean just some random tiny one. He's the one who ran their what is it, Revolution Dawa something campaign around the world, taught tens of thousands of students, and was apparently having his young students and mothers make pornographic content for him. Pretty disturbing, But that's not on the top 5 list, and it's definitely not number 1. For number 1, we have Uthman ibn. So many Uthmans to choose from. Let's see what happens.
So the question is for Osman. Osman bin Farouk, why you married a married wife? Why you keeping her in your house? Can you give answers? So far, no answers. Why you're hiding?
So I'm a second wife. My husband had a first wife before we got married, and she's from Pakistan. She's never worked a day in her life, and she's in her late 30s. They have 4 children together. Alhamdulillah, may Allah bless them.
So we're just
They
confirming
have 4
some
children
details.
together. Alhamdulillah, may Allah bless them. My husband is a sheikh. I can't share who he is, but he is a worldwide known sheikh.
For people who don't understand what's going on here, you have Sheikh Uthman there on the left, Sheikh Uthman ibn Farouk. You have Abu Adnan, that's the guy on the right. Then you have in the middle the woman in this love triangle, marriage triangle. So she was married to Abu Adnan, if I recall correctly, because there's multiple overlapping issues here. But he was having marital problems, so Sheikh Uthman said, hey, just, send her to me for counseling. Or he said, hey, can you do some marital counseling for me? Sent his wife to Sheikh Uthman, who then banged her and married her while she was still married to this other guy. So no divorce, but Sheikh Uthman married her, so she was married to both guys at the same time. And then Abu Adnan started posting, because they were apparently buddies before this, or they knew each other. And
They did Dawah together in San
yeah.
Diego.
And Sheikh Uthman was his hero. And you say, okay, well, if anyone can straighten out my wife, it's Sheikh Uthman. And then all of a sudden, oh, he's banging my wife. And what do I do? And so he started posting videos on Twitter, and we went through some of those during a live stream a while back. That's is that basically the story here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the story. And it was actually Uthman who officiated the marriage between them two.
Oh, so he officiated the marriage, and then when things are going, they hit a little rocky patch, then Abu Adnan sends his wife back to Sheikh Uthman, who then bangs her and marries her, even though he knew she was already married to this guy. And keep in mind, Sheikh Uthman during this time is already married to someone else. So he's in a polygamous marriage, even though he lives in the United States. If you're wondering how they do that, they do their marriages through the mosque. So you have lots of polygamous Muslims in the West. They just do their marriage through the mosque or something else, and the government has no idea. It's actually rough, because you'll have Muslims in the UK who are married to 3 or 4 wives, but it's just through the mosque. And so the wives are officially unmarried, and so they get government benefits. And so you can actually pay. The taxpayers are paying for these Muslim men to have multiple wives. Wild stuff.
Yep. I actually want to verify this. This is actually true. I've seen it in practice, and
I've seen it too.
horrendous.
I've seen it too. I knew a woman who was the second wife. She's no longer the second wife, but yeah, she was the second wife in Michigan. So it happens here in the U.S. too.
Like in my family, if someone did polygamy, it would be a huge scandal. It's so wrong. It's so taboo. It's like you don't do it ever. Like my dad would not even step in the house of a polygamist. Like that's how intense it was for him. Like he was a super anti-polygamist. Which is interesting, but
I like him already.
He's not with us anymore. May he rest in peace. But thank you so much. Yeah, he was a very wonderful man. But the point was, he believed marriage was a sacred bond. That was a very important thing.
Weakling! No, you are there to show your wife that you can beat her whenever you want.
Yeah, that wouldn't be appropriate. But the thing was, I've seen this happen, and it's very predominant within the Salafi community. Like my city is a very Salafi city, and it's terrible what happens to women. It's terrible what happens to women. It's exploitation of women. I think that's the only way I can put it. It's exploitation of women, and a lot of these women, because a lot of my city, there's a lot of disenfranchisement and poverty and urban decay. There's a lot of these things going on, and so women get exploited in this situation. And what happens a lot of times is that these women get divorced and they get handed around, and it's just really, really horrific, and it's a human rights violation. And a lot of women from a lot of these situations go into I've heard going into battered shelters, and it's really bad. It's horrific. It's a tragedy, and we need to call it out and have accountability for it.
It is rough, and like I said, I knew a girl who was the second wife. She eventually left Islam and is no longer the second wife. That was in Michigan, but I've heard lots of the stories about it, and I know a guy who, after he left Islam, but he was a Salafi background, and this is in Michigan. He said women basically get passed around up there. Like you'll be married to her for a while, and then you divorce her, and then she has to wait a few months, and then another guy marries her and stuff. And it's like the guys understand that we're passing around these women until we get bored of them and so on. And of course, then you have the issues of abuse and so on, but there's this massive pressure on the women not to report any of this because you'll embarrass the Muslim community. You don't want to do that. And so, hats off to the women who actually step forward, because sometimes you have to. So this is, I'm thinking here of what was the guy's name who was in the scandal in Texas?
Wissam
Sharif, right? It's actually his wife who saw one of the videos on his phone that was recorded for him by his Quran students and so on. And she went right to the cops. And I know that was rough, because the pressure on you would be, how dare you, deal with this in private, Don't embarrass the Muslim community and ruin this man's reputation and ruin the school's reputation and so on. Don't do that. And his wife was basically, this is involving sex acts with a minor, and I'm calling the cops. And so hats off to her for that. You have to do that in some situations. I understand wanting to protect your religion or protect your husband. There are certain things where you have to get authorities involved. And so glad that she did that. But let's go ahead and continue here.
Conferences, and there's a couple of women in the chat who know who he is. Husband doesn't have any siblings, and I'm young. He's 47. He's 47. My husband is a sheikh, and he's the imam of my masjid. My mother-in-law is staying with me for a little while. And like I said, I'm a second wife. So he took my mother-in-law to his house for dinner last night. My husband has a master's in hadith.
Graduated from the Islamic University of Islamabad with a master's focused in hadith.
Especially footnotes.
Why you married my wife? I didn't marry your wife. What is she now? Why are you asking me where your wife is? Where is she now? You should know where your wife is. Where she's now? I discovered my wife is at your house. No, I'm not gonna sit down. You have... No. Why my wife is doing in your house? Asking you nicely. I'm not... To stop. Guys, my wife is at Osman's house. What she's doing there? Osman, how did you know? How did you know her number? How did you know her number? You moron! You were the one that begged me to call her. You. If you're gonna keep calling me names, I'm out. You calling me names? You are a moron. He's calling me. Osman is calling me a moron. I cannot speak with a sheikh who's moron.
Hey, be happy. At least he's not calling you gay and Jew and stuff like we hear from the other Dawa guys. But guys, these are not random Muslims we're talking. These are like the heroes of Dawah down the line. This is how they act. Anyway, wild stuff. Let's go.
What my wife is doing in his house, Yusuf. What she's doing in your house? What are you talking about? What she don't lie. What's up? What she's doing in your father's house. Don't ever talk to my son. Don't ever talk to my son. You understand? You have mental issues. I have your apologies on audio, video. You're crazy. Don't talk to my son. Yusuf, what she's doing in your house. What's up? What she's doing in your father's house. Yusuf. No. You are crazy. Yes, everybody here sees you are crazy. You don't know where your wife is? My wife is that's your problem. In my house is my wife. I know where my wife is. If you don't know where your wife is, you're not a man. You're not a man. In your house. If your wife was in my house, why don't you come take her? Be a man. You're not. You're a woman. That's what you are. You're a woman. You're crazy. You're a moron and a woman. And you're feminine. How's that? And you're a liar. What she's doing in your house?
I have to say, you can't call Abu Adnan a woman. He's got a pretty awesome beard, and I have to say, it's a better, stronger, manlier beard than Sheikh Uthman. Just have to give credit where it's due. I'm saying that as someone who has a very, very small beard. This guy has a really strong, manly beard, so you can't call him a woman.
Just because your wife married somebody else doesn't mean you need to be here. You married her. You played with her mind. You didn't talk to her new husband. You call me crazy. What kind of sheikh are you? She's never been in my house. She is renting from my mother. Perfect. Not my house. Can you show me or provide receipts? She's renting. No problem. You show me. Okay. I'll go get them. Yalla. I was asking you for 5 months for receipts. I told you already. You're a liar. Again, you're lying. I told you on the phone. Listen. He's just trying to get attention. That's all he wants. That's all it is. Yeah. What she's doing in your house? Okay. Come on. Why she calls your mother my mother-in-law? Why she's telling her her? Don't touch me, guys. Don't touch me. Now I need my rights right now. Come here. I'm not gonna move. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
I went to confront him. I went to San Diego, and then he called the police on me. He forbid me from entering the mosque.
You're not allowed to be here?
I'm not allowed to be here?
Yes.
Why?
Because the one who organized that event said you're not allowed to be here.
Why?
So,
I am a Muslim.
I don't care. The one who's in charge of that event, he said you're not allowed to be here. I don't want to call the cops or anything.
Call them.
I said House City Police Department, so they just said that you're not welcome at the mosque. For them. Okay. And I'm just translating.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have your ID on you by chance?
No, I don't have a child.
Okay, what's your name?
I will not come here.
Okay. And I just have to let you know that if you come back, you will be arrested for trespassing.
So I am from the mosque, inshallah, and
as someone who's been locked up, Abu Adnan, I want to give you some little advice. When they say, if you come back here, we're going to lock you up, you're supposed to yell, jail ain't nothing but brick and steel. That can't hold Abu Adnan. That can't hold Abu Adnan. That's what you're supposed to do. And then Sheikh Uthman is not going to say you're not a man anymore. He's going to be like, whoa, I took the wrong dude's wife. So little heads up there.
I was forbidden by Osman from praying inside. So those guys here are Osman thugs. Yeah. They're like the right hand of Osman. They're slaves of Osman.
ممنوع صلي. You're not going to be welcome in there. You need to stay over here. You need to stay over there. You can't go in there. It's private property.
Yeah. It's private. You're on my way, brother. Just move, please.
You can't go in there.
Move from my way, brother. You're blocking the alley. You're blocking the alley. This is Osman's wife. See? They told her to leave. Subhanallah, wallahi. See, they told her not to get in. They told her to leave. Subhanallah. Yes, this is Osman's first wife. She knows that her husband did something wrong. That's why they told her to leave.
Wow. So, this is... oh, go ahead.
No, and you know how, well, obviously that's not the end of the Uthman scandal. He obviously was accused with some really terrible accusations from his first wife, which if you guys want to look more into that, we did it. It's like our last stream. We did like a whole stream on it. But in a nutshell, Yeah, he was also accused by his wife. His wife has her own testimony.
Original wife, not the second wife. Well, we're saying original
yeah.
wife. I mean, he could have had 50 wives by now. We don't even know.
That's
but
true.
we know the original wife, the wife before the second wife that we know of. It's the wife before that. So the mother of his
kids.
Earlier kids. She said what?
She said he threatened her with a gun. He choked her. He
threw her against a window, slammed her.
Used an object to bash her on the head with it until the object broke.
Choked her.
And things done in intimate situations that are sort of...
Assaulted her.
Yeah. Assault. So she's asking for protective order. Is that the word?
Yeah.
To be protected from him, and she's asked for him not to approach the house that they live in, or the children, or her vehicle. And she cited Musa, one of their children,
as a witness
on that document.
And that's kind of you guys are giving a very condensed version, because I watched some of your live stream and there is some extremely messed up stuff.
Yeah. Like I said, if you guys want to check it out in more detail, our last stream, it's called like emergency stream. We tell those like very rarely, only if we find something, we just have to share it right away. And once we found out about that, we shared it, and it's like the last stream on the channel, so you guys can check it out.
And we point out that there is precedence in Islam for this. Not just the 434, the wife beating verse, but lots of hadiths from Muhammad saying that a man would not be asked to, why he beats his wife. And also the hide your brother's sins. A lot of Muslims, you'd expect them to be outraged, but actually they were going after not just Abu Adnan, but the first wife. We've had a comment saying, "Oh, curse the first wife," this is a personal matter, hide your brother's sins.
She shouldn't be going to the kuffar and things like that.
She's going to the unbelievers. She's making Islam look bad. His good deeds of promoting Islam is covering his bad deeds, which is what he's doing with his wife. So that should equal things out. All these Islamic concepts that continue to victimize these people.
Yeah. So we show like presidents and sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, you can continue. I just wanted to point out that like this is what I was talking about before with like a woman having to go to the authorities and make that difficult decision, because I mean, think about this. If she were to complain to her mosque, she probably goes to his mosque, right? So he's the head honcho there, and you see he's got his own Dawa security force there. What's she going to do? What are they going to tell her? Even if she went to some Sharia court or something like that, what are they going to tell her? They're like, okay, well, you need to be better at submitting to your husband and keep your mouth shut and not talk back to him, things like that. And then maybe these things won't happen to you. And if they do, too bad. It's just part of Islam. And so I can imagine it was very difficult for her to actually go and file paperwork. But at that point, she's thinking, I'm not going to spend the rest of my life like this. And I don't actually want my sons raised to think that this is okay. And this is how you treat what they're seeing from my husband and how he treats me. I do not want my sons growing up and treating their wives like this. So I'm actually saying no to this. And I'm actually I'll actually go the court route and so on. But I mean, why that's so difficult is I guarantee you she's getting blasted behind closed doors right now. Look what you're doing. The kuffar are using this. You're destroying Dawa. You're going to destroy your husband's work by bringing this forward. Why can't you? And so very difficult to maintain. In fact, they're probably telling her to take it back and say she was lying. Just say you were lying. Right. Just say you were lying. That's what they're telling her right now. I guarantee it. Hopefully she stands her ground and sets a good example for her sons. But
yeah, that's
the crazy thing is that if this was in a Muslim majority country and she was raped, she would need 4 witnesses for even like having a case. And who has 4 witnesses to that want to stand in your favor in such a scenario? So it's just she doesn't have a really good position to begin with in being in that religion.
Yeah, she's lucky she's in California where she can actually. Where she can actually get help. But here's the thing that I want everyone who's watching to notice, because I don't care what I really, at the end of the day, I don't care what scandals these guys are in. I know you're dealing with a bunch of con artists and so on. I know you're dealing with a bunch of like thug mindset people. So it's obvious they're going to be in some stuff behind the scenes. It's like obvious, right? And I'm more concerned. What is your argument? Let me focus on your argument. Even if you're the biggest dirtbag in the world, your argument still stands or falls based on its merits. So I tend to focus on that. As far as these examples are concerned, there's a reason for pointing that out. And the reason is that it never seems to bother their followers. That's what I'm actually interested in. I'm not interested in what, what Sheikh Uthman, I don't care if Sheikh Uthman is marrying, taking his, keep in mind, it's wrong. It's just not something I'm interested in, like studying or something like that. Oh, I want to know what Sheikh Uthman is doing with his friend's wife who got sent to him. That's not the issue. That's not the reason for bringing it up. The issue is, here's a guy who builds his career on lying. He'll say something, and then if he gets called on it, say, I never said that. That was my first sort of encounter with Sheikh Uthman, when he was saying he believed in conquering and subjugating and enslaving the kuffar and so on. And then when he got called on it, he said, oh, what I meant was that was part of a conversation. It was removed from the context, and in the greater context, I meant this. And then people exposed that. And then he said it wasn't him who said it. He said it was an intern. It was an intern, and that intern's gone. So every step of the way, his followers would just go with what he said. Right. At first, it's, yeah, that's right. You tell them you will enslave the kuffar. And they're cheering that on. And then when he says, no, there was a context that changes the meaning when you rip it out of context. And his followers are going, yeah, they're ripping it out of context. And then a month later, he'll say, no, that wasn't me. That was an intern. They'll go, yeah, you see, it was just an intern. It was an intern posting under his name. And it doesn't matter what the story is. They'll just roll with it. And then you get to the point where this guy squirts the most obvious fake blood I've ever seen in my entire life. On his robe, and said, oh, the kuffar, they got me. They wanted to stop my dawah, but I will never stop my dawah. And I've given the knife to the police, and I filed a police report, and this man has been arrested, and he's been convicted, and he's been sentenced, and this is all true. And oh, he's our hero. Oh, Sheikh Uthman is our hero. Look at him. He's a legend. Oh, they're attacking him. They're trying to kill him, but he won't let them stop his powerful dawah. Turns out it was all completely made up. There's no record of this. There's no police report. There's no trial. There's no conviction. No one's ever heard of this guy because people contacted the police department. They contacted the courts. It was all made up. This guy is Jussie Smollett level hate crime hoax against himself. How many of his followers are even slightly bothered by it? Zero. Right? And then you get to he uses his status to basically take his friend's wife, is in he's married to a woman who is still married to another guy. And then he is exposed for choking and abusing and threatening his first wife. What is there on this list that even slightly bothers his followers or would even slightly diminish him in their eyes? They just don't care. And that's like this at Dawa. The Dawa culture has become so massively dysfunctional. It doesn't matter what you do as long as you look like you are owning the kuffar. It doesn't matter what you do. You could commit adultery 1,000 times. You could get caught with 1,000 underage girls. It would not matter even slightly. That's how massively dysfunctional this is. And so that's the reason. That's the reason for exposing this stuff, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we made a point of that in one of the streams about Abu Arnan versus Uthman's students. And in that stream, he literally asks them the question, what if he did this to your wife? And one of his students, he actually said, oh, he could take my wife. I'm not joking. So that's how far these guys are willing to go. They're willing to give their wives to him if he wants them.
Mm-hmm.
So
hey, where'd they get that example, Jai?
Yeah, exactly.
From Muhammad, which is also a cult, who took people's wives, like Zayd's wife, Zayd, his own adopted son. Mm-hmm. You'd think that he's had enough women. I'll let this one go. But he had to also take her. It's a cult. And Zayd said, I think Zayd also said, do you want her? I'll give her to you. If you read the narration.
Just like Uthman's
which
student.
is the same spirit. It's a cult. If someone is high up serving this thing called Islam, then their money, they don't mind if they get scammed by these people. They donate to them in the millions. Their wives are also fair game. What is sacred? What is sacred that they're holding back from these people?
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, you got, the Lord Jesus Christ, the example of the Lord Jesus Christ. He never took a woman. He never owned a slave. He never waged a war. He never.
The list goes on. Yeah.
Yeah. He never took out a sword against anyone. He never took money from people. The Son of Man never even had a place to lay his head. People would pay money to follow Jesus. People would lose things for God, not gain. And yet we have the opposite example in Islam.
Yeah.
And so here, I'm assuming we would view things a bit differently from Issa here, but I would view Muhammad as kind of a guy who scammed his followers and conditioned them to give him anything he wanted over time. But that since he became the role model in Islam, it's very easy to do this in the Islamic community, because you have this pattern set up where the important guy wants this, therefore always give him what he wants. And so, I mean, how do you say that someone like Sheikh Uthman is wrong for beating his wife? It's in the Quran. How do you say that he's wrong for taking another guy's wife? Muhammad did that. It's just, I don't know. It's this weird situation where you look at it and you say, this is so dysfunctional, and you see why it's dysfunctional. And so it matters, guys, who you take as your supreme moral example. That's going to affect things. And we're seeing some of the consequences of that here in the Dawa world. All right. Hey, I know it's late for you, Jai and DOC. You guys wanna go ahead and cut out?
Yeah. Well, Happy New Year. Thanks for having us on. God bless you all. It's good to meet Daniel. Issa, we've spoken before, but it's good to see you with us again. And yeah, always good to be with David. Thank you guys for being with us, and we pray that you guys all have a blessed New Year. May Islam be exposed, and may the Lord Jesus Christ be glorified.
Amen. Thank you so much.
All right.
God bless you guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Issa's sounding all emotional.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. It's heavy duty. I do think it's important to have accountability, and there are a lot of issues that need to be engaged. And yeah, even the traditions, but there are different types of interpretations that people can take. And I think I would definitely recommend kind of promoting a more peaceful, folks going towards peaceful interpretations as opposed to ones that hurt other lives and exploit lives. And yeah, I think so. I do a lot of work at interfaith. That's kind of my background, is interfaith. So the best kind of interfaith is when you talk about your traditions and say, look, this is where we need to be accountable. And I mean, I'm sure it's really difficult even in the LDS church, there's different narratives on the Mormon prophet Joseph Smith, and it's complex, it's difficult. And I think we have to have these conversations. And that's why I always come to these spaces, because we're not going to have these conversations if we're afraid to have them. So we need to have them.
Yeah. And so for me, the issue, as far as bringing them up and so on, one, it's a situation across the board, in the sense that anyone who gets into a position of privilege and status can abuse that power. And so you'll see that everywhere. You'll see that in the Muslim world. You'll see that among Hindus. You'll see that among Christians. You'll see that among Jews. You'll see that among atheists. Anyone who gets in a position of status that they can use it and actually condition people not to oppose them or not to expose them for what they're doing, you can end up with these kinds of situations. But it seems to be amplified in the Dawa world, in that it goes beyond just, the sort of baseline human tendency. When people get into positions of power, authority, or prestige or something, they can use that to abuse others. It's culture. It's a more culturally accepted thing in the Dawa community. Like you can dial that up, and it's actually encouraged, and people will look the other way and stuff. And instead of just having one person who's reluctant to, well, I don't want to call this out because then I'll be exposing something that's really important to me. Because Islam is important to you. So do you want to be part of like doing damage to Islam or something like that? But it goes beyond that to where it's not a person who doesn't want to call it out. It's an entire community that doesn't want to call the thing out and that will try to cover it up and will look the other way. And it's rough because there are actual people like Sheikh Uthman's wife who just suffer because of this. And there are like people who, hey, and this guy he just strong-armed my wife from me, and there's nothing I can do about it. I can complain about it, but he'll get me shut out of the mosque. And I can't even prove anything because the marriage is just from the mosque. The government doesn't even recognize it. And so there's like, what do I do here? I had a marriage through the mosque. He has a marriage through the mosque. How do I expose this all? None of this is official according to the U.S. government. What do I do here? All I can do is like complain about him online. And who do people blast? They blast him for exposing it. They come after him. Like, they don't have a problem with Uthman. They have a problem with this guy for exposing Uthman, and they condemn him for exposing Uthman. And it's just, I don't know, it's just massively, massively dysfunctional. Hey,
the thing is also, Issa and also the people in the chat, the thing is that these are the people that are like sent to our comment section. Muslims will, I had it on my channel recently, you have people saying, but Islam is true, you don't know Andrew Tate, he is on our side.
Yes, Andrew Tate.
Yeah, and they will send go debate Uthman and all these things, So this kind of like reviewing these people now, like we are doing here, it's just because these are the top guys that Muslims are saying we should take more seriously, apparently, than what the Quran says, and against the when it comes to all the arguments. So it goes back to what I said earlier. Also, I can't believe, I can't imagine top Christian apologists arguing like this and using this wording to each other.
You're gay, you're a Jew. You're gay, you're a Jew, and this just being normal, the normal discourse, and so on. So just to be clear, everyone, you can have Christians who act like that and so on. They just don't become. Those tend to not become the most popular guys. Whereas in Islam, if you act like that, you become the most popular guy. And when you have the calm guy who's just trying to preach Islam, and so he doesn't take off. It's weird, right? So like, again, I mentioned there are people like Sajid Lippam, right? He focuses on giving dawah and stuff like that, and giving his reasons and so on, giving his perspectives and explaining things. And he just doesn't become anywhere near as popular as a guy who's, I will destroy you all. I will destroy and humiliate the kuffar. And as long as you're saying that, it doesn't matter what you're doing. It doesn't matter what you're doing. You could be the worst person in the entire world. Gosh, it's wild stuff. Hang on, let me bring on Tony here. No, you go ahead, and I'm going to bring on Tony Costa here.
I want to be like completely transparent and honest. Like, having been in these, like, in a lot of these dialogue spaces, it seems like Muslims really don't understand Christian theology. They don't understand Trinity. Because first of all, they don't understand Jewish theology, which makes it really difficult. If you don't understand Jewish theology, you're not going to understand Christian theology, because Christian theology has all of the, embedded elements that you see from the Tanakh. And it's like, it takes a lot of work. And I've seen a lot of discussions and it's problematic, because they'll say, look, there's these apparent contradictions, like, the death of Judas, or, the different accounts of the Genesis story. And I'm like, but you don't really understand these texts. And also you dismiss them as not even being true. You think that they're made up. And so you don't even take the text seriously. And then you haven't really done the work to be able to do the analysis of these texts. And I don't know how you can really have an engagement. Like, I've seen you, Dr. Wood, you had like dialogues with certain folks like Sheikh Uthman, and he just doesn't understand the Bible. He really doesn't get it. Like, he reads it, he sees the words, but he doesn't understand like Christian theology. And I think that hurts. Like, how can you have a dialogue when you don't even understand your interlocutor's theology,
Hey, Tony, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good, David. How are you, brothers? Good to see you on this New Year's Eve.
Yep, we're rocking in the new year. We got about 2.5 hours before the ball drops, and then we're in 2025. Not sure you've been following all the. How much have you been following Dawa in 2024?
I've been following it pretty close. I've been doing a series on the brother was just mentioning Sheikh Uthman. I've been doing a series on refuting Sheikh Uthman, among other things. But yeah, I've been following it pretty closely. Speaker's Corner as well.
So I was asking this earlier, but you have the advantage of you were in this. I always pull rank on these young bucks and tell them, hey, I was doing this a long time before you were. And I tell them they don't realize how good they have it, because back in the day, there were only a few of us dealing with it. And it was a lonely world back then, because you started going after Islam or calling out something in Islam, you got blasted from every direction. You got blasted from Muslims, and you'd get death threats and so on. You'd get blasted by atheists. Atheists would be saying, "Oh, how dare you criticize his religion when your religion is stupid?" And you would get blasted by Christians for being mean. Look, why don't you just preach the gospel? Why do you have to criticize another person's religion and so on? So you just got blasted from everywhere. And there was like, you were doing it in Canada. There were two of us doing it in the United States. There was Samuel Green down in Australia. There was Jay Smith in the UK. There were other people, but as far as like the people who were like publicly doing it and debating and stuff, was not a lot of people. And so people don't realize now. I mean, now you just got tons and tons of people. You got like Christians all around the world. You've got atheists. You've got lots of ex-Muslims. Ex-Muslims were pretty rare back then, at least those who were public about it. Whereas now there's just tons of ex-Muslims out there having these discussions. So it's a completely different world. But you were actually doing this way before I was. So you don't look that old, but you've got to be that old, because you were doing this like in the 90s.
Yes, early 90s, around 91, 92. The first debate I had was with Shabir Ali at the University of Toronto. And then through the years, we've had about 12, 13 debates across universities in Canada, the United States, and other Muslims as well. And also, by the grace of God, I've seen many Muslims come to faith through your YouTube channel, some through mine and other brothers. I've had the privilege of baptizing many Muslim families here in Toronto. Well, I'm actually in Florida right now, visiting family, but originally from Toronto, Canada. So it was just been wonderful, David. And back in the day, you're right. You wanted to show something, you had to go to the local library. You had to get we used to call them facsimiles. We don't call them that. Well, we still do, but they're kind of dinosaurs right now. But back in the day, you had to get photocopies and the overhead transparent stencils that we used to use. So back in the day, it was much more difficult because Muslims were basing everything they knew on what the Imam said. And now, with the advent of the internet, there's immediate access to information, Sunnah.com, various academic journals. And so it's really, really, since the internet age, it has been a catalyst in just the proliferation of access to information. And so I'm very thankful for that.
Now, since you were doing this long before I was, again, you've been following. I don't know how much you've been following Dawa. So you pointed out that you've been following some of their arguments and so on, and making video responses and so on.
Yeah.
But have you ever seen a worse year for Dawa than 2024?
No. I mean, there has definitely been an avalanche, as it's been said, of apostasy, to the point that even Muhammad Hijab is talking about it. Some of the leading imams are talking about this apostasy. And no, to be honest with you, David, I think 2024 is really that avalanche. 25% of young Muslims are leaving Islam, and that's a beautiful thing. So I'm suspecting that 2025 is going to be even better. I know of people, David. I was just talking to a friend of mine who knows missionaries in Africa, in the continent of Africa, and he's come across ex-Muslims there who've come to faith in Christ because of your YouTube channel. And so they're watching you all the way in the continent of Africa, and these guys are leaving Islam in areas where they'd be killed on the spot.
And this is just, 2024, and people might be wondering, what's going on? It's like every other year there are things where they could point to and say, you see, look at this happen. Look, Sneeko converted and this and that. Every other year there's something they can brag about. I can't think of anything this year. Every debate they've had, they've been crushed. You have the situation with Israel where I remember, because me and AP were always covering everything about Israel, and just the attitude completely changed over the course of a year. Like at the beginning of the year, it was like, hey, if we just keep complaining, we've got all the college protests and so on, we're going to win, the Jews are going to crumble, we're going to be victorious and so on.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen. It didn't happen. Nothing they did. And they seems like they over time just felt completely powerless. Then the topic recently changed to Syria, and now they're all attacking each other left and right. All the people who were united and going against Israel, they're all just brutally attacking each other. Talking
Hey,
about,
yo, David.
What's up?
Hey, yo, David. Since we have brother Tony here, it's 3:30 in the morning here. I should probably be taking off.
Oh yeah, go to sleep, man. Go to sleep.
Yeah, probably should. So the new day. I can tell you again, future is still awesome here on this side of the world. But thanks for having me on. This was really fun. It was great hanging out. And
hey, why don't you? Hey, before you say your nice little closing there, why don't you tell people real quick where they can follow you?
Yeah, we'll do. You can follow me on my YouTube channel called Daniel Apologetics. And I recently published a book, which I worked on 3 years. It's a response to the academically strongest version of divine hiddenness, fronted by Professor J.R. Schellenberg. And this book is completely for free on ebook and audiobook on my YouTube channel and website, danielapologetics.com. So anyone who wants it can go get it for free.
And I think I'll have you back on here in the near future, and you can talk about some of your stuff, because that was like the theme at EPS and ETS this year was divine hiddenness, and so there were lots of presentations on divine hiddenness. And so for anyone who doesn't know, the divine hiddenness, it's the main argument historically against belief in God has been the problem of evil. But divine hiddenness is like the second most kind of important one at the philosophical level. But divine hiddenness is just, hey, if God exists and wants us to believe in him, why don't you just show himself or something like that? And so it can be much more sophisticated than that, but that's the basic gist. And so that's an important area in apologetics. And so you can follow Daniel Apologetics, and he's got a book out, and we'll have him back on to discuss that in the future.
Awesomeness. Well, take care, guys. God bless, and Happy New Year.
All right.
Happy New Year. God bless you.
Catch you next time, man.
See you.
And here, by popular demand,
you see,
now everyone will be humiliated.
AP.
Hello.
Hey, AP. How you doing, brother?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Fantastic.
How's your new year going, AP?
Amazing.
This
is the right.
What?
Okay, it's the right microphone.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Hey, Tony, you came out with a book recently, I saw.
Yeah.
Why don't you give people a quick rundown of that?
Yeah, it was actually published Christmas Eve, which is wonderful. It was a Christmas miracle, I suppose. And the book's entitled No King But Christ, and the subtitle is The Bankruptcy and Collapse of Secular Worldviews. And I'm right here in Florida now, so I don't have a hard copy with me, but it's available on Amazon throughout the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, wherever you have the internet. And I'm very happy for that. A lot of folks have, it's been well received so far. And so if anyone's interested, just go to Amazon, punch in No King But Christ, Tony Costa, and they can have access to it. I was just reminded, David, of a hadith in Sahih Bukhari, number 6205, where it says, narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's messenger said, the most awful name in Allah's sight on the day of resurrection will be that of a man calling himself Malik al-Amlak, the King of Kings. And so I find it quite interesting that the Lord Jesus Christ is the King of Kings. He's the God-man, the King of Kings. And yet the Allah of Quran hates the man who is called the King of Kings. And that's quite telling. It's really in line with the Antichrist nature of Islam.
Yeah, I have to say, there's all this. When I give a full presentation or like opening statement in a debate on whether Muhammad is a prophet, then I usually break it down and I say, okay, so if someone claims to be a prophet, there are a few things we have to consider, a few options we have to consider. One, he might actually be a prophet, and so you'd look for why you should believe in him. Two, you could ask, do we have reasons to think that he's getting his revelations from his own mind or his surroundings or something like this? And that could be intentional or not intentional. So you could be intentionally deceiving people and pretending to be a prophet and making things up, or you could actually be a prophet, even though you're not. You've got a mental problem or something like this.
Yeah.
And so and so that's one option, that those revelations have a purely human origin. But then the next option would be that there is something actual demonic involved, and that this is like an antichrist. There's something from the spiritual realm. And then so I would look at the evidence for a human origin of Muhammad's teachings, and then I would look for evidence of something demonic involved. But yeah, that setting up for ultimately being hostile towards Jesus while pretending to be on Jesus' side, that would seem to be in the realm of like the demonic, like it's being set up for that.
Definitely.
With me, it's not the demonic. With me, it's just the mental problems.
That's just you, right?
Yeah.
But it could be demonic. That could be why you're always late. Imagine you have a demon of lateness who always makes you extremely late.
That's a good point. I haven't really thought that through. Huh.
Yeah. And think about this. It would be good because then we could say, it's not your fault, AP. It's not your fault.
Oh, yeah. Hey, that's good.
You're possessed by a demon of lateness.
That's good. That's good. Awesome, man. Thank you.
Then you can feel good about yourself. All right, let's take a couple super chats, and then we will take a little look at the Dawa Wars. Don't know if you guys know, but there's some Dawa Wars going on. Let me move this since there we go. How about that? Look at that.
I have to go out for just a couple of minutes, but I'll be right back. Should I just leave my camera on, or what would be
up to you,
best?
man? Up to you.
Okay, cool. I'll be right back.
All right. So answering LDS, if you're wondering what Dawa guys are doing, Muhammad Hijab recently released a video called The Art of Debating.
He did.
That's pretty awesome. And really, people will have mixed feelings about this because I see people and they're like, oh, just ignore the guys who thump their chests and act all horrible and so on. Ignore those guys. Focus on the guys who are like gentlemanly and actual serious debaters and so on. And you know, there's something right about that, and that you like interacting with people who are just, you know, examining arguments and so on and going back and forth. But there's something also wrong about that, and that in Islam, you kind of have to give the people what you want. Look at who becomes popular. It's the me strong than you, me humiliate you, me show you how to debate. You say me strong, you weak, me strong, you dumb, haha, you weakling. And that's just what works. And so why would you demand that you only get like the good gentlemanly perspective and not what the actual people just want?
Well, the funny thing is that his introduction video on The Art of Debating was published 5 days ago and has 15,000 views. So obviously people don't really care about it. They just want to see the theatrics when he is having a debate, which is very, very funny. Very funny.
Yeah, so we might need to go through that, man, if he made a video on there.
Yeah, at least let's give him some clicks, at least, you know.
Yeah, let's get this guy some clicks. He needs some help. Cheers, gents. Pray for stupid atheists. Yes, we should all pray for dumb donkey-brained atheists and agnostics.
We should.
Francis, hey, Francis. That's Francis, an ex-Muslim from in the UK. Posts videos there. Does stuff at Speaker's Corner. Very blessed and happy New Year to you all. May we love one another as our Lord Jesus Christ loves us. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Why is AP hiding? He's being a weakling. This is from earlier, AP, when you weren't showing your face. Now you've been humiliated. Key. Happy New Year. Ooh, yeah, we'll have the blowing of the shofar at
the new year.
As the ball drops.
Alhamdulillah.
Happy New Year to Issa and all you wonderful Christian YouTubers and all the haters and losers of Dawa too.
Thank you.
That's a lot of Happy New Years if you're talking about all the haters and losers.
Hey, I'm going to debate your friend that you recently debated. What's his name? Central Dawa.
Oh, you're debating him? Where?
Yeah, I'm going to debate him I know James is arranging it. I'm going to have a debate with him about Muhammad, whether Muhammad was a true prophet or not.
Really? Classic. I'm supposed to debate him at some point as well, too, because he challenged me to a second debate, and I agreed. So that'll happen at some point, probably sometime in 2025.
Good.
Unless he's so completely humiliated by AP that he gives up.
Powerful.
Wow. I'm actually surprised he wants to debate you again, David. I'm actually surprised. I mean, he did terrible in that first debate with you. It was a bloodbath.
He probably didn't realize it because he probably doesn't really understand what's going on when he's having a debate.
It's terrible.
Well, it's
Anthony,
also
sorry. So Dave, Anthony Rogers and I are having fun reviewing it, but yeah, go ahead, brother.
Oh, it's just this weird situation with like me and AP will prepare either the night before a debate or the day of a debate, and these guys will spend like months preparing and stuff. And so it's this weird situation of like, we actually know we could do significantly better. If we spent weeks or months preparing or something like this, we could be, but we just can't bring ourselves to do it because we always know their arguments are going to be terrible. Yeah. And so maybe it would actually be good for AP to get completely humiliated.
That would be nice.
Because then it'll force us to take these things more seriously.
It would be awesome, man.
Yeah.
Key says Daniel is not a narcissist anymore, but he was attracted to himself when he was a child.
Messed up.
That's very messed up. Mo destroyed the perfect preservation of the Quran. That's true. That was from a few years ago, but I'm assuming you're talking about Muhammad hijab. That was one of the great events of a few years ago. But even then, like back then when you had the holes in the narrative interview, it was like that was like their big fail of the year. Whereas this year is just everything. The entire year has been one fail after the other. Yeah. Poor Dawa, making me get teary eyed for all they've gone through. Happy New Year from Sweden, and God bless you all. Yes, everyone loves Sweden. My favorite 2024 moment, you and AP watching the adventures of Shake It Off Live. Classic D Wood and AP. Hey, David, does the total amount of Muslims include things like Iran counting all their people as Muslims, lol? I believe so. I believe when they give you the official number of like global Muslims, it's everyone who's counted as a Muslim in every country, even though, because it's understood. The statistic, I think, as of a few years ago was the average is around something like 8%. It's estimated that around 8% of people who are supposedly Muslims in Muslim countries are actually closet atheists or something in that ballpark. Mm-hmm. And so there are tons of people who are counted as Muslims who aren't actually Muslims. So,
yeah, like Issa Kabeer, for example. Yeah.
Yes, he's actually a Jew. Happy New Year, David. Please, could you let Tony Costa on? Check your mail if you can. Lord bless you. Hey, see what I did for you? Seek the cross.
There you go. Answer to prayer.
Goat Hub says, wait, so my degree in petroleum wasn't real? Not sure if you guys were following earlier, but we're going through Muhammad Hijab's dad's awesome school where you can send him money and he'll give you a degree in petroleum. Billy Carson used fake credentials too, called himself Harvard educated when he actually had a certificate for a 6-week online course from Harvard's website. Wow. That explains why he does so well in debates.
Yeah, he's been exposed by a Canadian, David Westhoff. He's a friend of mine up here in Toronto. And he just destroyed him. I think he's done. Billy Carson's done.
I had no idea who he was until I kept hearing all of a sudden, Westhoff destroyed Billy Carson. And I was like, never heard of him, not interested. But a ton of other people were interested. So I'm guessing he was actually bothering a lot of people. But then in exciting news, the popularity of that debate actually got the attention of Joe Rogan and so on. So now you're going to have Wes. Now you're going to have Wes on Joe Rogan.
That's right. I actually saw a picture of him with Joe in his studio today. So,
And hats off to Joe, because I remember he was I remember several years ago, and he's like, religion's all BS and so on. But to his credit, he will actually get people from different perspectives and so on, and he'll listen. And that's he doesn't just start attacking things he disagrees with and so on. He'll actually hear someone out. So these are cool times, man. That's hats off to him for doing that.
I think it's because Billy Carson was on Joe Rogan a while ago, like half a year ago or so.
Right. He was?
He was.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense then. Michael James says, when I grow up, I'm going to the University of Clambridge. Clambridge. More Shake It Off videos in 2025. Please, David. And this is coming from Petroleum Lieutenant. So we can. Guys, matter of fact, maybe we'll take a poll and say, hey, what's the best video and stuff? What's the best Shake It Off video? And then we'll go through it. Why does it burn when I pee? Silly jokes. He would. You're the kingaling of the wingalings. Never want to be a king of anything involving wingalings. Issa's a good dude. Pray him and AP find Jesus and become our brothers in Christ. This is for AP Computer Fund, even though he hides from us. Joking. This will not be going to AP's Computer Fund. Solaria says, hijab being a smooth operating con artist who's plying the family trade makes sense of Sig's reported encounter where hijab was nice and civil. I don't know which one you're referring to there with Sig, but it does make perfect sense. Again, you have the people who become popular in Dawah are the people with like a gangster mentality and the people with a con artist mentality. And hijab actually has both, which is why he became popular really quickly. Appreciate the responses, guys. Very interested in the topic and would love to see a video. Already saw some of IP's videos on it. Apostate of Allah, please forgive me. I became a wingling before I knew of your hatred. Well, there's always time. There's always time to repent of following Mike Winger. Avery and IP are running, and not a joke. I actually have my Bipsy and my popcorn. Happy New Year's of our Lord from 33 AD to 2025 AD and beyond. Yeshua Akbar.
Oh, yeah. Alhamdulillah.
We needed a Muslim reality TV show. It would be the drama of the century. By the way, David, you're dope. Take care, my guy. 2025 finna be big for you. Hey, this is good. I like these comments. 2025 gonna be big for the dizzle. Hey, Tony. I can't ask AP because he's a brainwashed agnostic.
Who, me? What are you talking about?
I want to go look up the comment. I think it was about 2 years ago when I posted a video about atheism, and you had a bunch of atheists whining and stuff. And then I posted a comment and I pinned it. I said, "You guys have no idea what's coming. You have no idea what's coming." And I said that because I'm sitting there. I'm just doing the math. I'm saying it's been over 20 years of you guys getting your way and convincing people to leave Christianity and become secular and atheist and so on. And so now we're in the realm of being able to test your predictions about society becoming more rational, more scientific. We should, no one's saying we would have a scientific utopia already, but it should be heading in that direction given what you guys said. In other words, if you get millions of people who become atheists, then you should see this corresponding shift in an uptick in rationality and so on. And I could see that none of their predictions had come true. So this was a couple of years ago. I was like, none of your predictions are coming true. And people are about to start noticing that none of your predictions have come true. So I said it a couple of years ago. And then all of a sudden we get like Ayan Hersey Ali and stuff. She said it to Doc. And she's like, none of your predictions didn't come true. None of it happened. Yeah. And then you had Jordan Peterson actually pointing this out to Dawkins. And he started off by saying that the fundamental underlying axioms of the scientific enterprise, they're basically religious ideas about the universe being intelligible. It can be understood because it was made by a rational agent. That's why it can be understood. And we're the kinds of things that were made to understand it because we're created in the image of God and so on. It's like these were all religious ideas that started the scientific revolution. And Jordan Peterson was pointing out that as you wipe wipe out the religious foundation. He's saying these ideas that are underlying science are not going to escape unscathed. And so he says, Dawkins, haven't you noticed that even though you complained about Christianity in the 80s and 90s and so on, no one was stopping you from, no one was trying to stop you from doing what you were doing and being a professor and so on. All of a sudden you get to 2 decades of you getting people to buy into the idea that if everyone becomes atheist, the world will become better and more scientific. And now's when your scientific endeavors are actually threatened. Like you can't even say, what a boy is or something like that online without being attacked, because that's what he gets attacked for and so on.
Yeah.
And so I'm looking at all of this, just want your perspective. I look at all of this and I'm like, okay, so we had the new atheism test its predictions and they failed. And we had the idea that Islam was going to be great for Western society and was going to integrate well. And everyone who said, no, it's not, are a bunch of racist, Islamophobic, hate-mongering bigots. And I'm looking at all this and all the things that the popular mantras of the past 20 years, they're all failing.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm just looking at this going, this looks like it looks like you're about to enter some golden age of apologetics or something like that, or some like revival situation coming in the near future. But what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I address a lot of that in my book, David. That's some of the things I address is the collapse of these secular worldviews and their breakdown. And I think you're absolutely right. Their predictions are all are actually coming to nothing. They're proven to be false. Even Richard Dawkins had the honesty to admit that he says, I'm a cultural Christian. I call myself a cultural Christian, even though he's an avowed atheist, wrote books against Christianity, the God Delusion, the blind watchmaker and so forth. He said, I prefer to be a cultural Christian because he said, I would rather live in a so-called Christian nation than living in a nation that is run by Islam, because he sees the writings on the wall in England. England is in serious danger right now. The politicians are ignoring it. Even the King Charles III, is too busy talking about climate change and the refugee crisis, as he calls it. And I think that Dawkins and I think that Daniel Dennett and I think that Sam Harris and the late Christopher Hitchens, everything they said is falling apart. And I think it's what you said, David, is that at the bottom level, we are image bearers of God. We are created with a desire to know who we are, why we're here, where did we come from, is there life after death? These profound questions cannot be answered by the new atheists, or even classical atheism cannot answer those questions. And what that does is it creates despair. It creates the angst, that anxiety, or as Heidegger called it, the dread of death and the end of all things. And I think what we're seeing now is, I think the new atheism is actually on its way out. It's dying. And they used to have signs across the United Kingdom and the United States. Millions who don't believe in God are living happy lives. Don't worry, you don't need to believe in God to be happy. Well, it's on the contrary. People without God, there's no sense of hope. There's no infinite reference point.
Yeah, AP.
Yeah.
Okay. No, go ahead. Didn't mean to interrupt. Just wanted AP to.
Yeah. So I think you're absolutely right. I think the fact that Dawkins is now referring to himself as a cultural Christian, I think it's the 12th hour. I think he's beginning to realize that, I may be wrong. There may actually be, he actually admitted there may actually be a God. So he's now changing his tune from this rabid atheist, no God, to there may be a God. So I think we're beginning to see even changes in people like Dawkins.
And a little while back, I made a video called "The Future of Atheism." When
yes,
I basically said, they ran it as an experiment. Here's what sucks. I mean, people can get an idea in their heads.
Yeah, I just want to point something out very quickly. I had no idea about the whole Wesley Huff, Billy Carson thing. I just checked, and apparently Wesley Huff got 189,000 new subscribers over the last 30 days. And before that, he only had a few thousand. So he surpassed 200,000 very quickly in just 1 month, and is now a rising star from nothing to a rising star because of the whole Billy Carson thing. And people are flooding Billy Carson videos with links to it and pointing out how embarrassing and how ignorant he actually is. This really makes me want to watch the whole debate. And meanwhile, here you are still sitting here talking to yourself, David.
AP, I literally said we should go through that, and you're like, no, I don't care about that. I will find you in the live stream where you said that. I don't care about any of that.
Let me just warn you guys. It's a good debate, but the moderator is going to put you to sleep because the moderator took over and he started giving his own opinions. So just be warned, the moderator is going to drive you nuts. And Billy Carson tried to sue Wes Huff and a couple of other folks. He didn't want that video being put out there. So Wes Huff was served court papers. He was going to be sued. So anyway.
Wild stuff. But it is interesting that took off so quickly. Anyway, before I was rudely interrupted by a person whose feelings were being hurt by us exposing and humiliating atheism.
We're talking about Dawkins.
I was talking about how people get ideas in their heads and they'll have that idea in their head and it makes perfect sense to them until the idea is tested and it fails. The problem is that can lead to, you can do irreparable harm by putting your idea, which should remain in your head, to the test in the world. So, Tony, you remember, well, you're in Canada. I don't know what was going on up there, but in the US, I can say, if you go back to like 2006, 2007, 2008, and so on, the main view on the political left of Islam, why do we keep having...
Canada is soon going to be a new U.S. state, by the way.
And that'll help them.
Bring it on. We're ready. We're ready.
Yep. They're going to be the 51st state unless we choose Greenland as our 51st state, and Canada could be our 52nd state.
Yeah. Anyway, continue, David.
Yeah. So back 2005, 2006, 2007, the main view on the left was...
I would think the first one
quit
to
doing
be...
it. I know you're doing it. Quit being a dirtbag. The idea back then was that the reason you keep having these terrorist attacks was that we've basically been too insulting towards Islam, and their feelings have been hurt culturally. Yep. They feel like we're too mean, and that's causing them to lash out. And so if you just showed them that you respect them and you respect their prophet and you respect their religion and you respect their people, and that you're not going over there trying to humiliate them and so on, their hearts would change and they would run out to embrace you. Their hearts would melt. The jihad would stop. And you and I would look at that and go, that's complete nonsense. You have no idea what you're dealing with. But these people, they don't know what's in the Muslim sources and so on. So they're thinking, why do these guys from over here keep wanting to go blow stuff up? Oh, it's because we've hurt their feelings too much, because we're mean and abusive and so on. And so if we just got a fresh start, everything would be better. Yeah. And what happened? We got President Obama, and he went over and gave his famous Cairo speech. And if their theory is correct, that you just, that they feel disrespected and so on, and if you extended an olive branch and showed and praised their prophet and so on, that they'd love you in return and they'd want to give you a fresh start. His speech was the perfect test for that. You could not have a better speech to test that theory, because he did exactly that. We want a fresh start, guys. We respect your prophet. We understand things have gone wrong in the past. Come on, let's move forward. We love your religion and so on. And what did you get? You got ISIS after that, right? Yeah. It didn't work out the way. And here's the thing. After that, I pretty much never hear that anymore, even though that was the main thing I heard 15 years ago. What happened? They tested it. That your idea got put into the real world. Let's just go over there. Let's praise you. Let's help you. Let's help you take out the evil dictators that you don't like and so on. And what happens? Massive amounts of terrorism. People are blowing up each other's mosques and so on. The Middle East still hasn't recovered from the damage done. May never recover from the damage done.
Yeah.
And that's the cost of taking an idea, which should have remained in someone's head and actually putting it into practice in the world. But it was the only, it was kind of the only way to refute the dumb idea and get people to back off the idea. To me, it's similar with like atheism. It's, hey, if we all become atheists, society would become so much better. It's making sense in their head. Like, oh, because Christians are dumb and atheists are smart and we're all about science and they hate science. And therefore, if we just become atheists, then everything would be science. And okay, you've had over 2 decades to test your theory. None of it has come true. In fact, the opposite has happened. And as a little bonus, you're paving the way for Islam.
No, it was not real secularism. It wasn't real. Real secularism didn't work. When we have real secularism, you will see how it really is. It just never really worked.
Yeah.
Hey, 1 second. Check this out. Yeah. And there we go. We got Hatun.
Oh, hey, Hatun.
Hello.
How are you, sister?
Peace of Christ be with you all, and Apostate Prophet, how are you guys?
Good.
We're all good. We're all good.
Why did you say be with you all and Apostate Prophet?
Like, did you become a Christian?
Yeah, she can't say anything nice.
No,
You're not a Christian.
Maybe I missed it. Like, if you become a Christian,
no. Okay. Let's start over. Bless everyone here who's a Christian, and if you're not a Christian, we hope you fall down the stairs. And
you fall down the stairs, and then before you take your last breath, you repent. Otherwise, like, you fall down from the stairs, you have broken bones, you are in pain. You got to stay alive and continue that suffering.
Yeah. So remain conscious. Remain conscious, AP. Remain conscious so you can repent.
That's right.
I will keep that in mind. Thank you, Hatun.
I think when you kind of go through such accidents, it doesn't come to, it's not your default thoughts. Ideally, put on the wall, just where the bottom of the stairs is, so you can see it when you fall, so you don't miss the moment.
In fact, AP, best to probably start wearing a neck brace now. That way, when you inevitably fall, your neck is saved.
Yeah.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Hatun, I've been asking everyone else here. You've been dealing with Dawa for a long time.
I'm not dealing with Dawa.
They
don't have any arguments to deal with that. Nah, they just become like drama boys. But yes, dealing with Islam.
That's true. That's true. Have you ever seen a worse year for Dawa than 2024? I would say that the holes in the narrative year, as far as that event was big, but the rest of the year wasn't particular. This year, to me, it's like it's just been loss after loss after loss after loss after loss, and people are bringing up things, and it's like, gosh, I forgot about that because we're all focused on this loss right here. We're forgetting about it's just. But looking back through the year, it's been an endless series of losses, and I can't think of anything where they actually got any sort of victory. And so, can you think of a worse year for Dawa than 2024?
So I missed almost 6 months of this year, and I can just look at, like, let's say last 6 months or last 6 to 7 months, and every month was Dawa. Every day was like, not every day, maybe every other day. We can push for every day, I guess. There is Dawa drama. Islam messed up. Muslim missionaries are contributing the destruction of Islam. All that. I think, like, just looking at only the half of the year, I think this was the year, it was not good for Islam.
This has been really, really bad. And I'm looking, the other issue is, as far as next year, do you think it's going to get worse? In other words, you got the momentum of this year but things have been exposed. They have no arguments to fall back on. And so next year is going to get worse? Or are they going to somehow do everything differently and see what didn't work this year and regroup and things are going to get better? Or is it going to remain the same? What are you predicting here? And I'm saying this because next year, at the end of next year, we will take everyone's predictions and thoughts and we'll see what happened.
Well, in that, when you are doing the clip for next year, make sure you edit this out because probably it won't work. But so what we have is, you look at the Dawah gangs, and when someone awful joins into Islam to justify their sin through Islam, everyone comes and then celebrates until kind of they disagree in something small.
Mm-hmm.
Dawah gangs comes together to defend Islam, and then the moment they are not with the non-believers, non-Muslims, they start fighting with one another. What is the term? They bump their chest to show like how Islam is awesome, and then they just won the arguments, all that. So because their like brain cells don't function well, I think some of them are frozen. So I don't think they will think to let's regroup and then come up with new strategy. I don't think that will ever happen. So whatever they do, they will just contribute to the destruction of Islam more and more. That's what I am saying. They don't learn from their mistakes. They think their mistake because
it's the Jews. The Jews are behind everything. Yeah, it's not their fault. It's the Jews.
The way we see things are different. Like you make a mistake, and then probably by the time you get home, you've got 50 emails. Christians are calling you out for your mistakes. And then you are gently forced to make public apology or public repentance, okay? Versus in Islam, you make mistakes, and then by the time you get home, you've got thousands of messages. Congratulations, bro. Congratulations, Habibi. So they don't learn. They don't learn. There's no accountability. They don't learn. So I don't think they will regroup to kind of rescue Islam, and I don't think anyone can rescue Islam.
You remember when I had my supposed debate with Ali Dawah, when Ali Dawah challenged me to a debate, and he came on, and it just turned into
with
this
the
whole
grapes?
With the grapes, yes. That was he actually behaved.
Wait,
so
hold on.
badly.
One second. Are you referring to when Smiles to Jinnah, as it was later discovered, because you see it, you assume it's his wife and so on. Are you saying when Ali Dawah was sitting there debating and he's being fed grapes by Smiles to Jinnah, so Ali Dawah was actually being graped in the mouth by Smiles to Jinnah? You're saying, what are you saying about that? Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes, that's
okay.
exactly what
Okay,
I
just
mean.
want to confirm we're talking about the same thing. Okay, go ahead.
When that happened, when that embarrassment happened, it was actually so bad that other Muslims jumped in and started criticizing and openly responding to him. Like Sajid Libam and others started responding to him and correcting him and saying something like this should not happen. However, the reaction from most of the popular Islamists and his friends was to
encourage him.
And insult and criticize and rebuke those who criticized Ali Dawah for his bad behavior and
They're
his
just
terrible
jealous.
attitude
They're
and
jealous
his
of him.
ignorance. They accuse him of backstabbing and serving the enemy of Islam and so on. This is literally how they reacted to people internally criticizing a popular Dawah boy. So, which is why Ali Dawah never felt the need to change. He never felt the need to change because the criticism that he received from legitimate people in his own circle was immediately rebuked with disgust by his fellow popular Dawah guys. This is exactly how they are. Hatun is completely right.
And
can I just comment on it?
Mm-hmm.
Something I think we shouldn't skip. The the person who is giving him the grapes is a man. Who are serving the grapes in Islamic paradise? They are serving you something in Islamic paradise, non-believing boys. I think in that debate, Ali Dawah just wanted to give the people glimpse of Islamic paradise. So I never seen man giving another man grapes like that. Also, I can feel the jealousy from the voice of AP because he just like, oh, he's eating grapes. I'm not eating grapes. That's just not right.
I was just confused because there were no virgins on the screen, so I don't know what that was about.
Yeah, so
I'm proud of that.
That actually makes sense. That makes sense that Ali Dawah keeps trying to give people a glimpse of paradise because he sells Viagra. He sells Viagra, which is like his herbal Viagra. But, you know, Allah is going to bless people with eternal erections and so on in paradise. And so, you know, Ali Dawah is like, yo, does you want to see what Jannah's going to be like? Then just look at me getting graped in the mouth by Smiles to Jinnah while I'm popping these Viagra. It's, you know, it's a perfect example.
And we're proud of that.
We're proud of that. But yet, no, this AP and Hatun bring up very important points there in the sense that I'm sitting there, I'm thinking as myself. If I were a Dawah guy and I looked at 2024, I would be like, we need to make some serious changes for 2025 because this entire year has been a horrible, catastrophic disaster. Let's change something. But you guys are right. They only have a couple of tools in their tool bag. They have deception. We just make things up to support Islam. We make up arguments and so on. We make up evidence. And because we know that people are going to be too lazy to look it up. And now people are actually looking things up and exposing them and they don't know what to do. And the other is, oh, we'll humiliate you. And they use this sort of low level manipulation where if you do what we want, we praise you and say how great you are. Well, great job, brother. Oh, praise Allah. And if you don't do what we want, we heap insults and abuse and threats on you and so on. And that's it. That's the extent. Those are all the tools in their tool bag. And whenever something goes wrong, their tendency is to dial up those exact same things. It's to do the exact same things. Well, now the fact that they're glued to just a handful of these methods, which you don't need these methods if you have the truth. You don't need to rely on these things if you have the truth. It's like it's a big symptom of rallying around a lie. But if these are the only methods you have, and if these are now the methods that have been exposed and people have caught on to and people know how to deal with them, and all you're going to do is dial up your abuse of people who disagree with you and your praise of people who agree with you and your lies in defense of your religion. If people have caught on now and you have no plan B, I'd say you're doomed. The end is nigh. And I'm thinking we're going to see you just massively crumble even more in 2025. That would be my prediction. So I'm agreeing with you guys. Let's take a couple less. Wait, matter of fact, before we take a couple of super chats, let's just check out one thing. We can't go through a lot of this. We mentioned it earlier. That you have the Dawa Wars. So in the past, we've seen over and over again, we've seen Sajid versus Ali Dawah and Ali Dawah's crowd versus Sajid and Muhammad Hijab's involved. And then you have Sajid and Knowledge North and they're going against these guys and everyone's blasting away. And then you'll have Daniel versus Sheikh Uthman and they're going back and forth. And earlier in this episode, we talked about the feud between Jake, the Muslim metaphysician, and Daniel Hakikachu, and they're blasting away at each other. You're the biggest liar I've ever seen. No, you're the biggest liar I've ever seen. Liar! See, you're even lying when you say I'm the biggest liar you've ever seen. No, you're the liar because you are the biggest liar I've ever seen. And that's how they're arguing. But so you have them, the fact that they'll kind of disagree over any issue and then flip out on each other and they'll start Dawa Wars. But the biggest eruption of the Dawa Wars that I've ever seen came with Syria. It came with Syria because like for a lot of 2024, they tended to lay aside their differences. Hey, we're going after Israel here. Let's all lay aside our differences and let's all share each other's tweets and stuff. And let's just keep blasting away at the Jews and at Israel and so on. And then all of a sudden, towards the end of 2024, the issue changes to Syria, where you have Sunnis and Shias, and you have multiple Sunni groups, and you have Christians involved and Druze. And all of a sudden, these guys start blasting away at each other, and the alliances instantly break down. And there's just no holds barred. They're just like, completely brutally attacking each other. And I'll just give one. There's tons of examples of this. This has happened. You can basically pick a Dawa guy who's been blasting away at Israel, go look for that person's tweets about Syria, and then look at everyone else attacking him over the issue of Syria. But I saw AP sharing this one. That's how I know about it. But there's been a bunch of these. So let me go to kind of the original one here. So this is from Scott Ritter. Had no idea who this guy was, but he's a
pedophile.
Yeah, that's careful, because that accusation is going to come up from a weird source. So Scott Ritter says, this post may anger many. I don't care. If you're Muslim and you support what is going on in Syria today, you only prove what others say about your religion, that it is a faith born of violence and intolerance. Now, I personally believe that Islam is founded on the principles of peace and tolerance. I should have read this before I pulled it up. Oh, boy. I can't breathe. No, just kidding. This guy's sharing his personal beliefs about Islam, which in my mind tells me these so-called Muslims who cheer what is happening in Syria today are, in fact, anything but Muslim. Why? Because they don't agree with my fantasy about what Islam is. They are unbelievers, kafir, and should be treated by the Islamic world as such. Apostates who should be eradicated with extreme prejudice, and the non-Muslim world should line up to help in this extermination. Wow. God, I seriously didn't read this beforehand. I noticed that this is what they were responding to, so I clicked on it. But he's actually calling for mass murder and mass executions and stuff. Syria is about to be turned into hell on earth. That is true. All because we fooled ourselves into believing that an Al-Qaeda terrorist named Jelani could be reformed. You can't reform evil. Wow. So Islam is a religion of peace and tolerance, according to this guy. And since Jelani is not all about peace and tolerance, can't trust him. All right. So guys, let me go back. So that's the tweet, and guys, this is just one example. I just pulled up one example just because AP just shared it very recently, but it's an example of how quickly and instantly they will escalate and declare war on each other. Here's the response of Dili Hussein, and then of course our hero Syrian girl. So Dili Hussein, look at the post he's responding to, and he says Sheikh Scott Ritter, the convicted pedophile. It's weird hearing that accusation because, guys, Muhammad was never convicted of being a pedophile because that wasn't a charge in his community and you couldn't charge him. But if Muhammad were around today, what would happen to him for having sex with a prepubescent 9-year-old girl? He would be a convicted pedophile.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's just weird seeing that as an accusation. You should be like, in other words, it should be, Dilly, what you should be saying is Sheikh Scott Ritter, who, to his credit, is a convicted pedophile, but otherwise is wrong about Islam. Something along those lines. But Sheikh Scott Ritter, the convicted pedophile, has excommunicated and called for the extermination of every Muslim that supported the Syrian revolution and rejoiced at the toppling of Assad. Takfiri nut job. Okay, so that's Dilly's response. Hey, this guy's
you know what's funny?
Well,
you know what's funny about this? So not only is he calling a convicted pedophile, and he's just, he has to put that out there. But so I'm reading the charges and the conviction of Scott Ritter, and he was convicted for engaging in certain things like luring a 16-year-old girl to a place who was actually an undercover officer posing online, and then another case where he started apparently pleasuring himself in front of a webcam when as a 15-year-old girl was on. So these are the pedophile charges, which is clearly pedophilic behavior, but
kind of really? amateur hour from an Islamic perspective.
Yeah, compared to Muhammad and the Muslims.
Yes,
it's not.
Yeah, and we don't even have to go all the way back to Muhammad. Just think about what the popular da'is are claiming. People like Daniel Hakikach, who thinks that you could consummate a marriage with a 4-year-old. And so this guy, yep, bad dude, not the sort of guy you want to listen to, but he's an angel compared to the Dilly Hussein crowd who would, I'm guessing, would support a lot of horrible, horrible stuff. But so anyway, Dilly Hussein did not like the fact that this guy's calling for the executions of Muslims who support the what's going on in Syria. And you got Syrian girl saying you would be top of that list. He's already, that escalated quickly, so he's already at the top of the list of people who should be executed, right? So Syrian girl, keep in mind, guys, they were all on the same side when it came to Israel. But now they're disagreeing over Syria, because Syrian girl, she was on the Assad side, and Dilly's on the Salafi side. And so Syrian girl says, you would be on the top of that list, a list of people who should be executed. And Dilly's response, sit back down, you retarded, non-Arabic speaking Captagon junkie. Guys, I give credit where credit is due. And one thing that requires skill is a brutal takedown in a short sentence. And Dilly, I've never seen anything else to Dilly's credit. His name's like Dawah or something like that. But sit back down, you retarded non-Arabic speaking Captagon junk. I had to look up what that's about. Syrian girl has been saying that Syria was saved by a drug called Captagon, which like destroys your brain and so on. So apparently she's a fan of the drug, and he calls her a Captagon junk. That's a drug that destroys your brain, which ironically she has been promoting. And so
it's because the Syrian government, the Assad government, was notoriously known for importing and distributing it in the Middle East or in the Arab world and making money off of it.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought she meant she was that they were taking it and this was somehow helping them. You mean they were actually selling it and this is what allowed them to make money.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, interesting. So that's Dilly's response. And then Syrian girl says, unlike you, Bangladeshi, I do speak Arabic, you worthless sack of degenerate filth. See, I have to go with Dilly on Dilly won that one, right? Now, she calls him worthless sack of degenerate filth, but that's like sort of generic insult, right? Worthless sack, degenerate filth. And whereas him...
But it gets better. It gets even better now.
Yeah, whereas him, he's getting really personal, right? Because he's saying non-Arabic speaking. Right? So that's an insult. That's an insult to her crowd. You don't even speak Arabic. And then Captagon junk. See, his is personal. Hers is like generic. So he won that. So wait, what do you mean? This is the last one I have. Oh, wait. I'm going to remove the comment about you being a blank, lest it be associated with your race, but the facts remain. Yeah. I did not follow the discussion after this, but there are comments underneath this. So I don't know if they continue going back and forth. But let's see. Bangladeshi citizens in UK are here's what's interesting. You see the people on both sides, and they just instantly start with the insults against the other side. And some of them are going
Arab Muta product.
Yeah, so look at this. So all the like you had the people who instantly go after Dilly, and then you had the people who go after Syrian girl. But all the people who are going after Syrian girl they're all mutta insults because she's favoring the Shias. Anyway, so Minad here says Bangladeshi citizens in UK are the most uncivilized society in UK. People must sell their house when they move to the area, ignore him and move on. So you have to, this is saying when Bangladeshis move to an area, everyone else has to leave the area, pack their bags and stuff. So that's against Dilly. Then we have your Bashar's Arab Mutta product. You're not Arab. You don't speak Arabic. You're not even Arab, you Mutta product. Oh. Then don't bother, Lo. These people worship Ibn Taymiyyah, the godfather of terrorism and death cult. So that's blasting the Salafis who take Ibn Taymiyyah as their granddaddy. You're a product of Mutta, aren't you? Thank you, Dilwar, for reporting from the ground in Syria. Excellent reporting. I saw your recent podcast with Free Monotheists. Excellent podcast. Okay, this is all good, but let's get to the good stuff. Every single attempt of yours at proving that you speak Arabic has been a complete embarrassment. You're a grown woman. You need to learn to accept your faults. keep in mind, they're just blasting her. Your Arabic is absolutely trash. It's clear. It's not native to you. This is how we judge whether you're correct or not, is how good your Arabic is.
It's so funny, as you were pointing out, these guys, these different Muslims, the Sunni and Shia, and on different sides of the political spectrum in the Middle East, they all temporarily came together after October 7 and started supporting each other because of Israel, because it was about Jews.
Yep,
But as soon as the attention shifted back to Syria, they started getting at each other's throats, and
instantly
it would turn into a bloodbath if you put them out there.
Yeah, there's so much unity in the Ummah, right, David? So much we hear about this unity in the Ummah, that the West needs Islam because Islam will bring unity to the world and peace to the world. And what we see here is a divided house.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's extremely divided. And we can't even I mean, I only wanted to give this example, but there are tons of others. One, I mean, I think Jake and Daniel, one of the reasons they've been blasting each other was over this, because this was a while back, but if I recall correctly, Daniel was it? I think Daniel was the one who would celebrate if Jews were attacking Hezbollah because it's good, if Israel's attacking Hezbollah because Hezbollah is the enemy. And then I think it was Jake who was saying, no, you can't cheer for Israel no matter what they're doing, even if they're taking out your other enemies. Anyway, they erupted. And then over Syria, then you had Jackson Hinkle and Mohammed Hijab, but like they just dial it up to 10 with insults and attacking each other and so on. And then all the other guys start attacking each other, and here Syrian Girl and Dilly Hussein, again, people who were all on the same page earlier this year. They can rally around some cause, and it takes very little. It takes someone winning a battle or something like that in some other country for them to just dial it up to 10 and declare war on each other. Your Arabic is absolutely trash. It's clearly not native to you. You can't recognize different Syrian dialects, and you say Syrians are foreigner when their Arabic sounds funny to you. People just laughing at the Ummah.
Can I just ask a clarification question?
Uh-huh.
So, if I'm hearing correctly, you are saying that Muslims' hate towards Jews are so strong that they come together, doesn't matter whatever they think on Shia, Sunni, Ahmadis, all those kind of junks. But their love towards their fellow Muslims is so powerful. Their love towards their fellow Muslims is so powerful, they can find a dot and comma in their sentence to start fight when the Jews are not present. Did I get that correct?
Yep. And that's why that's why no one's going to see any sort of big restoration of a caliphate. You can, in theory, have a group that completely dominates and controls everything. Once that breaks down, it is very difficult to reform. And these guys can't get along over anything. And guys, so we just looked at an example of like Sunni versus Shia. But the Sunnis are blasting away at each other for, I mean, again, Jake and Daniel, both Sunnis, they're blasting away at each other, can't agree on anything. It's just...
I'm not sure why you are saying they cannot agree with anything. Because remember, didn't they sit down against Robert Spencer and who was the other brother?
Brother Rashid.
Brother Rashid. So they sit down together, even though they had different theology. They sit down together to go against Christians. They were uniting.
Yeah.
They had no problem.
It's the old saying, right?
Yep.
David,
5 minutes later, war.
It's the old saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And so if you have a common enemy, which is Israel, Hezbollah, Hamas will shake hands.
Yep, and they can unite briefly if they're attacking Christian theology or something like that. Yep. But apart from that, they cannot get along. Guys, these are one of the things you need to pay attention to, because it's easy to look at the spread of Islam and look, it's taking over London and so on. Is it going to take over the world? These guys can't agree on anything. As long as they're focused on let's take this over, let's do this or something like that, they can have a loose alliance The moment they start looking at each other, they start attacking each other.
Yeah.
And the conversation these keyboard jihadis are putting on that screen you shared with us, Muslims are like just picking side, and then they're coming alongside of one another to show how much they hate the other side.
Mm-hmm.
That's like very concerning as well. Like, doesn't matter how right or wrong you are, the moment you've got the crowd who is following you, you are able to kind of rule and reign that conversation.
Yeah, that's an important thing because see, Dilly and Syrian girl both have big followings. They're both popular. They both have big followings. But what you have in these situations is lots of times a person with a smaller following or no following gives a legitimate objection and say, "Hey, this is wrong because of this," and you just can't do anything because you've got the crowd, you've got the mob against you. But now with this, it's this interesting situation where you have all these people, all these Dawa figures and influencers and so on, and they all have followings, and they're all declaring war on each other and sending their followings after each other. But guess what happens when that happens? It was just very recently you were all on the same page and you were united. What happens is we'll have a disagreement, and the two people will attack each other. And instead of de-escalating, the crowds get involved and they start attacking the other person and the other crowd, the opposing crowd. Well, guess what that does? Now, everyone who was on the same page, now it's just not a dispute. And these two people had a disagreement. Now it's their entire side is attacking my entire side. What do you focus on now? Christians? No. Israel? No. You're focusing on this group that's attacking you and insulting you and talking about now that you don't know Arabic, ha ha ha. And that's all it takes to set them off. Keep in mind, guys, that's good news. That's good news because if you know how to set them off, you can kind of stoke the flames in certain situations. Hey, Tony, I back when I was kind of getting started, I did that by accident. Once. I wasn't trying to do it. They thought I did it intentionally. I did not do it intentionally. I started learning about Sunni Islam and I knew nothing about Shia Islam. And I saw a Shia making fun of Aisha. And I had no idea that Shias don't like Aisha. So I had no clues. So I just went into there was a big, I don't even know if it still exists, but there was a big chat room back then. Cause this is like 2002, 2003 or something like this. But there was a big chat room that was a Muslim chat group. So I went into the chat that was really action packed at that moment and stuff like that. And I said, hey, I've heard that some Shias don't like Aisha. Is this true? That's all I said. And all these people were just having random discussions and stuff. Instantly, they're like, we don't like her because she poisoned Muhammad and blah, blah, blah. And then we're liar and stuff. And it just instantly, like, they started just blasting away at each other. I'm sitting there going, what?
Yeah.
Wait, what? What? Yeah. What just happened? And then I got banned from the platform. They said, we see what you're trying to do, causing division in here. It's like, I wasn't intending that. Sometimes I'm intending to do that, but I'm not. I had no intention of doing that right there, and it just instantly erupted. They had to shut down that room because they want a peaceful. They were trying to get everyone to get along and stuff. They had to shut down that room. But I mean, think just that one little question, and it's like, guys, that's how fragile any sort of agreement between these people. You have to toss one little issue in there and just watch them flip out on each other and escalate.
Did you see Did you see that show, David, where it was a Sunni Muslim baker? It was like one of those cooking shows, and people were phoning in, and one guy phoned in, and he was a Shia, and he was asking him. If he used Aisha's breast milk to make the cake. And the guy went ballistic. He started swearing, throwing things around. Oh, it was unbelievable. Yeah. But they hate Aisha because they think Aisha and her father, Abu Bakr, engineered the death of Fatima, the daughter of Muhammad. And of course,
it's basically at the end of the day, they usurped authority, right? They knew that Ali was supposed to be in charge, and they came up with this scheme. And while they're all focusing on the burial and stuff, let's sneak in there and say, oh yeah, Muhammad wanted us.
Yeah. I could see that. For sure.
What's that?
Sorry, I was going to ask, since we are talking Shia and Sunnis, did you watch the movie The Lady of Heaven?
No.
So Shia made a movie.
That's the one that people got shut down in the UK or something, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, so that video is not available online stuff. But in that video, in that movie, Aisha is like very ugly, blackish young woman. Abu Bakr is very ugly again. Umar is very ugly, and they are like black circle, like in color code is like black, and then Muhammad.
So they're using editing to make them,
Yeah, like they've got like black, like
shadowy.
People. No, black people, but like they really look very ugly. And then you've got Ali.
That's like, weird. I have sources saying that Abu Bakr was white. He was as white as Muhammad.
Yeah. Nope. Not in that movie.
Not in the movie. Okay.
Wow. That would be Sunni sources, right?
You've got Ali.
Yeah.
He's very white. He's got like this beautiful eyebrows. Muhammad, very white with beautiful eyebrows. Fatima, she's so holy they can't even show her face. But the way kind of it shows on the movie, you kind of black people are the bad people in this movie. White people are the good people, and white people are Shias, black people are Sunnis.
Yeah. Well, wow. We're gonna have to watch that and comment. We're gonna have to watch that and get some commentary.
Wow.
Yeah, we do.
Fun stuff. All right.
Could I add one thing too? They made a critique about muta marriage, but Sunni Muslims do nikah tasir, which is secret marriage, which is pretty much equivalent. So I think the Sunni community can't critique the Shia community for practicing muta marriage when they do the same kind of thing.
And it's interesting that even the Sunni sources are inconsistent on the point, in the sense that if you took the totality of the Sunni sources, you'd probably come down to the conclusion that the Sunni view is that Muhammad eventually forbade the practice, even though it was allowed for a while. But even in the Sunni sources, you have sources that say, no, Muhammad didn't condemn it. It was a later caliph that condemned it. And then they basically rewrote the history to try and make it look like Muhammad condemned it and so on. Anyway, the point there is that it always comes up in like war-torn Syria and so on, that you'll have these wealthy Saudis who go there and practice mutta with the desperate, starving teenage girls and so on. And they have justification. All you have to do is say, actually, I favor these couple of hadiths in Sahih Muslim and not those other hadiths that are equally valid in the same hadith collection and so on. So, yeah, the point here is it's not something to be, it's not something where Sunnis should be acting like this is just a Shia issue and you can just make fun of Shias on that. I mean, at the very least, you have to say Muhammad allowed it for a while. So you wouldn't want to make fun of someone about that, because Muhammad did allow it for a while.
Is AP, are you ready for jihad, AP? Is that
AP's always ready for jihad.
Oh no, I just wanted to trim my beard.
This is how he does it. This is how he does it. Crocodile Dundee, remember that? He was shaving with a razor till the woman walked by and then pulled it. No, there was a scene where he was shaving.
It's just a knife.
He shaved with a razor, and then when the reporter walked by, he pulled out his knife and he acted like he was shaving with the knife, even though he was using a Bic razor. Take a couple super chats and then we'll get some more people on here, because we will be getting down to it. God bless you guys. Thank you. I don't know if I showed that earlier.
Thank you.
I came in very late, literally now. I will 100% watch from beginning, but I wanted to say how much I love everyone here and always look forward to listening. Wishing everyone Happy New Year in advance. Thank you all.
Thank you.
It's good to have nice comments instead of mean comments from winglings. Why are you hurting the feelings of Dawa guys? Be civil.
This is a fact.
That is.
Truth hurts. The truth hurts.
There aren't any good arguments for Islam, but what do you believe is the best one?
Well, I think if I may present my opinion, so there are lots of arguments going around, and Muslims have made lots of arguments over the years, and there are some in the Quran. You can find some in the Hadith. Personally, I would say the one that makes me think and sounds kind of convincing to me is the one where it says we used to say Muhammad had the sexual strength of 30 men because he would visit all his wives in one night. So that, I think, is a very, very convincing argument for Islam.
AP's silliness aside,
What silliness, man.
I think the closest, and this is a bad argument because I don't even believe that this is what Islam really is. But when Islam is presented as, hey, there's one God, and you obviously want to give as much reverence and respect to the one God, and Islam is the religion that just says submit to one God, and so when they're keeping it sort of generic and general, I don't think that's good, because Islam is a package deal, and then they have a bunch of pagan nonsense that's actually involved, and they just don't tell people that. But I think that's the best they've got. It's certainly better than, perfect preservation of the Quran. That's just a lie. That's just a lie. At least if you're saying, hey, let's all worship one God, you're making an important point.
Addition to what you said, David, also, it's not Islamic argument, but Muslim arguments. Alongside of we worship only one true God, you will have Jesus when you become a Muslim. You still have Jesus. You kind of add Muhammad, and then Islam is helps you to be more muscular religion. Oh, you can't just turn blind eye. You can't just turn your other cheek. This is wrong. You just need to stand up for that. That kind of gently forcing the violence, or something they call it muscularity. That kind of sells as well. You get to see people are saying, oh, I become a Muslim because I saw this was weak. When I am Muslim now, I have more power. I can demand those kind of things because that's not acceptable in Islam.
Mm-hmm. I would think another one is the thing, the Quran sounds beautiful when you recite it, therefore Islam is true.
That's powerful. That's the one that always gets me and Issa.
Well, the best ones for me, I guess, David, would be but it's copied from the Talmud. He who saves a life, it's as if he saved the whole world, and he who kills a life, it's as if he killed the whole world. But that's not from the Quran. That's actually from the Talmud.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a beautiful saying, but it's not original to the Quran.
Yep, the most peaceful teaching of the Quran is actually swiped from the Talmud.
And I would say another one is also the one where when Muhammad asks, do you know where the sun goes at night? And then Abu Dhar says, I don't know. Allah and his messenger know best. And Muhammad says it goes until it prostrates itself underneath the throne of Allah, and it asks for permission to rise again. And Allah says, yeah, okay, go ahead and rise. And one day Allah will say, you do not have permission to rise. Go back where you came from. And it will go back and it will rise from the West. Obviously, when that day comes, we will all see that Islam is the truth.
That's true. And that will be the ultimate proof, indeed.
Yeah.
Renee says, Happy New Year, D-Wood and AP, and the whole merry bunch checking in. Thank you.
Powerful.
I'm Berliner, Mid-Berliner, says AP, glad you are here, but I'm kind of disappointed. I thought Shake Your Booty would join the show. Also, don't forget to shofar New Year. Oh, yeah, while all the losers in New York are gathering around worshiping a giant ball dropping and so on, we'll be doing things correct, bringing in the new year with the ceremonial blowing of the shofar, not worshiping some pagan orb. I will bet my Cambridge Training College degree that Art of Debating by Mr. Hijab will be powerful and very based.
Yeah.
He's debating his Cambridge Training College degree.
Most likely.
AP, do a backflip right now. If you don't, you're afraid.
Later.
So you are afraid. Weakling. He's got to get his neck brace first. I guess atheist imam, it's a job, is considered Muslim as well. Yeah, he's counted as a Muslim. In official statistics, he would be a Muslim. I will give people the quick version of what this story is about. Me and brother Rashid came up with the idea of having a Quran reciter recite a couple of passages of the Quran, the short ones, some of the short ones at the end, because you don't want them too long, but also to recite some other things, like some of the lost chapters of the Quran that were in Ubay ibn Ka'b's Quran, but not in the official Quran that we have now, and a couple of other things, some poetry and so on, and a couple of attempts of people to imitate the Quran. And we wanted the same Quran reciter to recite all of them so that we could actually play them for people and say, okay, which one's better? And to Muslims who don't have the Quran memorized, okay, you tell us based on the literary qualities or something like that, which ones are from the Quran and which ones aren't. Right? So Brother Rashid, he starts looking around on message boards and so on for a Quran reciter who's willing to recite this. Anyway, he finally hears back from an Egyptian imam. He says, "Yeah, I'm an imam at a mosque here, and blah 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 blah, and I'm happy to do these recordings for you. Just and I agree on the payment and so on." And Brother Rashid, he didn't want to like get the dude in trouble or something like that potentially. So he responds, he goes, "Do you know what this? We're doing this to kind of expose the Quran here. So just we want you to be aware of what we're doing with this." And the guy says, "No problem, it's a job." And Brother Rashid says, why you're willing to do this knowing that we're going to use it against it? And the guy goes, "It's a job." Right? So he said it's a job and he's willing to do it. And then so Brother Rashid keeps going back and forth and he's like, "Hey, so how come you don't have a problem helping us attack Islam?" And the guy goes, "Oh yeah, well, I don't really believe this stuff. I'm actually an atheist. I'm actually an atheist, but I have I'm an imam." And and Rashid says, "How are you an imam if you're an atheist?" And the guy goes, "It's a job." I thought it was funny that everything for this guy was just, it's a job. Oh. And he's willing to roll with it. Anyway, that's fun stuff. We have a message from AP's Indian wife. Is this your real wife and she modified this, or is this one of your fans?
I don't know.
AP's Indian wife says, "Honey, you need to be on time next time. New year, new you." And then we have Indian slang that I don't know how to pronounce.
Lagai.
Okay.
I find it really weird that Issa knows Indian slang. Hadith saying Satan urinates and sleeps in the heads of people where is that? My brain is fried right now.
Germany? Is that Germany?
Germany.
Okay.
Germany. You don't know the German flag?
Not anymore. I used to know the flags. I don't know them anymore. I used to know the capitals and stuff. I don't remember them. I mean, for a couple I do. But
even if you don't know any flag in the world, you have to know the German flag.
No, it's stupid. Get a real man's flag like the United States flag. In Germany, actually, I should have understood it because it's ein Berliner mit Berliner. But anyway.
Germany.
In Deutschland, we got saying like, "Wer hat dir ins Gehirn ge..." Wait, that looks like a naughty word because he's got the cash.
Yeah, it's who put in your head.
Yeah,
in your
bathroom,
brain.
right? Yeah. Is there a synonym in English and a hadith saying Satan does this? I can't think of an English parallel. But you guys have things like Sitzpinkler and stuff, when we just have no parallels.
Yeah, I don't speak English. So.
Because Jesus, David, how is your brother and Nabil's parents? If you're talking about my living brother, he's doing really, really well. He got parole a little while back, was really nervous about readapting to society, but everything has gone well for him since he's got out. Nabil's parents haven't been in contact with them, so I wouldn't know. Yep.
That sounds like a character name, My Living Brother, or The Living Brother.
Yeah. That'd be cool. Well, myself and 90% of all my Iranian compatriots I have ever met are as much Muslims as AP is. Talking trash about Mo and Islam and its ugly effects on our country and history is just a common practice.
Huh. Have some respect, man. We have Issa here, who is a Muslim.
Mm-hmm.
Have some respect. What is this?
It is talking about Iran here. It is that's one of the polls, and it's one of the reasons we're talking about. What's the actual number of Muslims in the world? Because officially it's 90-some% in Iran. When it's not the government and it's someone else doing it, and you're not in any danger, it's 40%. All Muslims combined, Shia, Sunni, everyone combined, it's 40% of the population of Iran is Muslim of any kind. So Iran is actually a Muslim minority country right now. And lots of people are fed up because the government, the only people who support the government are the most radical, are like the radical Shias. But those are the ones that the population doesn't like. Christians don't like those. Sunnis don't like those. Non-radical Shias don't like those guys. So you have basically one group propping up the leaders, and the majority of the country can't stand them.
Yeah,
I don't
David.
know.
Sorry, Hatun, go.
I don't know if it's changed, but so in Muslim majority countries, when you're born, by default, you are identified as Muslim. So in your ID card, it says religion Islam, unless you apply and then change that, and it's very complicated. Last thing you want to do is, like in a Muslim country, just apply to change your religion in your ID card. So therefore, when people go out and then calculate how many people are living in that country, I don't think there's a question of like, oh, are you Muslim or are you Christian? Because in England, when we figure out the census, what do we call them? Like when we figure out how many people are living in the country, there is a question of what is your religion, and then it gives you option. But I don't think that is in Egypt or that is in Iran and that is in Turkey. So it's like by default in your ID that you are Muslim.
In Toronto, guys, up in Canada, we have a large Persian population, and many of them have told me that they actually dislike Islam because they're very proud of their heritage. I mean, the Persians, you think of Cyrus the Great, the king of Persia, who allowed the Jews to go back to their land, rebuild the temple. And so they hate being called Muslims because they hate the Arabization that has occurred when Islam took over Persia. They Arabicized everything. I mean, they were colonizers. We hear America as the terrible colonizer, or the British are the terrible colonizers. Islam was colonizing right from the get-go. Once Muhammad died and the Islamic armies went out, they took over all these Christian lands, including Persia. And one thing the Persians are proud of is their ancestry, their history.
They're very proud of that.
They speak Farsi. They're not Arabic speakers. And so they feel that Arabic is a foreign language, which it is, and that it's been imposed on them. So a lot of them in Canada are actually very liberal. They may claim to be Shia, but they actually are proud of their Persian heritage, and they actually will identify first as Persian, then Muslim.
And it's also interesting that as far as Shia Islam, so I mean, Islam has been crumbling in Iran, but also Syria and Hezbollah. Now Syria has been conquered by Sunni groups. It's still in the process of being conquered by Sunni groups and so on. Hezbollah needs to be running and hiding right now because these actual Sunni jihadis are going to have no tolerance for Hezbollah. But you had that, what they call it, the Shia crescent or something like this, that there was this big crescent of power from Iran and so on, and that is falling apart before our eyes. So that's actually cool. I mean, it's rough because there are lots of cool Shias. There are lots of cool Shias out there, but the ones who are pulling those strings and so on, those are the nut jobs. Those are the nut jobs. The Ayatollahs and so on, they are doing no good to anyone in the world, and so it's good that their influence is collapsing. It's just going to suck if it's replaced by a horrifyingly radical Sunni alternative.
Yeah.
Hey, check this out. Easy peasy said, Tony, I just bought your book. Looking forward to it. AP, have you heard of the book called Return of the God Hypothesis? You might be interested.
Nope, haven't heard of it.
You should. That's from your buddy Stephen Meyer. We should start a book. We should start a book club in 2025 and go through a book every once in a while. That'd be a good one. Although it's a pretty big book.
Yeah. Thanks, Easy, for buying the book. Thanks.
Yep.
So what?
He said thanks for buying the book.
I was just thanking him for buying my book.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. So Return of the God Hypothesis by Michael Myers. Okay.
Michael Myers.
Michael Myers?
Bing, 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 bing. He's joking.
Halloween.
Halloween, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, we should do some skit where it's people hear that Michael Myers is coming, but it's actually Stephen Meyer. And he just wants to make a case for God, and everyone is terrified.
Yeah, Stephen Meyer from is this the intelligent design scientist, correct?
Yeah, Stephen Meyer. Yeah,
he's a great guy. Met him in Toronto. A great guy, wonderful man.
Yeah, and that's one of the guys. Him and what's his buddy Dembski. But Dembski, I know people who know them well, and they all say like these are some of the greatest guys ever.
Fine gentlemen. Yeah.
One second. We got some backup here.
Oh,
hey,
hello.
finally someone showed up in costume. I scrambled to look around. I was like, what? We have nothing here? My wife puts up all the like Christmas stuff in every single room, like every room coated in Christmas stuff, and we have nothing for New Year's?
Well, in my defense, this is actually my kid's hat, so I had to steal theirs. But
it fits you well, but you look like a pilgrim. Oh,
hey,
yes.
guys.
Hey, so let me get I got way behind on super chat, so I was trying to get through those before we start getting close to the new year. But I've been asking everyone else along the way. You guys, can you think of a worse year for Dawa than 2024 has been?
I don't know. Every year seems to be bad in its own
Be right back,
regard.
guys.
It just keeps getting worse.
It's
year
compound
by
interest.
year by year. So we had the holes in narrative. We have the scientific miracles were debunked. Now, those were previous years. And this year they just seem to be falling apart at the seams.
Yeah, it's all been snowballing. And I would say even more than that, if you go by the Quranic logic that I exposed last December, where if anybody is taking allies with Jews and Christians, then they're a Messianic Jew, essentially. If you do hold to the Quranic logic, then like there's like not a single Muslim left, probably. There might be like one or two that live on remote islands. But just because so many Muslim Dawa guys this year have been trying to buddy up with Jews and Christians, and then even the ones who have been like, brother, don't do that, they're still calling those Muslims their brothers. And so it's just like,
even though those Muslims are actually Jews and Christians.
Yep.
Yeah. So guys, understand that point. That's an important point, everyone. That's according to the Quran, you should not, if you're a Muslim, you are not allowed to take Jews or Christians as awliya, which is, it can be translated. It's a bit of a broader concept than just our word friends. It refers to friends, allies, protectors. There's like a category of people. And the Quran says, do not take Jews and Christians as that, friends, protectors, allies, any of that. And what Elle and Derek are pointing out there is you saw a lot of that over the past 2 years. You would see Muslims, especially before October 7th, you would see Muslims, hey, Jews, look, we agree that the Christians are wrong and that the Trinity is wrong. Why don't you join us and we should work together and expose the Trinity and humiliate them? And I would have all these Muslims sending me Tovia Singer videos. You need to listen to Tovia Singer. And they don't get it. It's like, wait, Tovia Singer, does he believe that Jesus is the Messiah like Islam teaches? Does he believe Jesus is born of a virgin like Islam teaches? Does he believe Jesus performed all these miracles like Islam teaches? Does he believe these things? No. Okay, but I'm supposed to listen to this guy, right? So anyway, it's just like, it's like out of desperation, they're clinging to anything. And so they were clinging to Tovia Singer, and they were buddying up with Jews. Hey, why don't we unite against the Christians? And then after October 7th, of course, now it's Christians, we should unite against the Jews because we all believe in Jesus, but they don't. So be our friends now. And that whole time, Elle is going, what? Well, you guys are, you're trying to be allies with Christians here on this? Do you know that according to the Quran, you're not a Muslim anymore. You're actually a Christian. Or if you're allying with the Jews against the Christians, you're no longer a Muslim. You're actually a Jew now. And she's pointing out even the Muslims who correct them, who say, brother, you can't do that. You can't do that. Well, your brother is a Christian or a Jew. And so you're friends with them now. So now you're a Christian or a Jew. And she's pointing out that, like, who do you have left as a Muslim? Some Muslim that's been stranded on some island somewhere and hasn't had an opportunity to join in all these shenanigans.
And even Muhammad himself wouldn't have been a Muslim according to that logic either, because there were times that he did ally himself with Christians and Jews. As well as obviously like pagans, like list anything. Anyone who would help him out for his cause for even a limited time, he allied himself with. So even Muhammad himself proved himself not to be a Muslim. But this just hasn't been widely known. I really haven't heard other people talking about this, other than occasionally seeing a Muslim like kind of try to secretly call it out for themselves amongst themselves. But I called this out last December, so it's now been 1 year, specifically with Ali Dawah, because Ali Dawah has just been in this like routine of just like the last 2 years being like, to all of my brothers and sisters, to all of my Christian and Jewish brothers and sisters. And it's like, hold on, something's not right here. So I called this out last December. He's had this entire year to respond to it, to do anything differently to it. I've invited him to talk about it. I've invited him to talk about other things. Nothing. And then I also this year called it out for Dili Hussein, who's continued to befriend him and show that he's publicly allying with him in videos where Ali Dawah, says, oh, my Jewish and Christian brothers and sisters. And Dili Hussein himself he knows these arguments because he uses these arguments specifically on Andrew Tate. And then I also called out Muhammad Hijab because Muhammad Hijab has continued to ally himself with these people. So all of these big like Dawa guys, none of them are Muslims according to the Quran.
Wow.
And nobody's even stood up for themselves and tried to correct anything because they can't. They know the Quran is false.
No wonder they're having this avalanche of apostasy when there's none of them left. It's basically the entire ummah is like Iran when you have all these people who are officially Muslims but not really. And I just have to point out, Elle, everything you're saying is horribly offensive to Issa, who tries to be friends with everybody. And you're telling him that he's actually the worst Muslim on the planet.
Powerful.
Well, we welcome you to Christianity. You could be a true Christian instead of just the Quranic Christian.
You're funny. Thank you. I appreciate it.
David, you did mention a good point that is indeed true.
Of course I did.
I don't even. I don't even think about it.
Thank you for the compliment. Now let's move on. Oh, no.
I don't even think about it very much, but it is true that when you look at the time before October 7, lots of the Muslims who are now acting like, we Christians and Muslims should be together. We should be united against the Jews. We should all be seeing the evil of the Jews and so on. The same people, many of the same people before October 7 were doing things like, oh yeah, we should get together with the Jews, and Jews and Muslims actually worship the same God and Christians don't. We know this, and Jews also know this truth. This is a fact. Come on, Jews, join us. Let's come on, let's go together. And they would have conversations with these guys. As soon as October 7 happened, somehow, suddenly, it turned into, Christians, come on, we are good. We're basically alike. We are best friends. We should both recognize that the Jews are the evil guys. It's just so opportunistic. So
it's pathetic. It's
really
like
a
pathetic.
Monty Python. It's like a Monty Python skit, really, when you think about it.
Yeah, and it ties into what I was saying way earlier in this program when they were clinging to people like Sneeko and Andrew Tate, as these guys are, and we're looking at them going, Andrew Tate, that's the guy you're going to cling on and have as your new poster boy for Dawa. Do you have any clue what you're dealing with? What level of narcissist and the charges against him? And so, do you have any clue what you're dealing with? Why are you doing this? And it's sheer desperation. It's like, what else are we going to do? And the same thing with Sneeko. It's like the last guy on the Sneeko. And Andrew, if I had to pick who I want to be the poster boys for my religion, those would be pretty much dead last on the list of 8 billion people. They would be among the 2 last people on the planet. The Ummah just instantly, our heroes. Not universally. You did have people saying otherwise. And matter of fact, I even saw a Muslim. I brought this up. I think I brought it up in a live stream and actually posted the comment, but. It was a Muslim who was responding to this, and he was like, he's been trying to talk to Muslims like, guys, shouldn't we like wait a while on Andrew Tate and like see if he changes or something like this before we're making him, our hero and stuff. And then when he got shouted down, he said, in my eschatology, it's been said that there will be lots of Muslims who will be deceived and will follow the Antichrist. And he said, I had no idea how that would even be possible. How would many Muslims actually get it wrong and follow the Antichrist. He said, I had no idea how that could be true until I saw Muslims just instantly rally around Andrew Tate. And he said, and then I realized if the Antichrist comes along and he starts saying, oh, me strong, me humiliate women no good, blah, 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 we'll just rally around him. And so he was really, really, really disappointed in that. But yeah, it's like you've got the avalanche of apostasy. You've got the avalanche of apostasy, and it's crumbling, and they get desperate. This is not the way things are supposed to go. We're supposed to be taking over the world, not crumbling from within. And so they realize they have to do something. It's just everything they do is like the stupidest thing they could possibly do. Let's make Andrew Tate our new champion. No, let's make Sneeko our new champion. Oh, let's ally with Jews. Let's ally with Christians, even though this is making us not Muslims. Let's keep doing every dumb thing we can think of. Why? Because we don't have any actual arguments on our side. And so this is what you have to do. Mm-hmm.
I do have a question about Andrew Tate, though, because on a real note, can you think of any celebrity who is more like Muhammad than Andrew Tate? Because he's accused of sex trafficking, which we know Muhammad did.
You guys have no mercy on Issa right here. You have no mercy at all on him. You're just like, let's pretend he's not here and be blasting away.
He chose to come here and be tortured.
That's true. That's true. In Elle's defense, Issa, you knew what you were getting into when you agreed to come on here. So
you chose it.
You brought this on yourself. Go ahead.
And Andrew Tate has promoted sleeping with underage women. Well, who I guess you define women differently, whatever. Like, still not anywhere near as bad as Muhammad, granted. Still thinks he's promoted. He said that it's better to sleep with a pretty dude than an ugly girl, which, like, yeah, al-Kabi, like, that just fits right in there. He has made claims that have been proven to be false. He's bragged about escaping as soon as he's no longer wanted. Like, all of these things are things that Muhammad has done. On top of that, Andrew Tate is also known for wanting to call himself God and wanting to act like a god and wanting to be worshipped and wanting to be praised. I mean, who else has been more like Muhammad than Andrew Tate himself? So it's only natural that he'd be the perfect candidate to show what Islam really is. Even though he doesn't follow it either bit of Muhammad. So
only difference between Muhammad and Andrew Tate will be one of them has like 6 or 8 packs, other one was like fat and small.
They both like money, though. There's another thing.
Yeah, but one of them has money which used to get like, he made from 6 packs from that money or 8 pack. I don't know how many packs he has, but Muhammad was like fat and small. So that will be the only difference, I guess.
Nice. That's true.
On the I just saw the super chat pop up, and it's from it's way down the list. Josh said the whole Sneeko and Tate Muslim stuff is bogus, and that's kind of the other issue here. Like, why did Sneeko and Tate actually convert? Was because they saw this powerful evidence? No, because we heard them afterwards and they had no clue what they were talking about. But that's actually part of it, is because there's this desperation in the Dawa community. Like, wait, we're out here giving Dawa, and yet tons of young people are leaving Islam. What are we supposed to do? Let's cling to people and cheer for them and celebrate them and so on. Let's shower them with praise anytime they're converting, and shower them with abuse as they're leaving and so on. They have no plan B. We've talked about that earlier. But what that does is, when you shower people with attention and praise, if they convert to Islam, you've just encouraged people who want attention to convert to Islam for that reason, because they want something out of it. And that's what they're getting, and they're celebrating it. And we're looking at this and going, you are ending up with a lot of very shallow believers, if you can even call them believers, who are converting to Islam for other reasons and not because they believe it's true. And these are not going to be the people who make a solid stand for your religion somewhere down the road. In other words, you're creating a system of very shallow, hypocritical belief that is just out of convenience and not from any serious reverence for God. And we have a comment
David,
here. God.
They don't need to believe as long as they submit. Even Islam teaches that. Don't say you believe, say you submitted.
Yep. And you end up with some shallow submission there. Steph S says, Masab and Issa seem like the only Muslims that would be respectful towards their mom/sister. So that's a good compliment towards Issa and towards Masab. With that said, there are lots of Muslims out there who respect their moms. I know that because I've known some of them. With that said, you're right that it is a problem of disrespect going on in the Muslim community. But there are exceptions to that. A couple comments here. Where are Nabil's parents on Christianity? Don't know. Haven't communicated with them in a good while. Everyone buy Nabil's books and give them to people. That is a good idea. Good stuff.
I'd second that.
Hey, yo, Dizzle, cook more Dawa clowns this coming year. You're the uppermost. AP, I'm with you on your fight for truth and quest for meaning. Love you. We made it to 2025. That's
Thank
cool.
you.
Oh, yeah, so Elle and Derek, let me read one more real quick. Happy Gregorian New Year. Happy Rosh Chodesh. Happy Hanukkah. May we align to God's will and may Yahweh bless and guard us and grant shalom. Hey, Issa, do you know what that is? Rosh Chodesh?
Yeah, I think that's it's like the holy. It's like the Holy New Year. I think that Rosh is ahead, so I think it's like from what I understand, it's like the Holy New Year.
Okay, that's cool. So, Elle and Derek, what do you predict? And I'm saying this because we're going to run through these predictions at the end of next year. Most people seem to be on the same page, though. We've agreed that this has been a really, really, really bad year for Dawa. The question is next year going to be worse or about the same? Or is it going to be better somehow? Are they gonna fix something and not have the year be as disastrous? What's your prediction for now?
Sorry, it's ahead of the month. My bad. Kodesh is a month. My bad. So it's ahead of the month.
Yeah, it's new month.
Or yeah, it means new month in Hebrew.
Oh.
Yeah, but like Rosh is like ahead. It's like the head.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
like
Rosh
it's
Hashanah, New Year. Rosh Chodesh is new month. Yeah, the new moon.
I'd say that there's going to be something else break this next year that's going to make it worse. And it's going to be something we didn't think they were going to give in on, but they're going to give in on it, and it's going to be a cascade effect. They're going to continue to push. I think that they are getting to the point where they're arrogant enough to think that they can push harder on some of these more radical views, being honest with what's actually in the textbook, what's actually in their books. And I think that it's going to get more aggressive on that end, and it's going to cause them to slip up and eventually, like I said, compromise on something big that'll cause a cascade sometime throughout this year. And it'll probably come from someone like Ali Dawa or from Muhammad Hijab or from someone who is on the leading edge. And it'll just be a huge, huge issue.
Do you agree with your husband, Elle?
I do. I'm just kind of curious to see what that thing is.
Yeah, we kind of can't wait. Like, come on, get to it, Muslims, get to it. We want to see what you do to shoot your own feet off. You're going to do something. We know you're going to do something. We know you're going to create your own disaster and that we're going to be giggling ourselves silly when we see it happen. But we want to know what it is because sometimes we can't even sometimes you can predict, you can see it coming and you know something's going to happen. Other times it's just like comes out of nowhere. It's like, oh my goodness, what? Where did that come from? Anyway.
Yeah, I'm really wondering when they're going to own up to sexual abuse of animals, when they're going to own up
This got dark really quickly.
Sorry, that's what I've been working on my channel for quite a few months. Hatun's over there saying, yeah, we did that.
And now he just gets recommendations from YouTube about all their content gaps about goats and stuff. But
I want to move on.
And I go to my download history and I see he downloads his own videos and I'm like, ooh, that's not a good title to be in my download history. But
I don't know how else to get around those topics.
Yeah.
Other than just being polite with them.
But yeah, I'm interested to see when they'll own up on that because a lot of the world already knows that they're doing this stuff. This is pretty public knowledge in a lot of the world. I'm wondering when that'll move to the West. So to speak.
It might be that.
Yeah, and I'm also wondering.
I could see that with some things the left has been pushing, that they could try to turn that into a selling point.
Yeah.
try to move on that, but slipping on a banana peel issue and land straight on their face.
Yeah, the other thing is, I know we were just on a live stream with Hatun yesterday talking about these sorts of things, and Jay Smith was talking about how he's continued to push and push to present the world with the evidence, or rather the lack thereof, that Muhammad even existed. So I'm wondering if we're going to hear more Dawa guys start talking about that out loud and talk about, oh, you know, like, it's okay that we don't have any proof that he existed. It's all right. We can still believe, or like, don't say you believe, but say you submitted anyway. There's so many different things that they could start being public about. And I think either way, they're stuck. I don't think it's possible for them to fix this, because the fact is, Islam is not the truth. And when the light shines on the truth, the darkness fails. So yeah, I'm just curious to see what keeps falling next.
And it does. I'm looking at this, and a lot of people here that I've asked are kind of on the same page. It's like you would think, and thinking as David would, what would I do in that situation? I would completely revamp everything I'm doing. I would regroup and revamp. But it's been pointed out, these guys don't. They only have a couple of tools in their tool belt. And when things don't go their way, they just tend to flip out and thump their chest and get more aggressive with everyone. And so things are going even worse. And what they're going to do, they're going to become more desperate. They're going to get more aggressive against everyone, not realizing they're creating more enemies. And they're going to be more desperate to cling to like the next Sneeko and so on, because it's all they've got. And it's not going to go well. Let me just, for everyone who's watching, because there are people who, you can actually get the dramatic change of the last 20 years pretty simply. So for a long, long time, Dawa was geared towards convincing non-Muslims that Islam is true. And so they picked people who would be persuasive to non-Muslims, and they used what I call Islam's 99-1 rule. They relied on it. This goes back to the time of Muhammad. It's basically, if you're preaching, but you're talking to a bunch of people who don't know whether what you're saying is true or false, and they're just going to believe you. If like 99% of people are just going to believe you and like 1% might try to challenge you, well, it's in your best interest to keep spouting whatever you're spouting, because you're going to have a bigger and bigger mob, and they can much more easily silence or either physically silence someone or just marginalize the person, someone who doesn't agree. And so that's the time of Muhammad. When Muhammad's preaching that he's in the Bible, who's he talking to? He's talking to a bunch of Arab pagans. They don't know how to refute him. They have no idea. No, they don't know what's in the Bible. So you can say it to that group. And if you have a rare person who's like, oh, let me go check this out, guess what? The majority can silence that person. So that's how Islam worked all the way down, that and spreading through force. But that works all the way down to like Zakir Naik and Shabir Ali. They're saying things, but they're saying them to people who don't know how to research them and so on. So they just believe what they're being told. And if most of the vast majority of people are like that, then it's just in your best interest to keep making things up, as Zakir Naik would. That started breaking down with the age of the internet, where it became much easier to respond to stuff. We could refute things much faster with the internet. I mean, think, if Zakir Naik talks to 10,000 people and tells them something, if you want to correct them, what do you do? Back in the day, you would have to go from person to person. It's pretty much impossible. And so it worked. And then all of a sudden you can start responding to stuff online, and that method started breaking down. That the 99-1 rule started breaking down. But that's when, fortunately, you had the Muhammad hijab crowd come in, and they changed it. They changed Dawah. They changed it from trying to be persuasive and compelling to non-Muslims to trying to impress Muslims, that you're the person who's strong and who's owning the kuffar and so on. So then people rallied around that. But when the emphasis became do what's impressive to Muslims instead of what's compelling to non-Muslims, well, what's impressive to the Dawah crowd is like repulsive to non-Muslims. They're looking at that going, what? This is what you are, just a bunch of chest thumping, and we're strong and we'll humiliate you. And they're looking at that going, this is awful, right? But they rally around Muhammad hijab and co. And along the way, we got the destruction of the holes in the narrative argument. I mean, we got the holes in the narrative, which destroyed the perfect preservation argument. We got the collapse of the scientific miracles. So they were really desperate for the Dawa guys were in a very desperate situation to be able to say, no, our ways work, and we are gonna change the world. And so that's when they became very clingy with people like Andrew Tate or Sneeko. You see, we're changing hearts and minds to get more support for themselves. That wasn't working, and since October of last year, they became briefly united on the issue of Israel, and that all that unity just broke down, and now they're massively divided. They instantly dialed things up to 10. They're threatening each other. They're threatening each other with executions and stuff. They're calling each other horribly deceptive. They're calling each other unbelievers, non-Muslims, and so on. All that brief moment of unity that they desperately needed has come crashing to the ground. And it's all happening right at the end of 2024, right before 2025. So you're looking at the trajectory, and if the trajectory continues
as it is,
trajectory continues as it is, where are they going? And you keep thinking, if you have any sane, intelligent people among you, you have to say we have to change course. Guess what? If you have sane, intelligent people, they're not the ones calling the shots. It's the Dawa guys calling the shots, and they're conditioned by their followers that they can do whatever they want and say whatever they want, and their people will still support them. So you are doomed. You do have smart, you do have intelligent, wise people. You got the people with hikmah in the Muslim community. No one will listen to them. No one's going to listen to them. And so I would say
I would say that I think that much of the predictions that you guys have about Islam, that the Dawa will get even worse and they will expose something. I think you're gravely mistaken and very, very wrong. I think that 2025 will be a year for the Dawa to finally get its stuff together and collect itself and once again rise from the ashes, from the embarrassment.
Like a mighty phoenix.
Yes, like a phoenix will rise up and humiliate us all, so that even David Wood will consider converting to Islam.
That is AP's prediction. AP, just so you know, that was being recorded. And I'm going to hold you to that. Going to hold AP to that. Let's see. Nabil can talk about how Nabil became a Christian. Yep, he did that in his book. Christ is King of Kings. Muslims know history. AP, I'm looking forward to seeing you do Shabbat, or at least hearing you talk about it afterwards.
Inshallah.
David, Canada is the 51st state. Trump said it. You can see the proof. Don't run from our maple syrup. MAGA. Jesus is Lord over Canada and the 11th province. Yeah, we still have to decide whether Greenland or Canada will be the 51st state. But eventually the entire world will be states of the United States. And it's the only way to have world peace.
It's kind of funny. If Canada actually became a U.S. state, it would be a huge shift towards Democrats.
Oh, yeah.
I hope not. I welcome it as a Canadian.
You heard it here, folks. Canadians want to be our 51st state. We have Robert Michaels with Hatun.
Is he okay?
Yep. Because Jesus has been posting a lot about Nabil Qureshi, shout out to the one and only Nabil Qureshi. Yeah, that's good. Miguel says, Wes Huff going on Joe Rogan platform of 16.8 million subscribers. He is fire for Christ. Amazing times. These are cool times. And again, shout out to Joe Rogan for having people who present different views on his program. And he, to his credit, he lets people speak. He doesn't just instantly flip out or start shutting them down and so on. I repent. Here we have it. Finally, Apostate of Allah. First, she repented of her Islam. And now she says, I repent from the act of being a wingaling, sackcloth and ashes.
Nice.
We will observe your behavior over time, Apostate of Allah, to see if your repentance is genuine.
Your statement on my channel, the short of you down in Florida, is still one of my more popular videos this year.
What's that?
Harassing Mike Winger.
Harassing Mike Winger. Mike Winger even got on there and made a comment about it. He blamed you for the name.
I don't even remember this. What was this?
In Florida.
I remember when we were in Florida, and I remember we made a video about the dates.
No, so in Florida there was that open Q&A, and so you told me like I had to submit a
Oh,
question.
yeah. No, I remember that. I remember that. Oh, yeah. So you posted that. You posted that on your channel?
I posted that, and it got so popular, Mike Winger got on there.
Oh, yeah. This is, see, when narcissists hear, oh, someone talked about me, they have to go and see what's going on. It's just a character flaw, which you can use against them to humiliate them. Did you guys see the video of 60? People keep asking me about this. AP, did you watch it yet? Did you see the video of 60 Minutes about the Mossad pager plot from days ago? It's like 13 minutes, really mastermind planning and waiting.
I still haven't seen it. I kind of disconnected from things over the last week or so.
And I've heard so many interesting things about it, like the detail they're going in about how they'd been planning something like it for years. And it's just, this was the opportunity when they decided to put that plan in motion. But yeah, we got to see that, and especially only 13 minutes. We got to check it out. Let's see. Sushi Mango, satire YouTube about Arabs in Australia. Sushi Mango, that's a channel? Satire YouTube about Arabs in Australia. I guess that's a channel recommendation. Desperado, glad the queen and most dangerous force to Islam in the 21st century is here. Love you, Miss Tosh.
Thank you.
No offense, Elle.
No offense taken. Hatun is quite a special woman.
Hatun is the goat. Hatun is the goat.
Yes.
Not good, not good.
Hey, do Muslims celebrate the New Year? AH. Yeah, what do Muslims do? I mean, do Muslims celebrate New Year, like the New Year, but on their Islamic calendar? Like, is that a celebration?
Well, Persians do. They do Nowruz. So
yeah, in March. Yeah. Yeah, Muslims have their own New Year.
1 U.S. plus 1 Canada plus 2 Turks. You see, the Turks are taking over.
We will conquer. We will teach you to share life.
Isn't it interesting that there are like only 2 good Turks in the entire world, and they're both here right now? No, but people could get a skewed, messed up view of Turks because they're like, "How Turks are so cool." AP Hatun is like, no, they're the exceptions. They're the good ones.
I'm not cool anyway, but yeah, Turks is Jesus.
Islam's the most manly religion in the world because it's more straight than. I guess there's a comment on the Andrew Tate thing. Aware of Muhammad's possessions in Topkapi Museum. No. Do they have some of Muhammad's possessions?
There are things in Turkey in Topkapi Museum, like this is Muhammad's hair, this is Muhammad's this stuff, but that's just the same.
Hey, did anyone catch Jai and DOC when they keep going through sources that people aren't familiar with that haven't been translated, but there was this story, not completely reliable on the details. This is a while back, but they were having a discussion about Muhammad after Muhammad's death, and they were talking to some pagan dude, and they said, "Look, we even have our prophet's toothbrush," and he said, "Let me see that." And so they handed it to him, and he says, "This is what I think of your prophet." And he sticks it up his own butt, right? Yeah. But then, so the guy sounds funny, right? But then he became pregnant by Muhammad's toothbrush, and he gave birth to some weird fish rat baby. And then the guy had another daughter, and then the guy died from having the fish rat baby, and then the daughter killed the fish rat baby. And so this was the proof. This was the proof that you must not insult Muhammad by sticking his toothbrush up your butt. But anyway, so I'm just wondering if they still have that toothbrush. Because there could actually be an experiment. I'm not going to do that, but I'm sure there are people who might want to be willing to perform that little experiment to see if it's true. Rob Reed says, "Happy New Year. Thanks for all you do for the kingdom. FYI, my God has a right hand and a left hand and 2 shins. Praise Jesus." Not 1 shin like a little mermaid-looking weirdo. I'm a fan of AP's humor. I truly appreciate all of you. Yes, everyone's a fan of AP's humor, especially the Dawa guys.
This is a serious channel. We have serious conversations. Let's not joke.
Yeah, especially not rude comments like this. Just these rude blanket statements. Why are Muslims terrible? Why are they dirt? If you want to specify, say like Dawah guys or something like that. There are non-terrible Muslims out there. Why do Muslims? Oh, this is the same guy. Why do Muslims molest kids and dogs? Academics answers only. Okay, we're not giving you any answers. Wow. You couldn't have described us Persians better, my friend. Happy New Year, fellow hoser.
Amen. Right on.
Hey, what's that mean? That's a Canadian thing they call, hey, hoser.
It comes from the Mackenzie brothers. That they were famous in Canada. They played a brother, just two brothers. All they did was drink beer and say stupid things. But anyway. Yeah, I know what he's referring to.
Are those guys who were like on Second City TV? Or those guys? Yeah. I remember those guys saying hoser.
Remember the movie Strange Brew? They played in that movie. Yeah, with Max von Sydow. Yeah.
If it's the guys I'm thinking of, they were like always together and they were Canadian. They would always end everything with a.
Yeah, and wearing toques.
I think I'm familiar with those guys.
Yeah.
AP, why does Allah pray for Muhammad?
He doesn't pray for Muhammad, he prays to Muhammad.
Ooh, sick burn. He's been humiliated. That's what you get, Miguel. I double back. Hey, it's all my favorite people. What's up, Gabe?
What's up, Gabe?
What's up, Gabe? What's up? Nabil's last wish was to pray for his parents. This is also because Jesus... that whole Sneeko and Tate Muslim stuff is bogus. Oh, yeah, I mentioned that earlier. Yep. It is. And follow up, Issa, bro, convert already. Don't be a real Muslim and hang around the infidels to convert them. All jokes aside, you're a good dude. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Issa has been humiliated and exposed. Issa Muslim, and how is Michelle Qureshi doing? Oh, Michelle's doing well. Yep. She has since been remarried.
Issa is. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, just saying, Michelle got remarried. She was doing YouTube for a while until people started harping on her and said that she needs to be a perpetual widow for Nabil for the rest of her life. And people had no basis, biblical or otherwise, for telling her that. And I think she didn't say this, but I could tell she was getting kind of ticked off. Like, what business do you guys think that you have? What control do you think you have over my life? And so on. And so anyway, she just eventually just kind of moved on from it.
Yeah, Issa is he pretends to be a Muslim. He actually told me backstage. He said, "Yeah, I left Islam. I'm no longer a Muslim, but don't tell anybody. We have to keep this up to to give a good side of it and all that. This is the new thing that we can do against Islam. Don't let anyone know. I promised I wouldn't let anyone know, but I can't keep it in me anymore. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Just between us.
Yep. Issa is causing division within the Ummah by being nice.
You see, here he is admitting it.
Issa, I cherish Sufism for its beautiful approach to mysticism, its tolerance, and emphasis on love. And you are a terrific testament to that. What are you guys laughing at? What are you laughing at, AP?
I'm laughing at AP's laugh.
Oh,
or just a description of Sufism about that it's beautiful.
Beautiful approach to mysticism.
And tolerance and emphasis. I mean, okay, look, no offense, but
Here we go. You shouldn't have got him started.
Surely certain aspects of Sufism are, I mean, in comparison, compared to traditional Islam, they focus on mysticism, on love, on feelings, on relationship, and so on. However, it is still Islam in the end. And while there are certain Sufi branches and Sufi sects that are more tolerant,
We're talking about sex. Trying to keep
more
this channel
about
clean.
More about love, more about feelings, and this and that. Much of the Sufi world is pretty much the same as the rest of the Muslim world. So,
that's why Issa is just like every other Muslim we know.
As
I can
said,
add to
while
that statement.
some Sufi branches are like this, they fit this description. Most Sufis are not very different from the
Yeah.
rest of the Muslims.
You
I
know,
was
Al
surprised.
Ghazali. Sorry, go ahead.
I think it is fair about what you're saying, AP. There is a spectrum, and a part of the spectrum isn't so nice, and then you have a part of the spectrum that's like, far more spiritually oriented. And I think that's the issue, and there are some Pakistanis, or not Pakistanis, some Sufis who can become very violent. Like if people, attack the Prophet of Islam, people can get very violent about that. And Sufis may be a part of that. And that's a problem. So what I'm interested in is an accountability. I think we need to be accountable because we as a society, that's how we grow. Is we say, hey, this is where our shortcomings are. This is where we fall short, and we have to fix these things to be better human beings. And I think that can be a problem when people just think that they're the best and they don't think they have any problems. And it's just like, even if you have like a relationship, that's the same kind of thing you have to work on.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's a pretty good assessment. It's pretty good. I like that. I think you did inadvertently mention certain Sufis that are known to be quite violent when you said Pakistanis instead of Sufis, because there are Sufi movements in Pakistan that are very, very much the first ones who will go outside and become violent when somebody draws Muhammad or when somebody says something about Islam. They are Sufis, and they will be very political, and they will say dumb things like, we should declare war on France and nuke them, and things like that. So, yeah.
You know what's interesting is that there's a movie I was telling you on one of your live streams. It's called International Guerrilla. It's a Pakistani movie, and it's basically kind of like freeware because you can't, it's such a low quality movie that you can find it for free on YouTube.
Really? Pakistani movie, low quality? Because
Yeah.
I've only come to expect the best from Pakistani filmmakers.
When you said Pakistani movie, you said Pakistani movie about an animal. I thought this was going into bestiality.
Yeah, it's something that Elle wanted to talk about.
So the movie, basically the premise of the movie is that these Pakistanis want to take the life of Salman Rushdie, and Salman Rushdie is a great supervillain, and that's the whole premise of the movie, is that these guerrillas go to take out Salman Rushdie. And basically it's shocking to see a movie where you see the heroes and they're all villains. It's like, I read some of this book called The Turner Diaries. It's a horrible book. I read half of it and it was just like, it's a Nazi propaganda book. And I tried to get through it, and I'm like, there's very rare where you see the people who are supposed to be the heroes are actually the villains. You actually sympathize more with the villains than you do with the heroes. And the same thing with this particular movie. And so I decided that what I'm going to do on my YouTube channel is I'm going to read all of Satanic Verses. I'm going to go through his book and see what he's talking about.
Wait, did you do it?
I'm going to do it. I got the book.
Because I tried. I couldn't make it past the first couple pages.
It's very South Asian, so it uses it's a very South Asian background. So
it was like
actors.
nothing. It was like nothing I was familiar with, and I couldn't get my mind around any of it, so I gave up.
So if you want, you can see my series. I'm gonna be going and reading the entire book and reviewing it, because people did this. They did fatwa. They did these fatwas and said, Salman Rushdie needs to be put to death, and they never read his book. So I'm like, it's clear, like in Satanic Verses, in International Guerrilla, they never even read the book. So I'm like, you're critiquing this guy where you never actually read the book. So you should read the book first. Go and actually do the work. So
it's funny.
Yeah.
I read Salman Rushdie's latest book, which is what's it called? Knife, Scar, I forgot. But he explains very much the controversy over the years and the latest attack where he was stabbed in the neck and the eye, where he lost his eye and almost died. And he also points out there that that one of the funniest things to him, after all of these decades where he spent so much of his time hiding, then coming out of hiding, then walking freely despite warnings and so on, during this entire time he still thinks it's quite funny that the vast majority of those who condemned him and went after him never even knew what the book is about. that they were after him for. So nobody has any clue what his book that caused such outrage around the world is actually about.
You know what he should do would be really funny? He should make a book titled The Ultimate Blasphemy Against Muhammad, but it's just like blank on the inside. And it's just, I published my new book, and like watch them all like declare fatwas. And now we have to double down our efforts to humiliate and destroy him. And it's just like, look how easy it is to provoke you guys into mass murder.
David, if I can come back, to Al-Ghazali. Al-Ghazali, as you probably know, David, your background's in philosophy. You know, he's right up there with Moses Maimonides and St. Thomas Aquinas. And, you know, he's the one who gave us the famous Kalam, the Kalam cosmological argument. But he was a Sufi himself. And he actually said in his writings that even though he was a philosopher, he said under an Islamic state, he would call for the death of all the philosophers because the philosophers used reason. You know, they weren't looking, I mean, Aquinas and Maimonides and Ghazali to some extent, but because they used reason to deduce truths and to deduce God and so forth, he actually said that if he were under an Islamic state, he would call for the death of all the philosophers. All you have to do is look at the Mutazilis when they stood up and said, you know, the whole question about Allah's attributes. And, you know, the Sunni school said that his attributes are eternal and they're distinct from him. The Mutazili says, no, he does not have an eternal word. His word is not eternal. So anyway, Al-Ghazali is an example of a Sufi, a brilliant philosopher, but he was totally pro-jihad against the kafir.
That's fair. I actually did a presentation on Al-Ghazali, and I was reading his book. He writes a book like The Incoherence of the Philosophers. That's his
Correct.
book.
That's
and
right.
He actually, it's interesting because Daniel Hakakichu, who is pretty anti-Sufi, quotes him. He actually sees Al-Ghazali as a hero because in reality Salafism didn't actually exist. It's a reference. I call it a poor man's Protestant Christianity. That's what I see Salafi Islam as. It's trying to imitate Protestant Christianity, but it fails, you know. So it's a poor man's Protestant Christianity, but basically he's very strict, and he's like, you can't deviate, you can't do bid'ah, you can't do any of these types of things.
Right.
So people like the Salafis love him, but most of the Salafi sages that they have are actually Sufis. So I have to own that. That's true. Like Ibn Taymiyyah would be a Sufi too. He was not a Salafi. And so was his student. The reason the Salafis like them is because they're very, very rigid. They like the rigidity.
Right. You know, the famous Sufi Al-Hallaj, I'm sure you've heard of him. He actually came out and said, I am Al-Haq. I am the truth. And the Sunnis had him killed for that. Do you guys know anyone else who claimed that I am the truth? But that only meant he was only the truth for his time. He was the way for his time. So that goes to show that, I mean, they killed a Sufi for saying, I am the truth, Al-Haq. But yet when Jesus said, I am the truth, he didn't really mean that he was God.
I have to say, it would have been way cooler if he had said, I am the Haq and the Hikmah. If he had said, I am the Haq and the Hikmah, that would have been pretty based.
The thing about Hallaj is, and I'm sure Issa would appreciate this aspect of it. It's a very deep concept. So Mansur al-Hallaj is a very respected figure in Sufism, and very much deeply studied figure. And as you go further and further into the mystical aspect of mysticism, of Sufism, it gets further and further into what he meant when he said, "Ana al-Haq," I am the truth, I am Haq, which is. And one of the general understandings of that is that what he meant when he said it is that he has disregarded and diminished everything that exists so that only Allah is left, and everything is only Allah, including he himself no longer exists. Everything is Allah. So therefore he says, I am Haq, so I am Allah, but he's not really saying that he is Allah. But of course, this was misunderstood by the rigid audience that he was talking to, which is why he was executed, for which they cannot be fully blamed, because he in truth was saying something so profound that the simple-minded people who only look at the surface cannot fully grasp, and so on. It's kind of a funny field.
Yeah, and it's one of Allah's names, right? One of Allah's names is Allah.
Hey, one thing. Never had this many people on, so I'm interested in what's going to happen to the screen when I bring on. Hey, it actually works.
Anthony.
Whoa. Who's that?
Whoa.
That
this is the perfect number, Tony David. Who's number 7.
Yeah, Tony. You actually you missed it. We're going to be counting down. We're going to try and get through these last super chats and so on. But
we were just about to leave.
Now, Tony, what a dirtbag comes in the last 15 minutes right before we leave. And then, I've been here the entire time. See,
I popped in when you guys were talking about bestiality.
Oh yeah, if you want to know what gets Anthony's attention, everyone. You guys had me at bestiality. So.
I thought probably a good thing I didn't come in earlier.
Hey Tony, so you went to Speaker's Corner earlier this year. Talked to GodLogic about it, but I mentioned to GodLogic earlier, Avery, that I thought when we showed up, they were going to gather around us. They were going to gather around us and start arguing and heckling, and that their champions would kind of come up one or two at a time to challenge us on various issues. But the only guy who really, the only mainstream Muslim who actually stepped to us was, I forget his name every single time, even though I've heard it a bunch of times. But they call him Scrappy, and his name is that Siraj? Siraj. Okay, I was thinking Siraj, but Siraj. So he actually had a debate with you, and he debated GodLogic, and then with me, he started acting like he controlled me. So I just started making fun of Muhammad. But apart from that, there was some Quran-only Muslims who had a discussion and stuff. But all the usual suspects, the big Dawa guys, they wouldn't come anywhere near any of us. And that's when we started hearing from the regulars at Speaker's Corner that this is actually normal now. They will only interact with people who don't know the Dawa script. They don't interact with people anymore who know how to respond to their arguments and so on. So, and this actually happened to GodLogic when one of the people here who wasn't one of the regular Dawa guys, who wasn't familiar with him, actually started talking to him. And then Mansour. So he's been there since the 90s. And as soon as he found out that GodLogic knew what he was talking about, he's like, oh no, I'm not interested in discussing this right now. And so GodLogic goes about his business and so on. Then people come up to GodLogic and is like, he's over there on the other side preaching Islam to a woman there. And it's like, wait a minute, he just said he's not interested in talking about this stuff right now. So GodLogic had to actually go and chase him down. Like, what are you doing talking to this woman? You said you're not interested in talking about this stuff. But that's it. They're now on the run. And that is a pretty recent development.
Yeah, in fact, so there's 3 things. What you just said, number 1. The ones that were at the park didn't engage us like we expected they would. Number 2, we all know that what happens at the park when people come there
stays at the
Muslims, park. The Muslims spread the word, right? So you know that as soon as we got there,
Muhammad they were on their phones. Yeah. Hey,
Ali
David
Dawa,
Wood and Anthony Rogers and GodLogic are all here. Come and humiliate them.
So the ones at the park didn't engage us. The ones that were alerted when we were at the park didn't come. And then thirdly, there were some that were on the outskirts that were planning to come in that tucked tail when they heard we were in there. Remember, you and I started looking for Paul Williams because I heard that he was there. And so we started walking in that direction. And by the time we got to where he had been, somebody said he heard we were there and he left. So I think, it really shows. These guys are not interested in engaging.
And so that is kind
can't.
of that's kind of a big shift, and there's been a bunch of big shifts in very recently and so on. So anyway, the question is, can you think of a worse year for Dawa than 2024 on record?
Not on record, but I'm looking forward to 25 being even worse.
Are you predicting that 2025 is going to be worse for Islam than 2024?
Well, I
make your prediction now.
I can't see it getting better.
So, but it could be the same. It could be the same. Are you predicting worse? We want your prediction on record for next year. We're going to revisit it. We're going to revisit this.
Let me just sort of think through this for a second. Can it get worse than the holes
complete humiliation?
The holes in the narrative.
How can it get any worse?
All the other debacles. I mean, these guys. I often think when I've studied a lot of different groups, and I usually think I've heard the last crazy thought that I'm ever going to hear in my life. When I heard about Muhammad, the claim that he's in the Bible, that floored me. But then all the other stuff that came down the pike, I thought this is just unending. So I usually think that the last crazy thing has been heard, and I also think the last dumb thing has been done by Muslims.
And they always come up with something.
These guys are just endless.
Just when I thought you couldn't come up with anything dumber.
So I'm going to say it's going to be worse.
That seems to be the consensus prediction about 2025. It'd be crazy if they just come up with some like tomorrow they come up with some brilliant new argument or something like this, and we're all just devastated by it and the whole world converts, and then we'll all look stupid.
I told you.
You see.
Now even before the new year started, David said something dumb.
All right, guys, we got about 9 minutes before the ceremonial blowing of the shofar for the new year. I'm going to try and burn through these remaining super chats, and then we will have a new year, a fresh start. Muslim, hey, Dawa guys, you got a fresh start, a whole new year to ruin your religion for us. Wow. Goat Hub says, I think Dawa will be explosive. It will be Explosive Dawa. That'd be a funny channel called Explosive Dawa. Explosive Dawa-ria. No, that would be me. Guys, someone watching, I just came up with an awesome channel name for a new channel. Hey, Issa's Humbled Clay earlier said, what is Issa's YouTube channel?
I can put it in the chat.
Okay. Issa's going to put it in the chat. And Issa, you've mentioned presentations on things like Al-Ghazali and so on. If you want to give a presentation sometime that you already have prepared and that you've already researched, let me know. We can just go live and you can do that on my channel. If it's very educational and it's some information that people should have access to and they don't, you are welcome to join me.
I would love to. I'm actually doing a master's in Islamic studies, so I've actually had to do research on philosophy, spirituality. I studied Ibn Rushd. I have like citations and all that stuff. So,
well, that's actually a good time to make YouTube videos if you're researching things and you learn some information, even an important passage from a book or something like that. Easy to mess around and knock out a book. David, you missed the 11th province. That's what the states will be. Who can go against our unstoppable army of Tim Hortons, Timbit shooters? Tim Hortons. Everyone loves Tim Hortons. Tim Hortons and maple syrup, ladies and gentlemen. That's what they love up there. And I've had that verified by an endless array of Canadians.
You know, Tim Horton, David, he was a Toronto Maple Leaf player.
Oh, yeah?
Named after, yeah, he was with the Toronto Maple Leafs way back in the 60s.
I actually knew what that was because they also have those in Michigan. I've seen Tim Hortons in Michigan. I've been to Tim Hortons in Michigan.
In Buffalo, New York as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So here you have the prediction that Canada is going to annex the United States, and Canadians are so cute with their little. Why no vocab? Probably because he's playing with his GI Joes. Because Jesus says, "What is the Injil?" No one knows. If you're talking about the Islamic Injil, we have no idea, and we can't. Muslims won't give us the answer. God bless and the best of wishes to you all in seeking and spreading truth. That's almost the name of the conference that Elle and Derek put together. Seeking and spreading truth. It's close. You're close. Tiger Hogan says, Beanie Guy wants the toothbrush. What?
Muhammad
That's messed up.
I don't.
What?
I don't know what the background there is, but it's kind of ironic.
You don't want to know.
Because,
You don't want to know.
I just does it have anything to do with statement in Ibn Kathir?
No.
Because listen, this is from.
It has to do, unless Ibn Kathir talked about a dude shoving Muhammad's toothbrush up his butt and then getting pregnant. And
Well,
giving,
that's it.
And, oh, that's in Ibn Kathir?
Sent it to
That's
me.
an Ibn Kathir?
Oh, send me that. Send me that. Send me that.
Okay.
I gotta know this. This is worthy of a short video. Jai and DOC went through a long live stream on it, but that is worthy of a short video. Also worthy of a short video. Just that point that came up recently about all these passages about Muhammad saying that Allah loves odd numbers and you have to do everything odd. You have to walk around an odd number of times, do this and that, and wipe with an odd number of stones. And you're like, why odd number? It sounds like Muhammad's just obsessive compulsive. But then he says it's because Allah is odd and Allah likes odd numbers. Like, wait, Allah's odd number because he's number one, and therefore you have to wipe with an odd number of stones so that wiping is more odd like Allah. I don't know. It's just really weird. I'd be interested in, like, Muslims, if you believe in these sources, these late sources, if you believe in these late sources and do you actually agree with the reasoning there? Anthony, if you're trying to share that, it's not going to work and you're going to get a robot voice. That's what's been going on today. Talk, Anthony. If you got a robot voice, we know there's a problem.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
I put that in misfuck on the thing. If I can't share it, it's fine.
Oh no, that's interesting. No, you're the first person, Hatun. You're the first person who didn't get a robot voice when trying to share something. All right. So you want that on the screen?
No, that's I think that's what you are talking about, right? That in misfuck.
Yeah.
Is this the one you were talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was told by the trust. Not sure if it is.
The year hasn't even started, and I just heard something more outlandish that I didn't think I'd ever hear.
Yeah, send that to my email, Hatun. I want all the information about Muhammad's muswak and anyone who may or may not have inserted it into his own rectum and then given birth to a deformed fish rat mutant baby.
Yeah, I texted you one from Ibn Kathir.
Oh, okay. I'll check that out. Check those out. Those will be fun. Let's see. The guy in the beanie is a super cool. The guy in the beanie is a super cool, nice, lovely man. Makes me want to put on a beanie. Keep up the good work. Do you sell? I've been blocked from every Dawa channel badges as merch. That would be a cool. Hey, Elle, there you have one. I've been blocked from every Dawa channel. Just put that on a shirt. Key says, AP, what I have in mind is Rumi's Sufism. So not just talking about all Sufis, AP.
Yeah.
Oh, what do we got? We got 2.5 minutes. Let's see what we got. Wait, where is Mike Winger? Probably kissing himself in a mirror.
You know what's funny about Rumi? So Rumi.
Did you say what's funny about grooming? There's nothing funny about grooming, AP, and you're a sick person for saying it, and it shows your true Turkish nature.
Well, you know what's funny about grooming? I know what's. You know what's funny about Rumi is very much cited and known around the world, often by younger people in context of, like, they like to quote his poems and act like it's just about love and all that. Much of it was actually, or most of it was meant to be divinely loved, but it was actually directly written to another man who was his mentor and his best friend, and he had a very, very cute relationship with this other man.
Oh, he did.
And it's kind of interpreted as this very respectful, platonic love relationship between these two Sufis.
Yeah, that's what they tell people.
Sounds pretty gay, yeah. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. Happy New Year's to all the nerds on the panel. By the way, I still like Ali Dawa more than David because he was nice and hasn't called me a loser or 5. Yep. So you see, when we talk about Muslims showering people with praise or abuse, depending on how they want to manipulate them, this is why it works. You got people like this guy. Oh, look, he's nice to me. No me side with him.
You see?
AP, I know Sufis who criticize Muhammad and terrible aspects of Islam who focus on the mystical and philosophical aspects of the religion. That is what I meant when I praised Issa.
Okay. So you meant those Sufis in your head. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
All right, so we almost got through those. We almost got through those super chats before AP delivered all his rude commentary and so on. We'll have a couple more, but it is time. AP, 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Grab your shofar, man. You're going to ruin this entire year. This whole year is going to be jinxed and cursed if you don't start it off right, man. 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. 10 seconds to the new year. I'll give you a countdown. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I guess great minds think alike here. We all got the same idea.
Where's mine?
I don't know. Where is yours?
It's around here somewhere.
Yeah, but fortunately, Tony, with that little goatee there, you kind of look like one, so you can just. Hey, Happy New Year, everyone. It is 2025. Everyone involved predicts that this is going to be a worse year for Dawah. And we just started, so now we actually get to find out. I'll take these last couple of super chats, and then we'll give any final thoughts for the new year. Goat Hub says, we have the best Pakistani movies here. Issa, that's a joke about what you said. We were talking about Pakistani movies earlier, and then people got weird ideas, and then Goat Hub says, we have the best Pakistani movies here on Goat Hub. Goat Hub is one of AP's fans, just so you know. AP, where is Islam's War on Jews Part 3? AP.
I made Part 3. Part 3 was Part 3. I think I didn't call it Islam's War on Jews Part 3. I just called it the Israel-Palestine conflict explained. That was Part 3.
That was Part 3. He just named it something different, Razi. Now you know. Goat Hub says, Anthony, this isn't the soup kitchen. That's down the road.
That took me a minute.
Yeah, then you looked at yourself.
Usually people are just a little more straightforward, and they
Yeah.
say the homeless guy.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. They made you like think for a second.
yeah.
What happens when everyone gets educated? I'm guessing we'll never know because I don't anticipate that happening anytime soon. AP to appear at Speaker's Corner in 2025. Only if he wants to be humiliated.
I don't think I would ever voluntarily go to Speaker's Corner.
Why?
It'd be fun.
I think it's just it's better for different people with certain personalities that are not my personality.
Yeah, he means like yelling stuff, jumping up in a ladder and yelling stuff at a crowd and stuff like that. But AP, fortunately, they know you, and you'd be kind of a magnet. You could just stand there and just grin the entire time while people are recording and they're screaming at you, and you could just sit there like this. Just sit there in a pair of sunglasses, or be like Hatun and show up with a giant Quran with a big hole in it or something like that.
That'd be nice. Yeah.
That would work. D Wood. What's that?
Go on, nothing.
D Wood resisted these devils and they fled. Which ones? All right, guys, we have to acknowledge Hatun Tash is a hero, a brave one for lack of words. God bless that woman. You say lack of words with Hatun?
I am very shy and quiet person and most humble Turk.
Most humble Turk ever.
Most humble. Yeah.
You know,
I
it's
am
funny.
the most-
I'm used to hearing the word Turk in a Christian context. Older writings, Turk was just another way of saying Muslim. So happily, you guys aren't. but every time I hear the word Turk, that's immediately what I think: Muslim. Yeah.
It became that way when Turks took over and started being at the forefront of fighting against against Christianity, and especially during the Crusades, it basically became the word for Muslim was Turk.
So, yeah. In the confessional documents that I subscribe to, my denomination, there's a statement that says that such as profess the true Christian religion are not to marry Turks or other idolaters.
Turks or other
again,
idolaters.
Turk again means Muslims.
No.
Yeah.
No, they had it right.
In that context.
Don't marry Turks.
Saint Beloved says, please pray for my mother, Shirley. Her cancer came back and she's taking chemo. I love y'all. Yes, no fans. We have no fans of cancer here. Papar Kare says, God bless you. I was kicked out of the mosque because I proved that Muhammad was a passive gay by their own sources. Wow, what a man of men. Very rude, very rude. Very, very mean way to start off a new year. I love AP and David Wood. Happy New Year. That's a good way to start off the new year.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy New Year.
And this year. And this, because Jesus says hallelujah. That's a good way to start off a new year. Steph's, that was a super sticker, fan character with eyes wide open, blushing. Yes, like a Turk. Happy New Year, family. Happy New Year. And let's see.
Who's
Last two. What? Happy New Year, family. I don't know, some guy impersonating Issa Kabeer. Obviously wants attention, wants us to start arguing who's the real Issa Kabeer. We're not falling for it, so we just say,
I don't like the super chat. Get this off my screen.
We just say, Happy New Year, family. Key says, love you, AP. And the next Zucker Nike says, what are your thoughts on Brett Cooper leaving Daily Wire and might be teaming up with Candace Owens? I know Brett Cooper is a girl that looks pretty much exactly like Ben Shapiro. Other than that, I have no idea anything about it. The only thing I ever saw from her was when Sneeko saw a video of her doing the splits, and he said, this is after he converted to Islam, but he got in trouble over this. But he said, I forgot about that. You remember this? He said, oh, if she would do that on, he just says this during a live stream. He says, if she would do that on top of me, I would nuke Gaza. And people flipped out on him for saying that. And then his defense is, but no, guys, I'm all about spreading the truth with funny. And it's like, what truth are you trying to spread when you're talking about nuking Gaza? Yeah.
I forgot about that.
We should have brought that up as a highlight. It's another perfect example. Another perfect example.
I would nuke Gaza.
You know what's kind of grotesque, because you see like these people like Tate and Sneeko, and they're being used by these folks, and they're like, "Oh,
it's
we
mutual
love these
though. They're
people."
using the Ummah. They're using the Dawa guys as well. But yeah, go
Of
ahead.
course, I agree. I completely agree. But it's so it's kind of sickening. You know what I mean? Like, you're like, I care, everybody's kafir. Or like, you hear these terms like everybody's kafir and munafik and mushrik, and then you get these people where, I don't know, it's, how do we put it, highly questionable behavior, just like what you stated, and you're like, oh, they're the best people, they're the greatest. I'm just like, sounds really cynical. It's pretty cynical.
I mean, to be honest, the line is a very funny one and makes me laugh. It's just the fact that it comes from a converted Muslim.
Yeah. Who constantly complains about Jews and then says he would nuke nuke Gaza for a girl to do a split on him. This is the shiny new face of Dawah. Wow. Yeah, they know how to pick some winners. They pick some winners here. Miguel says, Happy New Year to the two sisters on the platform. So that's Anthony, and who? Just kidding. Where's Rebecca? Which Rebecca? Our Jewish friend Rebecca? We don't know which Rebecca.
She's probably sleeping because she's 3 years old. She has to go to bed early.
Oh, yes. Everyone named Rebecca is perpetually 3 years old, no matter what happens. No matter what the evidence is, they're always 3.
You see.
And let's see. You left Islam. You left Islam to urinate on one another. You're sick. Urinating upon one another. That's a famous hijab quote. Urinating upon one another. All right, guys. Any final thoughts for the awesome new year ahead?
Muhammad Hijab would never say something like that.
What's that you say?
Muhammad Hijab would never say something like that.
No. He would keep it. He would keep it 100% dignified and noble in his speech.
Powerful.
Daughter says, Hatun looks great with her party decorations on. I'm digging. Yeah, I really, really thought I would have some here. And I had none. 0. I just have to start the new year like an undecorated loser.
Could have taken your hat from the last little boom room.
You guys both have.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I didn't bring any of that stuff with me, though, so. Classic stuff. All right, any final thoughts from anyone? Anything you want to announce? Anything you want to direct people to?
I would say, oh, God.
I was just going to say, Tony Costa, this would be a good time to remind everyone that you have a brand new book. You announced it earlier, but there are people who come on late.
Yeah, thank you. I have a new book. It's called No King But Christ, and it's the subtitle is the bankruptcy collapse of secular worldviews, and it deals with a lot of our modern day world and our rejection of the King, of Christ as our King of Kings, Lord of Lords, and I deal with Islam as well, among other topics, and it's just been published on Christmas Eve, so great Christmas miracle, and it's available on Amazon. And if anyone wants to check out my channel, it's Toronto Apologetics. So Tony Costa, Toronto Apologetics.
What's the book called again?
No King But Christ.
Nice.
It's just the sort of thing that got Christians in trouble in the first century there, Tony.
Yep. Well, when they said, a lot of Christians say, well, we shouldn't be political. But I mean, the very confession Jesus is Lord was a political statement. The word Kurios Jesus was the Christian confession, whereas the whole Roman Empire was saying Kaiser Kurios, Caesar is Lord. So when Christians said Jesus is Lord, they meant we live for him, we serve him, we adore him, we worship him, and not Caesar. And so that is one of the reasons why a lot of our Christian ancestors, our forebears, went to their deaths with the confession that Jesus Christ was Lord and King and the crucified and risen Savior of sinners.
Hey, when I look up Tony Costa, I'm
not the Cape Cod serial killer.
Or are you?
Everyone, when I go speak at a church in Canada, everyone says, is that the pastor who killed all those people in Cape Cod, Massachusetts, and he's become a Christian? No, that's not the different Tony Costa.
That'd be pretty cool. That'd be a pretty cool testimony, though. You might want to just roll with that.
I could write a book on that.
That'd be awesome.
Thanks, David.
Hey, final thoughts, Tony Rogers.
Yeah, so I am doing the last 2 debates of Shabir Ali's career in April. I don't mean that as a announcement of his demise, but he has stated that he's going to stop debating after these 2 debates, and we're probably going to write a couple of debate books together.
Good.
And
that's actually good. That's good. That's good. I don't mean about him like retiring from debating or something like that, but that's interesting. Like it's sort of a new area for him to launch into. But yeah, that's how I would love that. You'd be perfect for that to have that written with him. So yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. You guys
Anthony just said that Shabir is going to die, and David says, "Oh, it's a good thing."
It's good. It's a good thing.
Well, and I meant demise there. Like I wasn't suggesting that in advance that I'm going to so route him that he's going to give up debating.
That's what it sounded like when you said the last 2 debates.
Although that's still the plan too. But
I'm going to finish his career.
He has already said that he's done after this. So it would have been nicer if he didn't announce it and he just stopped debating, and then I could say,
Anthony Rogers, the man who ended Shabir Ali's debate career.
But to me, it's kind of cool because, first of all, I remember years back seeing Tony Costa debating Shabir, and then I remember you, David, doing things with Shabir. And I always wanted to debate Shabir, and it never materialized. There were a couple of times when it was about to happen, but then didn't. And then I finally got to debate him, and we've done several debates together in pretty quick order. We've done like 6 debates together.
Oh,
but they've all.
I forget if I had 8 or 9 with him, but these next 2 will put you up to 8. So that would be you would either tie me or be close to surpassing my record. But but Tony Costa has the all-time record. He's had like 13.
Yeah, to me it's just cool. You know, I remember watching him as a Muslim representative way back, and now he's kind of moving out of this. And so,
by the way, that's how it was. That's how it was for me. I saw him debate Mike Licona in Virginia. I was there, and I took him to see The Passion of the Christ beforehand because they were debating the crucifixion. The Passion of the Christ was out, and so I said, so I messaged him ahead of time. I was like, hey, you might want to watch this movie ahead of time. And he messaged me back, and he said, hey, thanks, but I don't know if I'll have the opportunity. I said, I mean, I'll come pick you up and take you there. So I took Shabir before anyone knew who I was. I took him to see The Passion of the Christ. And then ended up debating him many years later. So, yep.
Yeah.
Cool how this stuff happens. All right. So Tony has predicted that in 2025, he will end Shabir Ali's career. Derek and Elle, I have no idea how you guys are going to be able to top that.
That was a very close one for Shabir.
Yeah, we should have saved that one for last.
They're going to pray for the debate.
We're going right to left. It's you.
Oh, me? Okay. Well, I'll start then. Well, let's see. First of all, I'll be starting up a new channel with Truth Defenders.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. The 2 biggest gun nuts on the planet getting together.
Oh, yeah. We're starting up a channel there. That should be a lot of fun. Continuing working with John on Newton Sci-Fi, doing culture reviews there. Going to keep doing the YouTube videos that I've been doing, the live streams, the shorts, all the fun stuff there. And sounds like I might have to revisit the events more, which I was hoping to be done. But if my wife's right, then it'll probably be the year of the goats doing this a lot. And finally, we'll be starting up a store, which many people can purchase such items as different things.
Quran eating goats, for example.
By popular demand.
All right, Elle?
So that store will be part of a nonprofit we're working on launching. We're also looking at doing the 3rd annual Seek and Share Truth Conference, which I'm very excited about. It's been an awesome opportunity these last 2 years to get to further equip people with truth, have a bunch of people who have specialized on a bunch of different topics come together in one place at one time to train up a bunch of other people, inform a bunch of people, encourage them to go out and share the gospel better. And it's also been a lot of fun to do a lot of behind the scenes projects together while we're all in person. It's also pretty funny watching AP in disguise, learning about how atheism sucks. So that's always fun. Hopefully he's not too offended since he's not an atheist anymore anyway, and maybe he'll come back and join us. But that and other in-person ministries and continuing with YouTube. Hopefully this year we'll get some kind of Dawa response, but I kind of doubt that. So we'll see.
Hey, Issa. What you got going on, man?
Wow, there's a lot to say. So you can check my YouTube channel out. I'm going to be streaming. I'm going to be doing the Satanic Verses, kind of reviewing it, making sure people know what it's about and, know about the author and, just kind of.
Wait, you have a YouTube channel?
I do. I do a lot of like
you just said
it. I do a lot of, I have a lot of restreams, but I'm going to start posting new content there. But like, I think what's important, one thing that I've noticed, like for the future of Dawa, they need to learn Christian theology if they want to talk to Christians, because they just don't know it.
Hey, make a video. Make a video titled "A Jewish Muslim Explains Christian Theology."
I think I should do that.
Banger video. Banger video. Jewish Muslim Explains Christian Theology. Yeah. Banger title. All you need is a good thumbnail to go with it and good content.
I think you're right. I think people need to learn what Christian theology is, because they just, that's been a big issue. Like every time I listen, I've heard about this thing called the Dawa script, and having gone on a lot of these spaces, I'm like, wow, it's actually real. It's this repeated thing where people will quote scripture, and I'm like, how do you know these exact places in scripture? Like, how do you know these quotations? I'm like, I doubt that you sat down and read the text. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but I just don't think that these folks read the text, but they know these exact specific quotations. And they say, like in like TikTok dialogues, they're like, go to this citation, go to this place. And I'm like, And then they go to the place and it's like a very superficial attack on Christianity. And I'm just like, is this what you're bringing? Like, is this what you think is good communication? I'm like, you better like actually learn what Christianity is and how Christianity functions, and learn about Judaism before you come to this place and just say, oh, there's an apparent contradiction. I think that that's like what has to happen in the year if you want to actually have real dialogue. Actually learn what your interlocutor believes. So that's what I kind of leave with.
You're sitting here promoting real dialogue when we want to humiliate everybody. Understand? We're going to humiliate everyone in 2024. I mean 2025. And if anyone gets in our way, we'll humiliate them too.
That's true.
Hatun, final thoughts on the new year.
2024 received big contributions from Muslim missionaries and Islamic scholars towards destruction of Islam. And I expressed earlier, they don't learn. I'm looking forward to see how Muslim missionaries are going to contribute to the world to make ex-Muslims, and as a Christian, we will step into use those opportunities and help those ex-Muslims to become Christians.
I agree with that. Wanted to get final thoughts from many people. There's actually a super chat here about that. So Steven says, Happy New Year. Thanks for all you do. Travis says, how about you invite Chunk Yogurt? I mean, Chunk Uyghur. Uyghur. I'm getting closer, aren't I, AP? And yes, standing invitation. Ongoing standing invitation to Chunk Uyghur to join us live for a debate. And Josh here says, here we go. AP, you better make some more vids, even though you've covered everything pretty much. He hasn't covered everything. There's way more things to cover. There's more content you can make, and you know it. 2025 is our years. Stay away from on Islam. And I think the takeaway there is they're saying that 2025 should be a year where AP gets back to making videos, and it would be really good to start early on in 2025.
Yeah. Well, first off, stop telling me what to do. But secondly, thank you. I appreciate it. And I agree. It is time to get back and start making videos as I used to, because those were very, very. Those were good times.
Mm-hmm.
Good
yes,
times.
They were.
And things went well, and they got a lot of attention, and I was able to. Yeah, exactly. And I was able to pack good things into small videos, which was very, very nice. And I haven't even covered half of what I had in my mind. It's kind of it is painful to look at, but I actually have a list still saved of topics that I at some point said I need to make a video on. And over the years, I added to that, but I haven't even gotten halfway through that list. It's just, it has been like that. and I left it like that for years now because at some point I crashed and didn't get back to making videos anymore. But there are still so many topics that need to be addressed, so many new things that need to be addressed, so many topics that I already did address and that could be remade in much better ways. For example, I made a video a long time ago about who wrote the Quran or the truth about the Kaaba. Very popular videos that I prepared in like just a few hours or so, and I didn't expect them to blow up like that. I could sit down and make videos on those very same things, and they would be much better. I do think I need some help if I want to get back to doing things that way, but yeah, I do have plans.
Are we still live? It just played a commercial here on mine.
Yes, we are.
Oh,
we are.
I didn't notice anything.
Okay, it started playing a random commercial on because I have it open right here. Anyway, don't know what's going on there. So we have that from AP, and yes, you have the promise right here, Josh, that AP is definitely going to start very quickly and start cranking out super dope new videos again.
Oh, I do want to go for one thing that I'm kind of funnily interested in, which is music. And I did start my Apostate music channel, which was banned, but YouTube just
because
restored.
You're praising a terrorist.
No, YouTube
Even
just
though
restored it.
Oh,
I just randomly received an email saying we have reviewed your channel and decided that it does not go against our guidelines.
You can sing praise songs about terrorists. That's good to know, YouTube. Yeah. Great to know.
Because I made a parody song about Hassan Nasrallah when he died.
Yeah. About someone who's in love with Hassan. Good stuff.
I think I'm going to get into that kind of stuff too.
That's good. We got Travis here. Said this has been a great stream and has been full of legends. This show was the stuff of legends. Happy New Year. God bless everyone and this channel and all the guest channels as well. Love you all. Hatun, any advice on how to stay strong amidst strong criticism and opposition would be appreciated. Thanks.
Let's keep quiet. You will not get criticism.
Do what Hatun does. Mind your business. Don't hurt anyone's feelings. And keep quiet. And what's going to go wrong?
Yeah, and no one will oppose you. Everything will be fine. And make sure you read the scripture and led by the Lord. So just get on with things.
Yep,
don't spend your time to think, oh, yeah, someone is going to be opposed to me. I'm going to get criticized. All that that's waste of time.
Indeed. Joshua says, thanks for saying it, Elle. There is no compulsion in ordering No King But Christ by Tony Costa. Reading it, inshallah, soon. Thank you. And shout out to Jack.
Tony, I just ordered the book. I just bought the book.
Awesome. Thanks, AP.
You see that?
No King But Christ by Tony Costa. I just ordered it, yeah.
You see?
Thanks, AP.
And shout out to Jack Ray for gifting some Apologetics Roadshow memberships. Be on the lookout to thank Jack Ray for any of you who were on the receiving end of that. All right, guys, looks like a fun year. Got some fun stuff coming up very, very quickly, and you'll be able to see some very action-packed things very early on this year. If you don't believe me, just watch. Watch what happens. Worst year ever for Dawa. Be seeing y'all for the rest of the year. Happy New Year. Stay away from